Chapter 1361. He could clearly feel it. The so-called heaven-eroding power was an extremely evil power. If it were anyone else, they would probably be instantly devoured by the heaven-eroding energy. It would be difficult to resist. However, Li Zongjiu's physique was very different. His physique was originally different from ordinary people. Later, when he was in the Chaos Bell, it was refined by the chaotic energy and became the chaotic body. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was actually absorbing the heaven-eroding energy around him. Ancient, golden tyrant body art. Li Zongjiu did not forget to circulate his mental cultivation method and absorb the heaven-eroding energy around him into his body to refine his physical body. His physical body was also refined to a relatively strong state. Forget Chuan was originally prepared to wait for Li Zongjiu to be completely refined. Her heaven-eroding energy was an innate ability that came with her, not something that she cultivated. Even in the fallen god realm, her heaven-eroding energy could be ranked in the top 10 of the power rankings. Therefore, Li Zongjiu definitely did not have the strength to resist this move. However, after waiting for half a day, Forget Chuan did not see any changes on Li Zongjiu's body. She could even see that this kid had actually entered a state of cultivation under the trapping array that she had set up. Are you kidding me? What's going on? This guy is actually absorbing my heaven-eroding energy. Forget Chuan's huge eyes were also filled with shock as she looked at Li Zongjiu, who was wrapped in her energy. He was actually not affected by the heaven-eroding energy until now. Instead, it was being absorbed by Li Zongjiu, even in the fallen god realm. She had never seen such a terrifying existence that could directly absorb her energy and absorb the heaven-eroding energy. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Forget Chuan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't believe you're invincible. As the leader of the Sky Fiends, how could Wang Chuan be frightened by Li Zongjiu's strange move? He never dared believe that someone could absorb the power of the sky erosion, and it was the kind of unlimited absorption. Even if Li Zongjiu could absorb the energy, it must be because he had some kind of treasure on him. That was why he could absorb a certain amount of energy, but it was only temporarily sealed away. It didn't mean that it was directly refined. However, after Li Zongjiu absorbed it for a while, he realized that his evil lord's body was no longer as curious about the heaven-eroding power. It seemed that this power was not as mysterious as the legend said. Therefore, he gradually lost interest in it. Moreover, it seemed that the other party no longer had any other moves. After a long time, there was still no movement. But in reality, Forget Chuan was already doing her best. Is that all you've got? Li Zongjiu could not help but sigh. He seemed to be very disappointed in Forget Chuan. What? Forget Chuan's face became extremely ugly. In the next moment, she saw Li Zongjiu reach out his hand, and a terrifying spear of the sky erosion was condensed in his hand. Moreover, the long spear formed by the heaven-eroding power contained a trace of chaotic power. Go! Li Zongjiu casually waved his hand, and the long spear in his hand was flung out. As the long spear swept out, it seemed to have quelled all the chaos in the world. The long spear was extremely fast, and it could even be said that it was dozens of times faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Forget Chuan. Even with the power of the 9-abyss heaven-eroding dragon, it had no way to dodge the spear that was flying towards it. You're attacking me with my power? 1 inch the 9-abyss heaven-eroding dragon's heart was full of disdain. Did he not know where this power came from? With such power, he rushed in front of it. At first, the 9-abyss heaven-eroding dragon did not take it seriously. He even thought that Li Zongjiu was wasting his energy. However, in the next moment, the long spear directly pierced through him. The chaotic power was like a terrifying torpedo that rushed into his body and then began a real bombardment. Bang! 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 The 9-abyss heaven-eroding dragon only felt that his body seemed to be rapidly collapsing at this moment. Boom! His body fell rapidly from the sky. Before the nine-abyss heaven eroding dragon could react, the sharp pain had already spread throughout his body. His mind was blank, and there was no other feeling. So this was the feeling after being severely injured. The nine-abyss heaven eroding dragon had not suffered such a serious injury for a long time. It had been at least 1,000 years since he had broken through to the absolute Saint Realm, and he had never suffered such a serious injury. It was as if a huge steel fork, surrounded by sharp blades, had pierced into his body. It began to spin and churn crazily. His body was easily minced into a pile of useless mud. Boom! The nine-abyss heaven eroding dragon's body fell from the sky. After Li Zhongjie made his move, he only used this one move to deal with the river of forgetfulness. When the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom and the other two saw Li Zhongjie's beautiful counterattack, they were shocked. Li Zhongjie was even more shocked. It was obvious that Li Zhongjie had even more power and techniques up his sleeves. Just now, he suddenly felt that things weren't going to be fun anymore, so he directly took action and killed his opponent. So terrifying! At this moment, the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom recognized him. When the nine-abyss heaven eroding dragon's body appeared, the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom had already guessed it. The leader of Beast God Temple's Sky Demons, the real Sky Demons. Even when they attacked the Great Yan Dynasty, the leader of Sky Demons did not even personally take action, and he had already destroyed the Great Yan Dynasty. Only the 7 Saint Immortals of the Saint Mountain had once joined forces to fight with the leader of Sky Demons. Later on, it was said that they were evenly matched. At least, the 7 Saint Immortals did not suffer much damage. As for whether they managed to defeat the other party, it was even more unknown. Now the leader of Sky Demons, he had directly fallen in the hands of this young man in front of him. The funny thing was that he had wanted to kill this young man in front of him. It was a little too ridiculous. But now, the situation of the Great Wu Dynasty was almost the same. It had been destroyed. So many heavenly masters had been killed by the people of the Beast God Temple. The Great Wu Dynasty had completely fallen. It would become a powerless dynasty. The power and status that they enjoyed now would soon be devoured. This made the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom feel like his heart was dead. No, if my Great Wu Dynasty still wants to grasp this last chance of survival, it can only be Li Zhongjie, Heavenly Master Li. The monarch of Great Martial Kingdom's eyes suddenly lit up. Just a moment ago, he had brought people to challenge Li Zhongjie and even wanted to completely crush Li Zhongjie. However, in the blink of an eye, he was already thinking of how to beg Li Zhongjie to protect him. Chapter 1362. The huge corpse of the nine-abyss heaven devouring dragon fell to the ground. Li Zhongjie's figure returned to Fallen City. Until now, the other Gu, he had been wandering in this boundless hell for quite some time. He was constantly being mobilized. Li Zhongjie was not in a hurry. Guhi's physique was rather special. Although his strength was slightly weaker than Wang Chuan's, if he could stimulate his potential in the future, he would be a very scary guy. He wanted to keep the nine-abyss heaven-devouring dragon alive, but he was careless when he attacked him just now. Therefore, he killed him. Since he was dead, then so be it. It didn't matter if there was one more or one less. Li Shangxian, I'm the monarch of the Great Wu Dynasty. I failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive me. The Grand Martial Kingdom's monarch had a humble expression on his face as he bowed and bowed in front of Li Zhongjie. Li Zhongjie glanced at the monarch of the Great Wu Dynasty indifferently. Is there anything you need from me? Li Zhongjie asked. He then asked Jiang Bai and the other two to cut off some of the key parts of the nine-abyss heaven-devouring dragon. After all, Li Zhongjie was a god-grade alchemist. The body of the nine-abyss heaven-devouring dragon was a good material for refining medicine. Of course, he could not waste it. Otherwise, it would be a sin. I've offended you before. Please forgive me, Lord Saint Immortal. The emperor of Great Martial Country saw that he had been neglected, but he did not seem to care at all. What kind of status did the other party have? Of course, he would not be so polite to the other party. If he was so polite to the other party, what would happen? Therefore, the monarch of the Great Wu Dynasty understood that strength was everything. You don't have to call me Saint Immortal. That name doesn't suit me. Just call me Evil Lord. Li Zongjio said without hesitation. Evil Lord. Evil Lord, so be it, Evil Lord. You can call me whatever you want. Yes, yes, Lord Evil Lord. Previously, I heard that the traitor of my great Wu Empire, Xin Tianlu, had offended you, Lord Evil Lord. Therefore, I specially came forward to capture this guy and await Lord Evil Lord's punishment. So, you're not here to cause trouble for me? Li Zongjio glanced at the monarch of Dao country. His skin was really thick. No wonder he could become the monarch of this country. As for the two subordinates of the great martial kingdom's ruler, they felt as though they had lost all their dignity. They slowly turned around and no longer spoke. It was extremely humiliating. Although the great Wu dynasty's heavenly masters were not killed by Li Zongjio, it was still a fact. However, it was also related to Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio clearly had the ability to save them, but he just stood by. This was equivalent to murdering them in disguise. If Li Zongjio had heard these people's thoughts, he would have immediately twisted their heads off. They were really scheming. Of course not, Lord Evil Lord. What are you talking about? We have specially come to pay you a visit. The monarch of Dao country was pleasantly surprised when he heard that Li Zongjio was still able to continue the conversation. He thought that there was definitely a chance. That was great. He had also heard that Li Zongjio seemed to be very interested in the sky marshal ship. The monarch of Dao country hurriedly took out a ship ring. The ship ring in his hand was none other than a sky marshal ship. Although 20 sky marshal ships had been brought out this time, which was equivalent to the entire Great Wu Dynasty's national strength, this did not mean that the Great Wu Dynasty only had 20 sky marshal ships left. In fact, the Great Wu Dynasty only had about 50 sky marshal ships in stock. There would always be some backup plans. It was precisely this kind of plan that would allow them to avoid losing all hope when the situation took a turn for the worse. Furthermore, as long as it was put into production, the number of sky marshal ships would be restored very quickly. This is the best version of the sky marshal ship. Even in the entire Great Wu Dynasty, there are only 3 of them. Please kindly accept it, Lord Evil Lord. The monarch of Dao country humbly offered his greeting gift with both hands. Li Zongjio didn't even look at it. He directly took the things the other party gave him without the slightest bit of embarrassment or hesitation. Only one. Li Zongjio asked casually. Yes, yes. However, the stock has been destroyed. As long as Lord Evil Lord comes to the Great Wu Dynasty, I will immediately give the order to start production. We will definitely be able to build 20 sky marshal ships within a year. Just the construction of these 20 sky marshal arcs had cost a lot of money. However, over 100 heavenly masters had been killed. This was equivalent to reducing a large amount of funds. It could be said that there was more than enough money to build 20 sky marshal ships. In fact, it would be a waste of money for the Great Wu Dynasty to support so many heavenly masters. Sometimes, it wasn't that they were unwilling to go to war. However, losing 1 or 2 heavenly masters would be a huge loss for the dynasty. The money they had spent previously would be wasted and there would be no returns. Who would be willing to do such a thankless task? However, as long as they had a good grasp of Li Zongjio, the Great Wu Dynasty would be able to save a large amount of military funds. They could do anything with this money. You want me to go to your Great Wu Dynasty, Great Wu Dynasty. Oh, you want me to go to the Great Wu Dynasty, Li Zongjio said indifferently. If we are lucky enough to invite Lord Evil Lord, it will naturally be a blessing for the people of the Great Wu Dynasty. The monarch of Dao country hurriedly said excitedly, "There's hope. There's really hope." "All right, I have a condition," Li Zongjio said indifferently. "Senior evil lord, please speak your mind." The monarch of Dao country patted his chest, as if to say that no matter what Lin Fan said, he would fulfill it for Lin Fan. He was not afraid of any condition. As long as Lin Fan could state it, he would agree to it. "Girl Chu, come here." Li Zongjio directly called for Chu Yingguan to come over. Chu Yingguan was currently helping Li Zongjio harvest the scales of the serpent dragon. When she heard Li Zongjio summon, Chu Yingguan was both surprised and happy. She did not know what this meant. After all, Li Zongjio rarely summoned her. "Senior." Chu Yingguan came before Li Zongjio. Lin Fan glanced at the monarch of Dao country emotionlessly. "How about this? Divide your Dao country's territory into two. Give half to this girl to manage, and I will sit in the middle. Neither side will have any problems. What do you think?" Li Zongjio smiled as he looked at the monarch of Dao country. "Divide into two. Sit in the middle." The monarch of Dao country was stunned when he heard this. Instantly he felt as if there was a thorn in his back. He wanted to divide his territory. Chapter 1363. He wanted to give up half of the territory. If it was just 1 or 2 cities, it wouldn't matter. In the Great Wu Dynasty, there were more than 30 cities. It was considered an extremely large sphere of influence. Although losing 1 or 2 cities was quite painful, it didn't matter as it didn't affect the big picture. But now, Li Zongjio actually wanted to take half of it. He wanted to take away 15 cities. Was there a mistake? In this chaotic world, it was already very amazing to be able to preserve one's own territory. It wasn't easy to preserve the territory, but now he had to hand over half of it. Moreover, he had to hand it over to this little girl. This little girl had a background. Could it be that she was Evil Lord's lover and wanted to be a king for once? Even Chu Yingguan was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that such a thing would happen to him. Although Chu Yingguan's lifelong dream was to restore the country and kill these monsters of the fallen race at the same time. However, these 2 wishes were unattainable. How could there be such a good thing? But now, such a good thing just happened to fall directly on his head. He couldn't even believe that this was real. Jiang Bai also sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this from afar. He never thought that Li Zongjio would be so generous. This evil lord, Naturally, the great martial emperor was extremely unwilling. In fact, he even thought to himself, "How can I agree to such a thing? Whoever agrees to it is a fucking idiot. If you don't agree, you don't have to go back." Li Zongjio patted the great Wu emperor's shoulder and said with a smile, "You have the map, right? Take it out." Li Zongjio said to one of the heavenly masters. When the other party heard Li Zongjio's words, he was stunned. Then he subconsciously took out the map of the Great Wu Dynasty. There were a total of 31 cities marked on it. Without any explanation, Li Zongjio tore the map into 2 halves. Half of it, 16 cities, were given to Chu Yingguan. The other half was returned to the king of Grand Martial Kingdom. It's settled then. Hey! The great martial emperor did not understand what he had experienced. Today, not only had he lost over 100 heavenly masters and over 100 supremes, he had also lost more than half of his territory. What he had kept was actually only the smaller half. It was Li Zongjio's idea. He was clear in his heart. If he didn't agree, they would kill him. Then he would take all the land for himself. What can you do? That was how arrogant and willful he was. It was truly unbelievable. Li Zongjio was so ruthless. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom, didn't know what to say. "Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to touch a single blade of grass or tree of yours," Li Zongjio said calmly. That was true. There was a sage immortal overseeing it. With a sage immortal overseeing it, there was no need to be afraid of anyone coming to cause trouble. Who would dare to come? Even the leader of the sky demons was lying on the ground, dismembered. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom should be thankful. He could still keep at least half of his territory. Thank you, Lord, evil Lord. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom seemed to be swallowing blood into his stomach as he said those words. Even in such a situation, he had to force a smile and be grateful to Li Zongjiu. Chu Yan Guan had never thought that such a thing would happen. What was even more unexpected was that Li Zongjiu had only casually asked, and the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had no choice but to agree. If he didn't agree, Li Zongjiu would definitely not let him have an easy time. This was the symbol of strength, the benefits of strength and the convenience it brought. It was so easy that there was no suspense at all. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom did not dare to disagree. Thank you, Senior Evil Lord. Chu Yanguan immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Li Zongjiu. Since Li Zongjiu had helped Chu Yanguan, Li Zongjiu had naturally become their guardian. If anything happened to Chu Yanguan's country, he would be offending Li Zongjiu. There was an invisible layer of such a powerful protective shield around them. I'll leave these two to you, Li Zongjiu said as he waved his hand and summoned East Coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal. After the two landed, they did not look strange on the surface. However, they were obviously different from before. Greetings, Master. The two of them bowed to Li Zongjiu. This frightened the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom. Isn't this East Coming Sage Immortal, North Sky Sage Immortal? How did these two Sage Immortals, what exactly had the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom experienced today? Even if he told others, not many people would believe him. Just based on what the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had seen, he could not believe it. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom was extremely shocked. However, he had seen it with his own eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. The two Sage Immortals of the Sacred Mountain actually addressed this young man as their master. No wonder Li Zongjiu could easily kill the leader of the Sky Demons, Wang Chuan. This was a powerful 9-abyss sky devouring dragon. It was so pitiful that it could be killed in minutes. However, now that Li Zongjiu had become the master of the two Sage Immortals, it was no longer strange. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill this puny Forget Chuan? Even when the Darwood dynasty was at its peak, it didn't possess the full support of a Saint Immortal. Now, this little girl's dynasty had just been established, yet she'd actually obtained the assistance of two Saint Immortals. Would anyone else dare act rashly? The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had already made up his mind to curry favor with Chu Yingguan. Just a moment ago, he was still immersed in the regret and pain of losing his territory. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was already thinking about how to curry favor with Chu Yingguan. The difference between the changes before and after was indeed a little big. He was even glad that he had agreed to Li Zongjiu's request. Otherwise, the entire Grand Martial Kingdom would have been conquered by Li Zongjiu. After that, there would be nothing for him to do. All right, take Jiangbai with you. The rest of you can go and deal with your own matters, Li Zongjiu said. Now he had captured two Sage Immortals of the Sacred Mountain. In addition, the so-called Sky Demons of the Beast God Temple were almost completely annihilated. Although there were still some members of the Sky Demons, these people probably wouldn't dare to appear in front of Li Zongjiu. He could easily wipe them out. They weren't a threat at all. What he had to face next was the so-called Assassination Palace. After that, it would be the elders of the Beast God Temple. Since he heard that these people were busy with the teleportation formation, Li Zongjiu certainly could not let them proceed so smoothly. Later, he must find a way to destroy some of these people's arrangements. With great strength, one could be so unfettered, coming and going without a trace. However, now he had to wait for Qi Yanran to complete her breakthrough. He did not know how much time it would take. Therefore, Li Zongjiu gave Chu Yan, Guangguan, and the others a big deal. These people wandered around him every day, and Li Zongjiu found it annoying. Chapter 1364. Since Li Zongjio had entrusted Chu Yangguan with an important task, Chu Yangguan naturally could not disappoint Li Zongjio. Under the protection of the two sane immortals, she took Jiang Bai and went to take over her city. The change of power in the great Wu dynasty had shocked everyone. They even thought that the great Wu emperor had gone mad. It was only later that the great Wu emperor found out that Chu Yangguan was actually the former princess of the great Yan dynasty. It was not easy for her to endure humiliation and live until now. Evidently, this weak flame of the great Yan dynasty had already started to burn. Although the great Yan dynasty had lost countless people in battle back then, there were still many remaining subordinates scattered everywhere. There were always some who survived. Now that the flag of the great Yan dynasty had been raised again, the great Yan dynasty had summoned all the soldiers of the great Yan dynasty. He also summoned all the soldiers of the great Yan dynasty back. Although there were not many of them, they were still a considerable force. However, because the great Yan dynasty was destroyed too quickly, they did not have the chance to rise again even if they wanted to. Hence, they had been hiding until now. Now that they heard that the flag of the great Yan dynasty had been raised again, they came from all directions. In the cities that originally belonged to the great Wu dynasty, many people were very dissatisfied with the management of a mere princess of the great Yan dynasty. They even found an opportunity to raise their own troops. However, they were soon suppressed by the power of the two sane immortals, and directly knelt on the ground and admitted defeat. After becoming stronger, it became easier to speak. The great Wu Empire's strength had directly shrunk by half, yet they did not show any signs of doing so. Instead, they were still reorganizing their strength, gathering their strength and continuing to nurture more sovereign-level experts. Otherwise, they really did not know how to continue. Now, the great Wu dynasty could be said to have suffered a heavy blow and tribulation. The other dynasties were not clear about the situation here. However, after knowing that the great Yan dynasty and the great Wu dynasty had two sane immortals in charge, they panicked. Although it seemed strange, they did not dare to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, if the saint immortals took action, no matter how many heavenly masters there were, it would be useless. More importantly, the way sage immortals did things was unpredictable. Could it be that one wanted to guess the sage immortals' intentions? The several saint immortals in the sacred mountain also felt quite strange. They even wanted to summon the two back, but the two acted as if they did not hear anything. Ever since he went to Li Zongjio's place, the situation between the two of them had become somewhat inexplicable. After several exchanges, they left the matter unsettled. The situation in the sacred martial realm was generally stable. Small-scale battles with the fallen tribe were still frequent occurrences. But now there was a reciprocity. There was a very young general in the great Yan dynasty. Command of the army was. It was also on this battlefield that they often clashed with the armies of the fallen race. Most of the time they had the upper hand. He had truly displayed the combat strength of the human race. Even the people of the Yen was Yen, was of the Yen in him. Was they not to the realm experts of the Yen dynasty? Of course they were not. Anyway, there would be such an ultimate battle sooner or later. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Now that they were so rampant, of course, they would capture one of them and kill one of them. Decisive punishment. Otherwise, they would really think that they were easy to bully. However, war had always been a waste of manpower and resources. Although Chu Yangguan had the support of almost the entire sacred martial realm, he could not always advance by leaps and bounds. He needed to be very steady in his progress. A year's time passed in a hurry. Li Zongjio had been guarding Qi Yanran. During this year, there were also people from the assassination palace who came to seek death. They were all buried by Li Zongjio. Sometimes, when Li Zongjio felt bored, he would keep these people alive and play some cruel games on them to kill time. The name of evil lord was indeed well deserved. Sometimes Li Zongjie would even deliberately let a few people go. Beside Li Zongjie, Hu Wushuang's figure condensed. She was also controlling the fallen city's array in her palm. It seemed that the entire fallen city was condensed in Hu Wushuang's palm. Under such circumstances, Hu Wushuang seemed to have sensed something and magnified a location in the city. A human boy ran in. "He's here to look for treasures again," Li Zongjie could not help but say. Occasionally, Li Zongjie would place some things around the fallen city. This was because the fallen city seemed to be an extremely mysterious existence to the outside world. It was also the place where the largest battlefield once took place. It directly caused the fallen race to lose millions of people. Therefore, there were many hidden places in the fallen city. Therefore, there were often people who took the risk to come here. In the fallen city, they could often find some good things. Of course, there were also dangers. The fallen race would usually come to such a place, just like the humans. It seemed to have become a training ground. However, no one could get close to the core of the fallen city, because it was shrouded in an array. Once one got close, they would be trapped in the array and would not be able to find their way out. There were also rumors that there was a mysterious existence living in the center of the fallen city. If one could be accepted as a disciple by this mysterious existence, it would be a supreme honor. It was said that the current Great Yan Dynasty's empress was a disciple of this legendary existence. It was said that she was just a registered disciple. There were too many rumors in the outside world, and there was no way to verify it. Obviously, this boy had heard of this legend and wanted to break into the forbidden area of the fallen city. Whoosh! Can he break the array? Li Zongjie asked curiously. I remember now. This boy came here 7 days ago. At that time he almost found a way, but I increased the difficulty at the last moment, so he did not succeed. Hu Wushuang scratched her head. Well, let's see his performance. Li Zongjie was also quite curious. If there was really someone who could break Hu Wushuang's array formation, then it meant that this person's talent and strength were extraordinary. Moreover, this person had come here in such a big way. So, Li Zongjie didn't mind fulfilling this person's wish. Chapter 1365. The Outer Ring of the Fallen City. The Fallen City was divided into 3 rings, the inner ring and the outer ring. The outer ring belonged to the outer ring, while the inner ring was the core. As long as one stepped into the outer ring, it was equivalent to walking into the array. If one could break into the inner ring, it meant that one was quite outstanding. If one could break into the second ring from the inner ring, one would be able to obtain some random treasures. The value of these treasures was difficult to measure. Some were good and some were bad. It was said that some time ago, someone directly obtained a 9th grade elixir. However, the real core was still within the first ring. It was said that if one could break through and go deeper, one would be able to meet a legendary person. A young man wearing a broken hat, carrying a medicine basket, and a teddy bear on his waist was standing on the street of the outer ring. He was using a bamboo stick as a support. Although his body was small and thin, his eyes were filled with power. Come, let's charge, young man. The youth with the broken hat put away his belt. At the same time, he checked the little teddy bear doll on his waist. He wore a pair of straw sandals on his feet and began to sprint in the midst of this chaos with a certain movement technique. Although the terrain in front of him was chaotic, the young man's body was as light as a swallow. He was not walking in a straight line, but he was constantly choosing to circle around his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stones under his feet were also very sturdy, so he quickly rushed out with his body. Boom! Li Zongjie and Hu Wushuang were in front of him, looking at the young man who was showing off his skills. Moreover, the young man seemed to have seen through the defensive array and the maze array. Almost every step he took was incomparably accurate. He happened to be stepping on the node of the array formation, so the array formation in front of him was useless to him. Strengthen it. Li Zongjio could not help but say. With this speed, the young man was about to break the array. Of course, Huo Wushuang could not let the young man rush in so easily. Otherwise, he would lose face. Therefore, Huo Wushuang also activated the formation. Over the past year, Huo Wushuang's cultivation had reached its peak. She had even broken through along with Li Zongjio's breakthrough. He was already an absolute saint. If Xue Yi was still alive and tried to break through the formation again, Huo Wushuang would definitely be able to deal with him easily. After all, Huo Wushuang's strength was terrifying now. Huo Wushuang directly raised the difficulty of the array to the 9th level. Li Zongjiu looked at the young man's agile figure. He was slightly surprised. This was because this young man had completed this series of movements entirely with his own body. Looking at the way the latter had broken the formation, where did this kind of strength come from? It really made people very curious. The young man's movements were extremely agile. The pile of rocks in front of him suddenly rose up, forming a wall that was at least 30 meters tall. If it was someone who possessed essence energy cultivation, it would naturally be very easy to charge up. However, the young man only knew a little bit of martial arts. 30 meters was only the surface. In fact, if he climbed directly, he would have to climb at least 3 kilometers to reach the top. This kid, he actually made it this far. Li Zongjio was very surprised to see the scene. It was clear that Huo Wushuang had increased the difficulty of the formation, but still couldn't stop the young man. Now, the final trial was completely dependent on the young man's perseverance. It looked like it was only 30 meters tall, but in fact it felt like it was endless. This was the mysterious and terrifying thing about this kind of formation. Often, some people would directly collapse under such circumstances. It was naturally a good thing to have a visible goal. At least, it was something that could be done. However, if you couldn't see your goal, then you would fall into a state of endless despair. Phew! Last trial, all the best. The young man seemed to know that this was the last trial. There were also many wounds on his body and feet. However, he didn't care about treating his wounds. There were many wounds on his body. However, he didn't seem to be in any pain, as if he had long been accustomed to it. Li Zongjio and Huo Wushuang observed the young man in the formation for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, the young man had been constantly climbing up the cliff. Occasionally, there would be thunder and rain. However, under such circumstances, the young man would usually lie down on a cliff and rest for half an hour, using a water bottle to collect rainwater to drink. As for food, he had been eating a kind of emerald green leaf in the basket on his back. This kind of leaf had a little energy in it, but it couldn't satisfy his hunger. This guy had completely relied on his perseverance to reach this point. He's about to reach the top. Huo Wushuang said, even in the eyes of some top experts, this was quite an impossible thing. Now the young man was about to succeed. Huo Wushuang couldn't help but be a little surprised. He's too arrogant. Li Zongjiu said, this guy was just an ordinary person. It was a miracle that he could break through the formation. If it was really so easy for him to break through, how could he, Li Zongjiu, put his face? After all, he was the evil lord. Just when the young man was about to reach the top, a trace of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes, because he had already felt that the highest point was calling him, and he was about to succeed. When the young man's hand patted on the highest point of the stone, as long as he used a little strength, he could reach the top. After crossing the formation, he would reach the core of Fallen City, find the legendary person, and then ask him for help. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking was heard. The young man looked down and saw that his belt had suddenly broken. Although his pants were still there, the little bear toy that had been attached to it directly fell from the sky. My little bear! At this moment, the young man didn't hesitate at all and directly fell from the sky. He grabbed the little bear, hugging the teddy bear in his arms. He slammed himself against the rock wall. Bang! At this moment, the young man clearly felt that a few of his bones were broken, because this was a solid hit on the rock. No one can be arrogant in front of me. Li Zongjio was very proud. Just now, he was the one who secretly made a move. Naturally, he also thought that the latter valued this little bear very much, so he deliberately used this little bear to test the latter. After a little test, he could see that this young man was a promising talent. Especially the moment when he jumped down, it was very suitable for Li Zongjio's temper. Well, it seems that I have to save him. Falling from such a height, the latter would only end up with a broken body. Even if he fell to pieces, Li Zongjio still had a way to save him. Even if he died on the spot, Li Zongjio still had a way to save him from the gates of hell in less than 2 hours. But in that case, it was a little troublesome. It would save time and effort to save him before he fell to his death. However, just when Li Zongjio was about to make a move, at the side, Hu Wushuang's eyes widened. Look! Li Zongjio looked at the projection. A bloody hand was tightly grasping the edge of a rock. The other hand was holding the little bear toy. The young man's teeth were tightly clenched, and the pain in his body seemed to be nothing. Oh, this kid is a little interesting. Li Zongjio was also a little surprised. In this day and age, it was still possible to see a person with such a strong will. He was even more outstanding than Li Zongjio in the past. For such a person, Li Zongjio's choice was to completely trample him to death, or fish him up and train him well. Chapter 1366. In the end, Li Zongjio did not make a move. This was because this young man actually used only one hand to forcefully crawl up again. It sounded quite unbelievable and shocking. It could even be said that it made people turn pale with fright. No one had ever heard of such a determined person. At the top of the rock wall, Li Zongjio and Hu Wushuang welcomed the young man together. After the young man reached the top, he fainted completely. However, Li Zongjio did not mind. He used his own strong yuan qi to nourish the young man's body. He fed the young man a grade 9 elixir pill and helped the young man to refine it. During the refining process, Li Zongjio also taught the young man the ancient golden body technique. After all, the young man's body was very suitable for such a cultivation technique. After a little cultivation, he would be able to reach a relatively strong realm. In 2 days, not only had the young man fully recovered from his injuries, but he had also made his physical body enter the Yuan monarch realm. Given the young man's willpower, he would be able to put up a fight even if the Yuan emperor came. This was because this encounter was equivalent to reaching the sky in a single bound. Ordinary people would need a lot of time and energy just to cultivate to the Yuan monarch realm. However, Li Zongjio only needed 2 days to do so. It was done directly. In this world, only Li Zongjio could have such terrifying strength. Ah! The young man suddenly sat up from the bed. He seemed to have had a very long nightmare. When he flipped over and got up, he quickly scanned his surroundings. I'm not dead. I am not in hell. Although the young man had been in a coma for 2 days, the process was quite terrifying. It was as if he had been tortured inhumanly. Even in a coma, he did not feel good. The whole process was quite torturous. Therefore, the young man thought that he had fallen into hell. However, when he woke up, he found that he was not in hell but in a clean room. Is this Senior Evil Lord? The young man quickly shouted. The young man didn't seem to be interested in the changes in his body. He only wanted to find Evil Lord as soon as possible. When she rushed out of the door, she saw Li Zongjio fishing. You are Senior Evil Lord. When the young man saw Li Zongjio, he immediately guessed Li Zongjio's identity. Li Zongjio was a little surprised. Your eyes are quite sharp. Li Zongjio looked back at the young man. In fact, the two of them looked about the same age, but the youth with the broken hat appeared to be more immature, while Li Zongjio appeared to be more mature and mysterious. When he saw Li Zongjio's appearance, the young man was clearly surprised. This was because Li Zongjio was too young. However, the young man also believed that his eyes wouldn't lie to him. Why are you looking for me? Li Zongjio said indifferently. Although Li Zongjio looked like a teenager on the surface, he was actually an old monster who was more than 3,000 years old. Thanks to his face, he looked so young. Some people always thought that Li Zongjio was easy to bully, so Li Zongjio had killed many people who pretended to be pretentious over the years. "Senior Evil Lord, please save my sister." The young man directly came in front of Li Zongjio and knelt down on the spot. "Senior Evil Lord, please save my sister. Fu Ding is willing to do anything to repay Senior Evil Lord." The young man's name was Fu Ding. It was a strange name. Why is it such an old-fashioned request? Can't you be more creative? When Li Zongjio heard the young man's words, he was so angry that the fishing rod in his hand shook twice. He didn't even have the slightest intention. It was easy to guess. "Then, Senior Evil Lord, please grant my sister a long and healthy life." The young man's brain worked quite fast, and when he spoke, he didn't have any scruples. When Li Zongjio heard this, he almost threw his fishing rod at him. "A long and healthy life? Do you want your sister to die in front of you so much?" Li Zongjio said, "What's your name?" "My name is Fu Ding." Fu Ding said, "Fu Ding, your name is really unpleasant," Li Zongjio said unceremoniously, as if he was deliberately saying this to attack the young man. However, the young man didn't care. He only cared about whether Li Zongjio was willing to save his sister. "Okay, don't be so serious. Go and bring your sister here," Li Zongjio said. The great evil lord wasn't a stingy person. Li Zongjio liked the young man in front of him very much. Therefore, he admired him very much. There was nothing wrong with lending a helping hand, especially now that Li Zongjio's state of mind had changed greatly. Now that he had broken through to the absolute saint realm, he had reached a new height. He was an existence that people could only look up to in his previous life. Now, the number of absolute saints who had been killed by him could be counted on one hand. Now, Li Zongjio was also trying to find the barrier to the absolute saint realm. At least, Li Zongjio knew that there were stronger existences one level above him. For example, the master of the Beast God Temple. To be able to convince so many experts of the Beast God Temple and make them willing to give up everything for the Beast God Temple. It was enough to show that the Beast God Temple had its own unique charm. To make these people give up their lives for the Beast God Temple, at least in the information that Li Zongjio had obtained, there was a mysterious temple master in the Beast God Temple. As for the identity of the temple master, what he was doing now, and how strong he was, Li Zongjio didn't know. In fact, the only people in the Beast God Temple who knew were the elders who hadn't fought yet. Even the leader of the sky demons, Wang Chuan, was killed by Li Zongjio. The next step up was to become an elder. The elders of the Beast God Temple were present. Ever since they came to the sacred martial realm, they had not taken any action. From the beginning to the end, they had been worrying about the Beast God Temple. As for the fight for the land, they had left it all to Tian Sha and the others. Now, Li Zongjio had almost wiped out the sky demons. The warriors of the fallen tribe below were constantly being reaped by the attacks of the great Yan dynasty. After Li Zongjio had touched upon this level, he had his own considerations when it came to accepting disciples. After all, Li Zongjio also found that the kid in front of him seemed to be quite talented. "Is that true, Senior Evil Dominator?" Fu Ding's eyes were filled with hope and shock. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 1367. Li Zongjio did not go with Fu Ding. Instead, he asked Fu Ding to bring his sister over. After all, Fu Ding was comparable to a Yuan monarch now. Even if he encountered some fallen race warriors along the way, he would be able to kill them easily. The round trip would only take 2 days. Fu Ding actually carried a small bamboo palanquin and brought his sister over. "Senior, this is my sister. She was fine about half a month ago, but she fell into a coma. All kinds of doctors have been looking for her, but they couldn't do anything about it." When Li Zongjio saw Fu Ding's sister, He placed her on a piece of warm jade that was as big as a bed in order to nourish her body. These things were sent over by Chu Yan's steward. After all, if it weren't for Li Zongjiu, Chu Yingguan would not have had his current achievements and status. The person he was most grateful to was, of course, Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu would certainly not be polite about these things. The resources in the sacred martial realm were much more abundant than expected. Moreover, many experts of the sacred martial realm had fallen one after another because of this battle. This had resulted in the current state of affairs. After the fall of these experts, the resources in the sacred martial realm had become even more abundant. In comparison, the sacred martial continent was really just a small piece of land. It looked very backward. Let me take a look. Li Zongjiu came to the front of Fu Ding's sister. The little girl's eyes were tightly shut. Although her face was a little dirty, it was still obvious that she had an exquisite little face. However, the little girl was now unconscious. Her breathing was normal. Even her heartbeat was normal. Li Zongjiu examined her. At first glance, he already knew that the little girl was probably in big trouble. Your sister has a very strong constitution, Li Zongjiu said slowly after observing for a while. A very strong constitution. The latter was also slightly surprised. Fu Ding and his sister had lived in a small county within the great martial empire since they were young. Both of their parents had died and they were homeless. It was already very good for them to be able to make a living. There was no chance for him to cultivate. However, Fu Ding had discovered that his body was different from others since he was a child. Although he would sometimes suffer serious injuries, Fu Ding's recovery ability was different from that of ordinary people. He was able to heal himself quickly. Even if his body was exhausted, as long as his willpower persisted, his body would persevere. For some normal people, the body was the body and the will was the will. Even if you want to continue, your body will tell you that you can't do it anymore. Fu Ding, on the other hand, was different. He could use his own will to completely control his body. Even Fu Ding was quite surprised. Now, even the evil dominator had said that his sister had a very powerful physique. What did that mean? It didn't matter to him whether his sister could cultivate or not. Fu Ding only wanted his sister to be healthy. Although I don't know what kind of constitution it is, your sister's constitution is now being devoured by a mysterious method. As time goes on, your sister will completely disappear, and your sister's talent will be transferred to someone else. Li Zongjiu said. Even with Li Zongjiu's cultivation, he couldn't directly find the person behind this. This showed that either the other party's method was very advanced and hidden, or the other party's strength was many times stronger than Li Zongjiu's. Li Zongjiu wasn't clear about the specific reasons, but the general situation was like this. The other party had come prepared. How could this be? Senior, you have to save my sister, Fu Ding hurriedly said. As long as Senior can save my sister, Fu Ding is willing to pay any price. It's not about the price. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Suddenly, his hand stopped moving. It was as if he had a new idea. If you want to say it like that, I have a way to try, but whether it works or not depends on you, Li Zongjiu said. Please guide me, Senior, Fu Ding hurriedly said. If there was something in this world that even Li Zongjiu couldn't do, then there weren't many people who could. It's very simple. You cultivate, and when your cultivation is strong enough, you can join forces with your sister to defeat the person who secretly stole your sister's talent. You can even backfire on him. Li Zongjiu said. No one else could do this. Only Fu Ding himself could do it, because Fu Ding was connected to his sister by blood. They could form a kind of connection and trust between each other. Even in an unfamiliar environment, they were able to recognize each other. Wanting to save Fu Ding's sister was an extremely mysterious ideology. It was as if everyone's aura was drifting between heaven and earth. If you were strong enough, you could see these auras. Now, someone who was thousands of miles away had caught Fu Ding's sister's aura and began to devour it. That was why Fu Ding's sister fell into a coma. The appearance of such a thing was indeed quite rare. Even Li Zongjiu had yet to reach such a level where one's body would become one's consciousness, condensing one's own will. Recently, Li Zongjiu had also been studying things in this area, so he had a slight understanding. The young Fu Ding had a strong will. Therefore, it would naturally be relatively easier to take this step. The most important thing was that Li Zongjiu had mastered the method, so he definitely had to find a person to test it out. Whether it would succeed or not, it would depend on luck. Cultivate, but I don't know how to cultivate. In Fu Ding's heart, he also began to think about how to train himself. Since he could save his sister by training himself, of course, he had to train well. I should find a master. I want to be apprenticed. Fu Ding's eyes were burning with light. But where should I find a master? Li Zongjiu looked at this brat who was talking to himself. He didn't know if this brat was doing it on purpose or if he was faking it. This was too much, to think that he would use such a method to ignore this evil lord. Ahem! Li Zongjiu deliberately coughed a few times to remind the kid in front of him. Fu Ding was not stupid. He immediately kowtowed to Li Zongjiu. Evil lord, please accept me as your disciple. Chapter 1368. Li Zongjiu did not make things difficult for Fu Ding. Since Fu Ding had such talent, he naturally needed to be nurtured well. Moreover, Fu Ding's success meant that Li Zongjiu's choice was right. Such a conjecture could not be wrong. Li Zongjiu asked someone to find a piece of Millennium Stone of ice. Together with a pill refined by Li Zongjiu, he directly embedded it in the stone. With the effect of the pill in his hand, it could at least maintain the vitality of Fu Ding's younger sister for at least 600 years. In this way, he could ensure that the speed of the other party's refinement would be reduced. At the same time, Li Zongjiu did this on purpose. He directly froze the other party's consciousness. In this way, the other party's progress would be very slow. If he could not keep his cool, he would definitely immediately find someone to search for this body. At that time, Li Zongjiu would also know who the other party was. If possible, it was not impossible to get rid of the enemy in advance. Next, it was up to fate to see what the other party chose. Of course, Li Zongjiu also cultivated in this stream of consciousness. After all the preparations were done, at least Fu Ding's heart could be at ease. At least for the next 300 years, there would be no danger to his life. Therefore, he had 300 years to prepare. This caused Fu Ding to make up his mind to cultivate properly. After that, Li Zongjiu also guided the other party's cultivation in the fallen city. About half a year later, on the battlefield against the fallen race, a rather legendary young man appeared. This young man held a black ruler in his hand. It looked like a small wooden stick, but it was this small black wooden stick that could easily kill the enemy. On the battlefield, it could easily kill the warriors of the fallen race. Once he started killing, it was difficult to stop. No matter how strong or powerful the opponent was, they were easily beheaded by this young man. Any fallen race warrior touched by the black ruler in the young man's hand would scatter in the sky like dust. They did not even have a chance to be injured. It was quite terrifying. It was said that this ruler was called the demon-suppressing ruler. No one knew his origin, but this powerful young man truly existed. He fought for the human race and forced the fallen clan into a forest. He had almost taken back the original territory of the human race. Now that the Beast Divine Hall had been dealt such a powerful blow, they had become rather restrained. Fu Ding held the evil suppression ruler and landed on a black mountain range. The mountain was covered in dust, but it was not dust formed by stones. Instead, these people of the fallen race were turned into ashes by the demon-suppressing ruler. They were all directly covered in a thick layer of ashes on the mountain peak. At the very least, they had killed 5 to 6 million people. The stream of consciousness fighting style taught by Master is indeed powerful. Fu Ding was also quite shocked in his heart. In fact, Fu Ding was also very surprised that he could produce such a powerful combat strength. The number of fallen race experts that he had killed before was not small at all. There were at least 10 Origin Emperor Realm experts. Many of them were members of the Assassination Palace. In this battle, most of the elite troops of the fallen race were wiped out. I'm not strong enough. I have to become stronger. Fu Ding had also used his own consciousness power to spar with Li Zongjiu. However, in front of Li Zongjiu's power, Fu Ding's power appeared to be very weak. In just half a year, Fu Ding's breakthrough was also very impressive, at least with the accumulation of various elixirs. Fu Ding's current strength had been raised to the Origin Emperor realm. However, Fu Ding wasn't satisfied because his current strength wasn't enough to save his younger sister. After Fu Ding dealt with the people, at the foot of the mountain, a large group of cavalry wearing white armor rushed to the top of the mountain. They had charged all the way, but in fact, the combat strength of this group of cavalry was also quite strong. However, they did not encounter any obstacles along the way because all the enemies were killed by the young man on the mountain. Now that they had directly charged up, they found that the young man had already killed the fallen race. All of them had been killed. This battle is enough to weaken their vital points and weaken their strength. Jiang Bai came to the front of Fu Ding. Because of Fu Ding's appearance, the battle could be said to have advanced triumphantly along the way, and the fallen army was truly defeated. It was quite powerful. When Jiang Bai and the others found out that the young man was actually the disciple of Evil Lord, they were very surprised. At the same time, Fu Ding's strength also shocked Jiang Bai and the others once again. One person alone withstood thousands of troops and horses, and when Fu Ding fought, the momentum and state formed was quite mysterious. Now, both Jiang Bai and Chu Yan were in the Origin Emperor realm, but in front of Fu Ding, they had no power to fight back. It was not just them. In front of Fu Ding, even some of the fallen race warriors in the Origin Emperor realm had no power to fight back. He could easily kill them one by one, and the way he fought was unprecedented. Almost no one could resist the attack of the latter. You guys pack up. I will continue to go deeper. Fu Ding said. Since he had succeeded in his cultivation, Li Zongjiu directly sent Fu Ding to practice in actual combat, using this method to improve his strength. Therefore, before completing the task, Fu Ding was not even qualified to return to the fallen city to see Li Zongjiu. They have all been killed by you and are hiding in the 100,000 mountains, and you still want to chase after them. Jiang Bai was very worried about the latter's situation. If they continued to pursue, there was no telling what would happen. It should be known that the environment in the 100,000 mountains was not so simple. Even a long time ago, this place did not belong to their territory. It was the territory of the Origin beasts. If anyone were to rashly barge in, it was hard to say whether they could survive, let alone defeat all these people. That kind of place was not suitable for the human race to fight. The environment was changeable, and the difficulty of fighting was quite high. Master told me that I must find the Beast God Hall's elders. Even now, those people have yet to show themselves. After Fu Ding finished speaking, he leaped and disappeared directly from the mountain peak. At the same time, his figure suddenly turned into a rainbow light, following the trajectory above the sky, and instantly flew out. Boom! Jiang Bai and the others' eyes were full of shock. There was nothing to clean up at the scene, not even a corpse was left, so these people did not even have a chance to be resurrected. There was no need to clean up. Chapter 1369. 100,000 Mountains. Beast God Mountain Range. The huge black tower covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, it was constantly inhaling and exhaling a terrifying aura around the great array. This tower had a total of 97,000 levels. Now, they had only pulled out 60,000 levels of the Beast God Temple. Currently, there were still 30,000 levels left. Just moving a single layer would take several months. Therefore, this was an extremely long process. Dozens of elders attacked at the same time. Moreover, none of them could relax for even half a second. Otherwise, they would die. Otherwise, the tower that they had painstakingly pulled out would be sucked back in. Just as the numerous elders were trying their best to summon the Black Tower, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a ray of light surged from the top of the tower and instantly attached itself to the Black Tower. At the same time, it shook violently. Rumble! The eyes of the elders of the Beast God Temple suddenly revealed a look of horror. The Black Tower was quickly pulled out of the great array. It was as if a towering giant had used his hands to move the Black Tower out. Such a shocking scene was also quite shocking in their eyes. Then the elders' faces suddenly revealed a look of surprise. It's the Deputy Hall Master. At this moment, the light that wrapped around the Black Tower gradually formed its original appearance. It turned out to be a huge black dragon. However, this huge dragon was different from what they imagined. It had a pair of wings on its back. Its appearance looked like a winged lizard. However, its body could be said to be incomparably huge, and it had a total of 2 heads. Boom! More than 20 elders worked together and spent several months to pull out one level. However, at this moment, under the display of this 2-headed demonic dragon, over 1,000 levels were pulled out in an instant. Rumble! There was no need to mention how shocked the elders were when they saw the Beast God Temple being uprooted by over 1,000 levels. Only the Vice Hall Master and the Hall Master could possess such strength. However, if it was the Hall Master who acted, it was obviously not at this level. Moreover, for the Hall Master to awaken, it was not something that could be done overnight. Only a few years had passed, so it must be the Deputy Hall Master who acted. The Deputy Hall Master has awakened. That's great. This way, the Beast God Temple will appear at least 1,000 years earlier. The elders were also pleasantly surprised. Originally, they would need at least 10,000 years to completely uproot the Beast God Temple. But now, they no longer needed such a long time. Boom! When the figure of the 2-headed demonic dragon disappeared, the elders immediately felt the incomparably heavy pressure on their bodies. It was as if their bodies were going to be crushed directly. They finally heaved a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye, the pressure fell directly on them again. Therefore, it was a little difficult for him to get used to it. I'm going to find someone. The 3 of you, come with me. The Deputy Palace Master directly selected 3 elders to accompany him. At the same time, the Vice Palace Master waved his hand and stabilized the Beast God Temple. Boom! Immediately, the 3 selected elders followed behind the Deputy Hall Master. Although the Deputy Hall Master had already woken up, his main body was still in the Beast God Temple. Therefore, what followed him was only a strand of his will. The 3 chosen elders were all at the 5th level of the Absolute Saint Realm. Among the elders, they were ranked in the middle. However, they were much more powerful than Wang Chuan and Gu He. In terms of strength, these 2 people were estimated to be 3rd level Absolute Saints. To be able to reach 5th level Absolute Saints was already an extremely terrifying existence. As the 3 elders and the Deputy Hall Master disappeared, the remaining elders were puzzled among themselves. Obviously, they were all guessing why the Deputy Hall Master had left. There aren't many opponents in the sacred martial realm. Why is the Deputy Hall Master in such a hurry to find someone? The Elder of the Fallen tribe couldn't help but wonder, and he even mobilized people. It's obviously not simple. The Deputy Hall Master's realm isn't something that we can touch. That's true. Now, the Deputy Hall Master's realm might be half a step into that realm. If the Deputy Hall Master can truly enter that realm, perhaps we can return. An elder said, although they were said to be plundering the resources and spiritual chi in the sacred martial realm. They were the invaders. They seemed to be the invaders, but in fact, in their original world, there were also people who were robbing them. Therefore, the fallen tribe had no choice but to move to the sacred martial realm. The real enemy, an even more terrifying enemy, was still to come. This was also the reason why the people of the Beast God Temple hadn't moved yet to invade the human race's territory. It was because they were also being attacked in another place. Even if this matter were to be spread out, it was likely that not many people would dare to believe that there was actually a race that was even more powerful than the fallen race in front of them. Moreover, this race was able to force the already terrifying and incomparably powerful fallen race into such a state. If they knew about this, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. If Li Zongjiu knew about this, he wouldn't be so surprised. He would even think that this was a very normal thing. There would always be a higher mountain, and there would always be an endless mountain to climb. After killing an enemy, there would naturally be another stronger one. However, for Li Zongjiu, it was hard to tell who the real winner would be before the battle. Li Zongjiu in the fallen city. He had condensed his own will. Li Zongjiu had also formed his own will into a hammer. It looked very similar to the Black Dragon hammer. This is strange. Could it be that my will is a hammer? When Li Zongjiu transformed his will and observed himself, he was suddenly a little speechless. This was because Li Zongjiu really didn't expect such a situation to occur. He didn't expect it to end up like this. However, Li Zongjiu had no way to control this kind of thing. It seemed to be innate. At least Li Zongjiu could prove that the Black Dragon hammer was also powerful and mysterious, and even more powerful than the unparalleled sword. It could actually affect his will. After Fu Ding cultivated, Li Zongjiu also handed the demon-suppressing ruler to him, because he found that Fu Ding's own will was quite symmetrical with the demon-suppressing ruler. He handed the demon-suppressing ruler to Fu Ding and made it Fu Ding's weapon. Looking at the latter's performance, it seemed to be very good. On this day, Li Zongjiu, who was cultivating, suddenly frowned, because in the sky above the fallen city, a powerful will was condensed. Yanran. Chapter 1370. Li Zongjiu looked at the sky. It seemed that, at this moment, Qi Yanran's will had penetrated the whole world. Some people who were still wandering around the fallen city, after feeling this powerful will, most of them directly knelt on the ground, trembling. As Qi Yanran's will condensed, a huge 5-colored phoenix gradually revealed its figure. The power of the phoenix soared into the sky, dyeing the whole sky with 5 colors. After Li Zongjiu saw Qi Yanran's strength, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This girl, I thought I could take the lead, but I didn't expect her to catch up so quickly. Li Zongjiu also did not expect that Qi Yanran's speed of improvement was much faster than he imagined. Otherwise, under such circumstances, it would not have taken her almost 2 years to break through. In this green bird platform, the power of inheritance was constantly condensing. Therefore, Qi Yanran's breakthrough was obviously much faster than Li Zongjiu's. However, the help of the green bird platform could only reach this level. Li Zongjiu could rely on his own talent to reach this level, which was quite difficult. If the two of them wanted to compete, then it would depend on each other's level. If the inheritance of the green bird platform was given to Li Zongjiu, it was believed that his strength would definitely break through to a more terrifying level. Unfortunately, the power that Li Zongjiu cultivated was not so symmetrical with the green bird platform. Therefore, it did not have much effect on Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran's will penetrated the world. However, it did not last long before it gradually condensed into a figure suspended in the air. Qi Yanran spent 2 years and finally broke through her own limit. And this time, the breakthrough also directly absorbed all the power of the green bird platform. Zongjiu. When Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjiu, she could not wait to throw herself into Li Zongjiu's arms. For 2 years, Li Zongjiu was always by Qi Yanran's side, never leaving her side. Although Qi Yanran was cultivating, she could obviously feel Li Zongjiu's presence. For this, Qi Yanran was also quite moved. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the two of them were even more affectionate. The two of them did not need to say much. With our strength, we might be able to take back that teleportation array. Qi Yanran said softly, "It's not that simple. Although you and I have already mastered the realm of will, there must be someone in the Beast Divine Temple who has also mastered the realm of will." Li Zongjie said, "If it wasn't for Fu Ling's appearance, Li Zongjie wouldn't have been able to reach his current level in such a short amount of time and speed." This was because Li Zongjie was certain that his thoughts were correct and that his path was correct. Therefore, his progress was naturally much faster. However, before Li Zongjie embarked on this path, more than half of this path had already been taken. So it was not necessarily an easy thing to defeat the other party. "I will may be able to create a transmission array," Qi Yanran said. "That's doable." Li Zongjie nodded. The strength of will lies in the fact that if you want to do something, you can do it. Unlike the will of mortals, this kind of will was the will of an absolute saint expert, which was close to the peak of existence. The will formed by this kind of power was naturally more terrifying and powerful. The two of them did not chat for long, and soon the silence was broken by a powerful, depraved force. Boom! A 9-headed serpent king, whose body was thousands of feet tall, directly fell into the fallen city, directly destroying the fallen city's defensive array and forcibly breaking in. There were still many treasure hunters in the fallen city, but when they suddenly saw such a huge monster, they were naturally scared out of their wits. The scene in front of them almost made them feel like they were going to explode on the spot. "My God, what is that?" "The divine beast of the Fallen clan. So strong, I feel like I'm going to suffocate." Some people were also shocked by this momentum, and they were stunned on the spot, forgetting to breathe. It was as if there was an invisible hand strangling their necks, and their chests were pressed by a huge stone, making them unable to move at all. Their bodies were stiff and trembling. Then these treasure hunters in the fallen city saw 2 human figures appear. They were hovering in the air. This 9-headed black serpent was the body of an elder of the fallen clan. Originally, he was searching nearby, and when the deputy palace master brought him out to search for the aura of a human, he happened to be searching nearby. Then he felt the aura of a powerful absolute saint expert in the fallen city, and thought that it was also an expert of the human clan, so he directly rushed over. At the very least, he had to get the other party to help him search for him. If not, he would interrogate the other party and then eat the other party. That way, his body would be truly nourished. It had been a long time since he had eaten some supplements. Therefore, this 9-headed black serpent elder was a little impatient and directly rushed down without saying anything. As for this array, it might be useful for ordinary people, but for a 5th-grade absolute saint like him, it was completely useless. "Let me try." Li Zongjie wanted to take down the 9-headed black serpent elder in front of him. After all, it was rare to see such an expert in such a long time, and he thought that it should be an elder of the fallen clan. But Qi Yanran took the initiative to speak first. She had just broken through, and she was also a little impatient to see what level she was at. Li Zongjie naturally did not care. Anyway, he was here, and there would not be any trouble, so he let Qi Yanran try her skills. Qi, the 9-headed black serpent elder, did not make any unnecessary movements, and directly launched an attack on the two. 3 of its 9 heads directly poked out, and directly rushed toward Qi Yanran and Li Zongjie. Qi Yanran rushed forward. As she flew, her body directly turned into a 5-colored flowing light. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 3 heads were directly blown up. Seeing this scene, Li Zongjie's face was filled with shock. This was a little bit powerful. The 9-headed black serpent elder did not expect Qi Yanran to be so fierce. However, Qi Yanran did not stop moving. The blue bird platform turned into a green light, turned into a pair of wings, and appeared behind Qi Yanran. Then, Qi Yanran's figure's speed suddenly increased. Before the nine-headed black serpent elder made any movements, Qi Yanran had already circled around the nine-headed black serpent elder hundreds of times. Finally, with a swoosh, Qi Yanran's figure returned to Li Zongjiu's side. The nine-headed black serpent elder in front of them was in a complete state a second ago. The next second, with a boom, it exploded into countless pieces, and flesh and blood fell from the sky, as if it was raining blood. After seeing this scene, the people in the fallen city fell into a state of shock. In the blink of an eye, this divine beast of the fallen clan was easily killed. Was it so terrifying? This divine beast of the fallen race simply did not have any face to speak of. Chapter 1371. Qi Yanran easily killed the giant beast. The other party was obviously an elder of the fallen race. Li Zongjiu had no idea why he would come looking for him. However, it was obvious that the other party had yet to step into the realm of will. In fact, he had yet to even touch the threshold. Therefore, it was normal for him to be killed. Amazing! Your comprehension of will is stronger than mine. Li Zongjiu could not help but praise her. Qi Yanran could not help but feel a little proud. But soon, their faces became dignified, and they looked at the horizon at the same time. The treasure hunters of the fallen city were completely unaware of the situation. After seeing the giant beast being killed, they all cheered. Obviously, in their opinion, this was something worth celebrating. After collecting the blood on the ground, they did not know how much they could sell it for. This was the real treasure. However, these people of the fallen city suddenly saw the two figures who had just killed the giant nine-headed snake. They suddenly soared into the sky, as if they had made a big discovery. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. At the same time, on the sacred mountain of the human clan, 5 figures in different places opened their eyes almost at the same time. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. How is it possible? This aura. Not good. The expert of the fallen clan has come out. How powerful. How could he wake up so quickly? Just when the 5 people were shocked, they heard a cave on the top of the sacred mountain suddenly explode, and then a figure flew out directly. When they saw this figure, they were shocked. Then the 5 sage immortals all bowed respectfully to this person. Greetings, Heaven Saint. Greetings, Heaven Saint. The Heaven Saint was wearing a black robe with a 5-clawed black dragon, and there were thick eye bags under his eyes. It seemed that he had not slept for decades, and then he was helplessly woken up. He's finally here. The experts of the human race who had been hiding under the sacred mountain finally revealed their true identities. Not many people in the outside world knew about them, but these sage immortals knew very well that if it had not been for a heavenly saint, the human realm would have been destroyed long ago. How could these people still be able to breathe the fresh air freely? Apparently, the appearance of this aura had alarmed Lord Heavenly Saint, which was why he had personally appeared to investigate. Go. As soon as the Heavenly Saint finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a giant bird with a wingspan of 30,000 miles. It also had a famous name in the human world, the Kuin Peng. Boom! Heavenly Saint Kuin Peng flapped his wings 3 times and arrived above Fallen City. He flew forward and turned back into his human form. Looking ahead, there were already 5 people facing off against each other. Li Zongjiu turned around and glanced at the old man in black who had appeared behind him. In fact, after subduing Beikong and Donglai, Li Zongjiu knew that there was a heavenly saint in the sacred mountain. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was not surprised. Heavenly Saint Kuin Peng was also quite surprised. What was going on with this young man and young lady in front of him? However, the heavenly saint's attention was quickly attracted by the person opposite him. The person opposite him was emitting a black aura all over his body. He was like a black flame that was bobbing up and down. In front of this black figure, there were 2 figures guarding him. For dark green lights gradually appeared where the black shadow's eyes were. When he saw the 4 green lights, he was shocked. The corners of the heavenly Saint Kuan Peng's mouth curled up into a vicious smile. Beast God Temple, Deputy Hall Master, 2-headed black, demonic dragon. You are the one who wanted to stop the Beast God Temple back then. You 2 brats, hand over that body, and I can let you live for a while longer, the Deputy Hall Master said slowly. However, the heavenly Saint Kuan Peng looked at Li Zongjiu and Donglai in confusion. According to the habits of these people, they would have killed Li Zongjiu and Donglai long ago. Why would he have so much nonsense to say? He even wanted to spare his life. That was even more impossible. The only explanation was that Li Zongjiu and Donglai's strength was enough to make them wary. That was why such a negotiation had taken place. The heavenly Saint Kuan Peng sized up Li Zongjiu and Donglai. At first, he thought that they were only early-stage absolute saints, but after taking a closer look, he was shocked to find that they both had intent. And they were not weak. The heavenly Saint Kuan Peng was completely shocked. The 2 of you can actually comprehend intent. Although there were many experts in the sacred martial realm, only the heavenly Saint Kuan Peng had comprehended intent at his level. Therefore, only the heavenly Saint Kuan Peng could be called a heavenly saint. Fortunately, the heavenly Saint Kuan Peng's intent wasn't weak. He could barely fight with these people from the Beast God Palace. At least, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Otherwise, the Beast God Palace would only need 1 or 2 days to take over the sacred martial realm. Almost no one could stop them. Let us go. Whether or not you'll be able to leave this place alive is still unknown, Li Zongjiu said with disdain. He really thought that he was invincible. How dare he show off in front of Li Zongjiu? The heavenly Saint Kuan Peng gasped when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. This brat really dared to say that. Young man, this is the Deputy Hall Master of the Beast God Palace, the dual-headed black demonic dragon. He's extremely powerful. The heavenly Saint Kuan Peng finally saw 2 young men who could confidently comprehend intent. If he nurtured them carefully, they would definitely become top experts. In the future, even the Beast God Palace wouldn't be a problem. As long as they were given enough time to grow, it would be fine. Therefore, the most important thing now was to stay alive. Just as the 2 sides were talking, the 5 Saint Immortals had also quickly flown over from the sacred mountain. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu. One of the sage immortals saw Li Zongjiu. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The others were obviously very surprised. They didn't expect to see the evil lord Li Zongjiu here. Although Li Zongjiu was young, his cultivation base was terrifyingly strong. During this period of time, he had been doing very well. It could be said that he had made a name for himself. Even these Saint Immortals did not dare to offend him too much. Everyone minded their own business. Originally, he wanted to recruit Li Zongjiu, but he found that Li Zongjiu's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Even the leader of the sky demons fell in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Therefore, even if they attacked, they might not be a match for Li Zongjiu. Moreover, Li Zongjiu didn't do anything to harm the human race. Instead, he was helping the human race against the fallen race. Therefore, the people of the sacred mountain didn't bother with him. The great Wu country king had already told the sage immortals of the sacred mountain what he saw and heard. Under the protection of the evil lord, no one dared to touch the great Wu dynasty and the great Yan dynasty. Naturally, this was the first time the heavenly Saint Kuan Peng heard of Li Zongjiu's name. However, this name was still very famous. Everyone is here. Hee. Looks like the human race is destined to fall today, the deputy palace master said slowly. Then he waved his hand. The 2 elders of the Beast God Palace beside him suddenly began to transform. Boom! Chapter 1372. The elders of the Beast God Temple immediately transformed into their true forms. Each of them was thousands of feet tall. Their auras were so imposing that they could swallow clouds and spit out fog. They stepped on mountains and rivers and had the sky above their heads. The slightest movement could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to quake. You guys go and block them. Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng said. The 5 human race sane immortals also released their aura without hesitation. Although his body couldn't reach tens of thousands of feet in size, his aura was like a mountain that was constantly climbing. Rumble. The 5 of them directly charged towards the 2 giant beasts. Even if it was just a casual collision, it directly caused a terrifying commotion. It was like a terrifying spiraling force that instantly swept across the surroundings. The heavens and earth were in chaos. Fortunately, this place was quite far away from Fallen City. Otherwise, just the movement of the battle here was enough to destroy Fallen City dozens of times. Those who were still in Fallen City, naturally their fate was self-evident. Only death awaited them. In fact, these elders of the fallen tribe were no longer qualified for Li Zhongjie and Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng to take action. Instead, they were more interested in the 2-headed black demonic dragon in front of them. It's been 200 years since we last fought. Let me see how much you've recovered in these 200 years. Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng said heroically. His voice rumbled like thunder. In the next moment, Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng directly transformed into his will. The power of the Kuin Peng soared into the sky and rushed towards the 2-headed black demonic dragon in front of him. The deputy palace master of the Beast God Temple also released his will. At this level, one's body only needed to be lightly touched by the other party's will to completely shatter into pieces. Only one's will could resist another's will. Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng is indeed the strongest expert of the human race. Let's observe how they use their will. Li Zhongjie said to Qi Yanran. Although he had mastered this kind of power, he naturally needed to learn from stronger experts if he wanted to really use it well. When you have the strength, it's normal to have your own pride. However, when facing some stronger seniors, you also need to learn humbly. After learning, you can continue to be arrogant. This way, you can ensure that you will be arrogant forever. Qi Yanran nodded, and the 2 of them were not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he carefully observed the battle between the Kuin Peng Tiansheng and the dual-headed black demonic dragon. The dragon and the Kuin were fighting fiercely in the sky. Although the moves between them looked very simple, and when they collided with each other, they created an extremely terrifying commotion. Boom! The heavens and earth split apart. One could see that even the space was unable to withstand the pressure. Under such pressure, it instantly began to distort. The strength of the 2 could be said to be equally matched. But Li Zhongjie could tell. The dual-headed black demonic dragon's aura was more stable. Although the Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng's explosive power was stronger in the beginning, it was easy for his opponent to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, they were still able to maintain the state of a draw. If they continued to fight, the situation would not be clear. Boom! It was clear that the 5 sacred immortals were no match for the Beast God Temple's elders. In a 2 versus 1 situation, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. One of the human sacred immortals was sent flying. He was instantly sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. It could be said that he had disappeared right before their eyes. The true form of this elder was an existence similar to the golden armored dragon. It was covered in golden armor and looked extremely powerful. Its defense could be said to be heaven-defying. One of the sacred immortals' cultivation was obviously insufficient, so he was directly sent flying. The remaining one naturally could not withstand it. Just as the golden armor dragon was about to stomp the sacred immortal to death, a 5-colored ray of light suddenly slammed into the golden armored dragon. Boom! The golden armored dragon's body instantly exploded. At this moment, no matter how strong its defense was, it seemed to be useless. It was easily blasted to pieces. After its body exploded, the 5-colored divine light did not stop. Instead, It continued to rush toward the other elder of the beast god temple. Boom! Under the siege of the three sacred immortals, the elder of the beast god temple's body instantly exploded. Its huge body was instantly blasted into pieces. It did not even have any power to resist. It was easily destroyed. The four sacred immortals of the human clan were stunned on the spot. They were extremely shocked. It should be known that the elder of the beast god temple was at least a 5th grade absolute saint. Even if the three of them joined forces, they could only barely match the elder's combat strength. They even had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being smashed to pieces and severely injured. The 5-colored divine light returned to its original state. It was the white-clothed woman beside Li Zongjio. The 4 of them were also very surprised. Not only was the evil dominator himself very strong, his cultivation was also very high. Who would have thought that the women around him were also very powerful? It was really too scary. After Qi Yanran easily dealt with the 2 elders of the beast god temple, she did not do anything else. Instead, she continued to guard in front of Li Zongjio. He had to ensure Li Zongjio's safety. The reason why he acted earlier was to prevent the few peak experts of the sacred martial realm from being completely killed by others. Otherwise, she did not know how long it would take for the sacred martial realm to have such experts to protect it again. The battle between the 2-headed black demonic dragon and Kunping was also coming to an end. No matter how Kunping Heavenly Saint attacked, he could not hurt the 2-headed black demonic dragon. Suddenly, the 2 heads of the 2-headed black demonic dragon spewed out energy similar to dragon flames. The terrifying energy instantly engulfed Kunping Heavenly Saint's body. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the sky. Kunping Heavenly Saint's body was instantly sent flying from the explosion. Seeing this, the few sacred immortals of the human clan quickly rushed toward Kunping Heavenly Saint and caught him, protecting him. Lord Heavenly Saint! Kunping Heavenly Saint's aura had dropped to the freezing point. The 2-headed black demonic dragon continued to rush toward Kunping Heavenly Saint. Since this guy was already injured, they might as well attack and kill Kunping Heavenly Saint. Otherwise, it would not be easy to settle the score with the loss of 3 elders today. It's over. This person's power is unstoppable. The sacred immortals clearly felt powerless under the 2-headed black demonic dragon's aura. They could not resist at all. Kunping Heavenly Saint could be said to be their last hope. Now that Kunping Heavenly Saint had been defeated, no one could resist the 2-headed black demonic dragon's attack. Boom! Qi Yanran transformed into a 5-colored phoenix with a pair of green wings formed by the blue bird Taoist platform. With 2 pairs of wings on her back, 2 terrifying forces blasted toward the 2-headed black demonic dragon. Even the 2-headed black demonic dragon had to dodge after sensing Qi Yanran's power. It immediately swung its tail violently. It blocked the power released by Qi Yanran, but its tail was directly blown off. Roar! The 2-headed black demonic dragon let out a painful roar. Kunping Heavenly Saint, who was severely injured, was pleasantly surprised when he saw the scene. As expected, these 2 young people are incredible. The sacred martial realm is saved. After Qi Yanran forced her opponent's body to retreat, she also hovered in the sky. The 2-headed black demonic dragon could not help but retreat. Its body also reappeared, turning into a black-robed figure. Naturally, Qi Yanran also transformed into her original form. Looks like this is not your peak state. You can't take a hit. Li Zongjio's voice came from the side. The human clan's sacred immortals could not help but look at Li Zongjio. It was Qi Yanran who attacked just now. They had seen Qi Yanran's strength and naturally admired her. If Qi Yanran had said something like this at this moment, they would not have thought much of it. However, Li Zongjio had not even made a move, and yet she said that he was not strong enough. Wasn't that a little too arrogant? Could it be that Li Zongjiu's strength was even stronger? Under the deputy palace master's black robe, there was still a faint green light shining. He seemed to be planning the situation in front of him. If he was really not strong enough, then he would retreat first and then make plans later. At the same time, he did not answer Li Zongjiu's question. Immediately, the deputy palace master's body swayed. He wanted to escape into the distance. Trying to run, Li Zongjiu raised his hand slightly. The originally clear sky instantly turned dark. At the same time, a dense lightning net appeared in the sky, as if it had directly become a huge lightning ball between heaven and earth. At this moment, they were also in this lightning ball world. What this power? Extreme horror appeared in Heavenly Saint Kunpeng's eyes. This kind of shock was simply indescribable. Heavenly Saint Kunpeng had never seen such a terrifying power, changing the sky and the sun. How terrifying! The two-headed black demonic dragon, the deputy palace master, was naturally trapped in this lightning world and could not escape. He even stopped in time. Otherwise, if he was directly electrocuted, the consequences would be very serious. When did I say that you can leave? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Chapter 1373. Since when did I say that you could leave? Such an arrogant, domineering and arrogant attitude. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's words didn't seem like he was bluffing at all, nor did it seem like he had other intentions. Instead, it seemed like he was seriously elaborating. I didn't say that you could leave. Then you can't leave. Do you think that you can stop me? The deputy palace master couldn't help but sneer. Did they really think that they could keep him here just because they took advantage of him? They were too arrogant, so arrogant that they were a little ignorant. Stop you? No, I'm going to kill you. As Li Zongjiu's voice fell, the surging thunderbolts around him suddenly tightened and quickly retracted. During this process, one could see that Li Zongjiu's aura was rapidly rising. At the same time, Li Zongjiu directly leaped. His body merged with the thunderbolts, directly displaying his own terrifying state. Li Zongjiu's own will also burst out at this moment. It was a black hammer. The hammer was covered with the power of thunderbolts, densely packed like tattoos. When it appeared, the double-headed black demonic dragon's eyes finally lost its arrogance and finally revealed a trace of shock. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was releasing a powerful force at this moment. Even the double-headed black demonic dragon couldn't help but be surprised. However, it was obviously not the time to be surprised. The double-headed black demonic dragon also shook its body and transformed into its original form. Moreover, when it released its original form this time, its aura was even stronger than before. Obviously, the double-headed black demonic dragon had hidden part of its strength just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily injured by Qi Yanran. Originally, it didn't want to display its full strength because that would mean that it would need more time to restore its strength to its peak and reaccumulate this power. Therefore, the double-headed black demonic dragon wanted to leave first. However, it didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so powerful and his own strength to be so strong. At this moment, the power that the double-headed black demonic dragon erupted was 10 times more than before. When the power in his body surged, Li Zongjiu also transformed into a black hammer, smashing down viciously. In an instant, it struck one of the double-headed black demonic dragon's heads. Boom! One of the twin-headed black demonic dragon's heads instantly exploded. At the same time as the explosion, the other head also spat out a terrifying destructive dragon breath at Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu's hammer of will had also gathered its power under his opponent's dragon breath. However, he did not have the chance to break free. If the other party continued, Li Zongjiu would also be injured. At this moment, Qi Yanran, who had transformed into a 5-colored phoenix, immediately descended. A claw came down and directly clawed out one of the black dragon's eyes. Immediately, The dual-headed black demonic dragon's remaining head rushed towards the sky and began to inhale and exhale dragon breath energy. Li Zongjio broke free and continued to summon thunderbolts. They wrapped around the double-headed black demonic dragon's huge body and continuously released the power of thunder and lightning. The latter's body was directly smashed by the power of thunder and lightning. The double-headed black demonic dragon's huge body suddenly exploded in the sky. Boom! The remaining head was also directly smashed by Qi Yanran's wings. It was as easy as smashing a watermelon. The double-headed black demonic dragon's power disappeared. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran both returned to their original forms. However, they were not too happy about it because they found out that this guy was just a clone. It's just a clone, but it's already so powerful. Li Zongjio was slightly surprised. However, even the clone of the other party was destroyed. He did not see any reaction from the other party's main body, which meant that the other party's main body was probably in some kind of trouble. Li Zongjio also wanted to fight with the other party's main body. He waved his hand and dispersed the thunderbolts in the sky. The eyes of these human race sane immortals were also filled with extreme shock. Li Zongjio killed the double-headed black demonic dragon so easily. They did not expect Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran to kill the double-headed black demonic dragon, the deputy temple master of the beast god temple, so easily. Didn't this mean that if they could kill the temple master of the beast god temple as well, they would be able to completely destroy the fallen clan? The deputy temple master is dead. As expected of the evil lord, we were too short-sighted in the past. Thank you, Lord Evil Lord, for helping us. One of the older sane immortals said respectfully to Li Zongjio. At the beginning, this person had said that he wanted to befriend Li Zongjio and not become enemies with him. However, there were many voices of opposition at that time, so the matter was left unsettled. However, these people had no choice but to accept Li Zongjio's powerful strength. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran did something that even Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng could not do. This showed how powerful the two of them were. Don't be happy too early. What we just destroyed was only a clone of the other party, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Since this old fellow was so polite, Li Zongjio would naturally reply. If he was as arrogant as Bei Kong and Donglai, Li Zongjio would naturally let them have a good taste of this boundless hell. Sure enough, it was only a clone. I didn't expect these people to become so strong after 200 years. Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng sighed. 200 years ago, Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng had also fought with the other party and severely injured him. Later on, both of them were injured. They both recovered. In fact, the double-headed black demonic dragon was not at its peak state at that time. It was only severely injured. That was why Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng was able to take advantage of it. Now that he had recovered a lot of his strength, he was naturally more powerful and terrifying than Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng. However, they did not expect that Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng could not even defeat the clone of the double-headed black demonic dragon after 200 years. It's only a clone! The sane immortals of the human clan were shocked and looked at each other. If the other party's true body was here, how terrifying would it be? They did not dare to imagine what the consequences would be. However, since the other party was so powerful, why was he not attacking and conquering the sacred martial realm? There's nothing to worry about. Even if his true body is here, he won't be that strong, Li Zongjio said indifferently. If the other party's true body was here, Li Zongjio would be very interested to continue fighting with him. The two of you, please come to the sacred mountain for a chat so that we can express our gratitude. Thank you for saving the sacred martial realm today. Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng seemed to have made up his mind and personally invited Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran to the sacred mountain. Chapter 1374. Li Zongjio wasn't interested in the sacred mountain at all. He rejected them on the spot. I'm not free now. Please go ahead. Li Zongjio didn't invite them to sit down and have a good chat. Usually these absolute saints would feel lonely at the top. Therefore, it was normal for them to group up and get to know each other. However, Li Zongjio didn't care about these things. He didn't care about cultivation realm. These human race sage immortals couldn't believe that Li Zongjio and Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng had rejected him directly. This was the strongest expert of the human race. No, before Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran made a move, that was the case. Now, the position of the strongest expert would be given to Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. Perhaps Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng would drop to the third place. However, these sage immortals didn't realize it yet. They were still stuck in the era of Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng. In that case, I won't force you. If you're willing, you can come to the sacred mountain as a guest anytime. Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng said. There was no hatred or conflict between them. Moreover, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran were so strong now. He had to make friends with them. He couldn't afford to offend them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good life. However, where did these two powerful young men come from? It was too terrifying. He didn't expect such experts to be born in just 200 years. Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng naturally didn't know that Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran's cultivation time was much shorter than he had imagined. Also, you guys are really exaggerating. He really dares to call himself the heavenly sage of the holy celestial immortal. Li Zongjio said. Li Zongjio had wanted to talk about these people for a long time, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Now that the chance had come, these people were gathered together. Therefore, Li Zongjio didn't hold back. Immediately, these people felt ashamed and unable to show their faces. If someone else dared to say that to them, they would have been slapped to death on the spot. However, since Li Zongjio said that to them, they had no choice but to laugh and nod. After all, the strength of Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran was already comparable to the peak of the realm. In the future, the matters of the Beast God Temple would even require the two of them to take action. Moreover, if Li Zongjio wanted to destroy the sacred mountain, it wouldn't be impossible. It was no wonder that Beikong and Donglai were willing to work for Li Zongjio ever since they came to Li Zongjio's place. Originally, they thought that this situation was quite unbelievable, but now it seemed to be a very normal thing. It was an opportunity that he couldn't even ask for. These two guys were really too evil. After teaching these opinionated old men a lesson, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran returned to the fallen city. The other party appeared in such a hurry that he hadn't even recovered his strength. He anxiously sent an avatar here, so it must be for Fu Ling. She was Fu Ding's younger sister. In this regard, Li Zongjio naturally had to take good care of Fu Ling. However, it was definitely inconvenient to leave her here. Just a random elder could easily destroy the defense of the fallen city. Wasn't this already a bit too much? Therefore, Li Zongjio also needed to bring her to a safer place. Now that he knew the other party's origin and strength, Li Zongjio had a rough estimate in his heart. Therefore, Li Zongjio directly put Fu Ling into his hell world. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran agreed to take a stroll in the sacred martial realm. At least, they wanted to take a look at the scenery here. Although there were mountains and rivers everywhere, they were all similar things. However, since they were already here, they naturally wanted to take a look. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. At the same time, they also needed to study the transmission array. Returning to the sacred martial continent was the most important thing. Now that his cultivation had broken through to such a level, if he wanted to advance to the next level, it would not be a simple matter of cultivation. He would also need various kinds of opportunities, and it would not be effective in a short period of time. Immediately, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran left the fallen city and headed towards the Great Yan dynasty. Today, the Great Yan was also thriving under the governance of Chu Yingguan. It was originally the territory of the Great Wu. However, now that it was taken over by Chu Yingguan, of course, it needed to be polished. The most important thing was to train everyone into warriors. In a chaotic world, only the strong could protect themselves. This was a principle that had been inconvenient since ancient times. Chu Yanguan had survived in a chaotic world and experienced countless ups and downs, so he was more aware of this principle. The current capital of the Great Yan was called Jinchang City. Chu Yanguan was here. As the center of power, he had jurisdiction over 16 subordinate cities. These 16 cities were the main, top-level cities. In addition, there were some smaller villages and towns that were actually under the jurisdiction of the Great Yan. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran came to Jinchang City. It was worthy of the sacred martial realm's construction technology. Even after thousands of years, the sacred martial continent had not reached the level of these cities in the sacred martial realm. The Jinchang City in front of them seemed to be built on top of an upside-down pyramid that towered into the clouds. The bottom of the city looked like an inverted, triangular pyramid. There were fixed bridges and ladders connecting the four sides. There were also lifts for vehicles, metabeasts, and other large objects to pass through. If these ladders were put away, it would basically be a perfect sky fortress. Under such circumstances, it could easily attack the people below, and it would be difficult for the people below to have the opportunity to climb up the hundreds of meters high city wall. Moreover, no matter what kind of mountain torrents or tsunamis, they would not be able to spread to Jinchang City. They even used an extremely special method of drainage to make the water flow directly to Jinchang City. Then it flowed down from another direction, forming a waterfall. The construction of this kind of city is probably more difficult than the construction of the floating sky city. Qi Yanran could not help but say after seeing it. Her eyes were also filled with incomparable surprise. Even Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu might not be able to understand the construction of some things. After all, although one was powerful, it did not mean that one knew everything. Therefore, it was normal that some things were not known. After all, different specializations were different. For example, how did the water flow at the bottom of the city reverse to a height of hundreds of meters? This made Li Zongjiu very curious. The state of the sacred martial realm was indeed much more advanced than that of the sacred martial continent. When the time comes, I'll have to take a copy of the design of Jinchang City and give it to Nangong Wuji when I return. Let him study and come up with one. Li Zongjiu estimated. Then you might as well bring a team of architects back. Otherwise, Nangong Wuji's head, which doesn't have much hair to begin with, might continue to fall out. Qi Yanran joked. You're right. It's not impossible. While the two of them were talking, they were also standing on a lift. The lift was extremely fast and stable. It could accommodate at least 1,000 people at a time and was teleported to the main gate of Jinchang City. In Jinchang City, there was no need to verify one's identity or register. Firstly, there was no need to do so. After all, it was very normal for such things to be faked. However, if you stayed in the city, you would have temporary identity information. For example, if you stayed in a certain inn or restaurant, your specific information, such as your height and appearance, would be recorded. Then all the information would be backed up to the registration office where the restaurant was located. The registration office would report the information one by one. If something happened, they would be able to gather the information quickly. If you bought a house directly, it would be the same, unless you slept on the streets. However, Jinchang City did not allow people to sleep on the streets. It would greatly affect one's image. As long as you had hands and feet and your intelligence reached 8 years old, the people in charge of the people's livelihood office in the city would bring you to work. The money you earned would be enough to maintain your food and clothing. There would even be subsidies. This subsidy model was also implemented after Chu Yan Guan came to power and hadn't been implemented before. Therefore, after Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran entered the city, they did not encounter any difficulties. It would no longer be the same as before, where he would often be stopped at the entrance of the city, and then he would have to go on a killing spree. After killing a few people, he would be allowed to enter. However, what would come would eventually come. The Jinchang guards of Jinchang City were patrolling ahead, in order to ensure the security of Jinchang City. In the past year, many outstanding people had been promoted. For example, the current captain of the Jinchang Guards, 1st Battalion, 6th Squad, Yan Kuan. He was just a coolie in Jinchang City. However, when he found out that he had made progress in his cultivation, he was directly recruited into the Jinchang Guards. Moreover, he had made many contributions and was promoted to captain. Now, when people saw him who would not respectfully address him as young Master Yan. Chapter 1375. Yan Kuan's career had been on the rise recently. Since the new king took office, people like him were directly put in important positions. He was ruthless and extremely strict. No matter how great one's reputation was, it was useless. As long as one did not obey the rules, all of them were directly arrested. If one dared to make trouble in the city, all of them would be arrested. Not a single chance would be given. It was such an iron-blooded and ruthless way of doing things. It could be said that the latter was now in an important position. At the same time, young Master Yan had been a little arrogant recently. Recently, he had used tricks and abused his power, and it was unknown how many good girls had fallen in love with him. This also made Yan Kuan taste the sweetness. Now was the time to appreciate the benefits brought by power. How could he let go of such a good thing? Young Master Yan. At this moment, Yan Kuan's men also saw Qi Yanran and Li Zongjie walking towards him. Naturally, Li Zongjie was directly ignored. However, Qi Yanran's devastatingly beautiful appearance attracted people's attention at first glance, and it was the kind that could never be forgotten. How could a person like Yan Kuan let go of such a peerless beauty? Therefore, when Yan Kuan saw Qi Yanran for the first time, he was completely stunned and directly froze on the spot. If there was anyone in this world who could be compared to this woman, perhaps only the current monarch of the great Yan could compare to her. No, if one were to take a closer look, it seemed that even if the monarch were here, he would not be able to match her temperament. With just one glance, Yan Kuan had already recognized the person in front of him in his heart. Such a beauty and himself were simply a match made in heaven. Immediately, Yan Kuan also hurriedly tidied up his clothes and then walked towards Qi Yanran with his men. When happiness came, one must grasp it directly. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose it directly. For anyone, this was naturally a very painful thing. Li Zongjie and Qi Yanran were shopping. Suddenly, they saw these armored soldiers coming up and surrounding them. Li Zongjie glanced at Qi Yanran beside him. She was indeed a femme fatale. No matter where she went, she would always bring some surprises and accidents. However, this kind of surprise was not something that everyone could bear. Moreover, this femme fatale might not necessarily fall on Li Zongjie. Is there anything I can help you with? Li Zongjie asked. Originally, he was minding his own business and picking the things on the stall. However, the stall owner seemed to be frightened. He quickly took out some primordial stones from his money pouch and hurriedly handed them over to Yan Kuan. Young Master Yan, I'm sorry. Yan Kuan glanced at the stall owner. If it was any other time, he would have taken the money directly. However, Yan Kuan's purpose for coming here today was not for this little bit of silver. What do you mean? Are you trying to bribe me? Yan Kuan immediately glared at the stall owner in an extremely displeased manner. The stall owner himself was immediately stunned. In the next moment, Yan Kuan's subordinates rushed up and pinned the stall owner to the ground. Yan Kuan casually picked up an item. This item happened to be something that Li Zongjie had his eyes on. After the latter picked it up, he casually threw it on the ground. This thing of yours did not pass the quality inspection. It's a third-rate product. It's illegal to sell it privately. After saying that, Yan Kuan directly stepped on it. This was a very delicate, hand-assembled toy. However, now it shattered into pieces with a snap. The stall owner's face was filled with horror. Sir, I already know how to make handicrafts. There's no need for the inspection. Furthermore, I paid the stall fee, the stall owner suddenly cried out. Oh, so you mean that I, Yen Kuin, have wronged you? Or that I, Yen Kuin, am deliberately targeting you and abusing my power? Yen Kuin's face suddenly seemed to be covered in frost as he squatted in front of the stall owner and asked, I wouldn't dare. Sir, this is just a small business, the stall owner cried out. It was obvious that the other party was here to cause trouble. What could they do? Naturally, they could only resign themselves to it. Moreover, people like them could only obediently be fish on the chopping block. Otherwise, what else could they do? There was no justice when there was only power. Li Zongjio picked up the toy on the ground. When Li Zongjio looked at this thing just now, it was very interesting. This was because this thing in his hand was easily stacked together without any glue or anything like that. Moreover, it was very sturdy. It was very difficult to take it apart. It was just a few parts, but it could not be pieced together into a sphere. Boss, what's this thing called? Li Zongjio picked up the object. The stall owner, who was pressed on the ground, never thought that at this time he might be locked up in the dungeon today. Why would he ask such a question at this time? However, the stall owner also seemed to have gotten a little carried away. He actually answered Li Zongjio for the first time. This is called Lubanlock. It's a secret skill. Interesting. How much is it? Li Zongjio didn't seem to care about the people around him at all. He directly ignored Yen Kuin and the others. The stall owner did not expect that Li Zongjio would dare to buy things under such circumstances. He was really bold and fearless. Moreover, looking at Li Zongjio's behavior, it seemed that he was deliberately provoking Yen Kuin. Interesting. I have already said that this is an extraordinary product. It's prohibited to buy and sell. The seller is guilty. You are also guilty if you buy it. Take him down. Yen Kuin immediately ordered. The people behind him suddenly rushed out and were about to seize Li Zongjio. There were even several people who put their hands on Li Zongjio's body. Qi Yanran immediately snorted coldly. Li Zongjio raised his hand to signal Qi Yanran not to be angry. Young man, if you kneel down and admit your mistake now, I can consider letting you live for a while, Li Zongjio said lightly. Several people who put their hands on Li Zongjio wanted to press Li Zongjio to the ground. However, they found that Li Zongjio's body was like a mountain. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move. Someone directly hit Li Zongjio's head with a short stick in his hand. However, he felt that there was nothing in front of him. He did not know why the stick in his hand hit his companion next to him. Bang! Idiot, why did you hit me? Sorry. The person quickly apologized. However, when the stick hit him, he felt that there was no problem at first. Later, he suddenly blacked out and the person who was hit directly fell to the ground. When Qi Yanran saw this scene, the corners of her mouth inadvertently curled up. Although Li Zongjio's current strength could be said to be above all beings, there was no one in the world who could defeat him. There was no one who could match him in the sacred martial realm, but his stubborn attitude had never changed. Even before he made a breakthrough in his strength, he would still behave like this. It had nothing to do with one's strength. It was clearly a matter of one's personality. The people today were obviously the kind of people who did all sorts of evil deeds. Not to mention bullying others. This was a matter of fact. Moreover, no one knew what they were doing behind the scenes. Anyway, they were not good people. Since they were useless to this world, it was fine to kill them directly. When Yen Kuin saw this scene, he naturally did not believe that this was really a fight between his own people. It was obviously Li Zongjio who was causing trouble. Kid, how dare you attack the Jinchong guards? Yen Kuin directly pulled out the chopper at his waist. Suddenly, cold light overflowed. What? Do you have the right to kill people on the street? Li Zongjio said. Hearing the latter's words, Yen Kuin could not help but smile. It turned out that this kid was sure that he could not do anything to him on the street. He was really young. although the Jinchang guards did not have any judicial power. However, if they encountered some stubborn and dangerous people who resisted with all their might and accidentally killed them during the capture, it was excusable. It wasn't a big deal. You have to know that in the process of arresting suspects, there are often some accidents that happen. Pull out his hand, Yan Kun shouted. Then, without needing the people around him to do anything, Li Zongjio directly stretched out his hand as if to say, "Do whatever you want." Seeing Li Zongjio being so arrogant, Yan Kun did not hesitate. Of course, Yan Kun would not let him go. At the same time, he used all the yuan power in his body to slash down. It was enough to easily cut off Li Zongjio's arm, who knew that when the knife in his hand landed on Li Zongjio's body, he heard a bang. The front half of the knife was directly broken. Then it was reflected back. Chi! The blade directly pierced into the latter's arm. Yan Kun saw the injury on his body and immediately screamed. Ah! The latter covered his wound. The broken blade directly penetrated his arm and shoulder. It was stuck in his body just like that. Sir, seeing Yan Kun's appearance, his subordinates were shocked. They quickly went forward and held the blade without caring about the sharpness. Don't pull out. But it was too late. The latter immediately pulled out the blade from the ground. Suddenly, blood gushed out like a small fountain. Ah! Yan Kun screamed in pain. A few of his subordinates immediately rushed forward to help Yan Kun stop the bleeding. Call for help! Call for help! Don't let him escape. Chapter 1376. Yan Kun did not know what was so special about Li Zongjio, but he knew that there must be something strange about him. Otherwise, with Yan Kun's strength, how could he not be able to deal with someone younger than him? His subordinate immediately released the signal in a hurry. Chi Yanran, who was at the side, also helped the stall owner up from the ground. The stall owner naturally thanked them. He didn't expect the scene to turn out like this. The latter was just a craftsman, so there was no need to create such a scene. He had never seen such a scene before. However, since things had already turned out like this, there was no difference to him. He could only watch quietly. However, he reckoned that he would not be able to continue selling these things. After the signal flare was released, a large number of Jinchang guards quickly approached Jinchang City. The Jinchang guards who were closest to Yan Kun were also eager to perform meritorious deeds. Therefore, they stared at the situation in the city like wolves and tigers. If there was really no situation, they would deliberately create a situation. At the very least, they wanted to perform well. As for these fake things, of course, they would come back in the future. Suddenly, thousands of Jinchang guards rushed out from the surrounding streets. Audacious madman, how dare you commit murder on the streets? When the captain of the Jinchang Guards, 1st Battalion, rushed over, he saw Yan Kun kneeling on the ground and vomiting blood. Li Zongjio didn't expect that he would cause such a huge commotion every time he wanted to. It did feel like it was destined. However, he had seen all kinds of situations before, so why would he care about such a small scene? He could wipe out all the people in front of him with a flick of his finger. However, that would be too cruel and not in line with Li Zongjio's style. It seems like you have the highest official position here. Li Zongjio looked at the middle-aged man who was walking towards him with a majestic aura. This person was the captain of the Jinchang Guards, 1st Battalion, Chen Xiong. Yes, I am the captain of the Jinchang Guards, 1st Battalion, Chen Xiong. Chun Xiong said proudly. The Jinchang Guards had a total of 7 teams. In other words, there were only 6 people in the city who were on equal footing with Chen Xiong. Moreover, he controlled a large number of Jinchang Guards. He couldn't cover the sky with one hand, but it wasn't difficult to cover the sky of the land under his jurisdiction. That's fine. This person is committing murder on the street. Hurry up and arrest him. Li Zongjio pointed at the injured Yan Kun. Yan Kun couldn't believe that Li Zongjio would say such shameless words. Moreover, he said it so forcefully, as if it was very reasonable. Right now, You're standing there completely unharmed while I'm the one who's been slashed by a knife. How dare you accuse me of committing murder on the streets? There was no justice in this world. Yan Kuin thought that he was a person who was better at finding trouble. However, Li Zongjiu's ability to find reasons to deny it simply made Yan Kuin concede defeat. Do you think that I, Qin Xiong, am blind? If he committed murder on the streets, why is he the one who's injured while you're standing here unharmed? That's because the quality of his knife is too poor, so he accidentally cut himself. Li Zongjiu spread his hands helplessly. This reason really made people speechless. He was really good at finding excuses. Qin Xiong heard this and sneered. Well, since you said that the quality of my Jinchang guard's knives is poor, then I'd like to see if the same thing will happen to me. Immediately, Qin Xiong drew his knife and slashed towards Li Zongjiu's head. In his territory, he naturally had the final say. Killing a few people was not a big deal. Yan Kuin was his subordinate. Moreover, Yan Kuin's recent performance had been good. He was a young man with a lot of potential. If he was properly groomed, he would definitely achieve something. Perhaps he would be of greater use to Qin Xiong in the future. Of course, he had to protect such a useful subordinate well. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's actions could be said to be a provocation to the Jinchang guards. In order to ensure the prestige of the Jinchang guards, Qin Xiong would definitely not let Li Zongjiu leave safely today. With this slash, everything would be resolved. However, with Qin Xiong's strength, after the slash he also heard a cracking sound. Then he watched helplessly as the saber in his hand broke. Moreover, the edge of the saber accurately chopped at his shoulder. Qi! Ah! Qin Xiong immediately screamed in pain. At this moment, the armor on his body was like a pile of tofu. Therefore, the blade easily cut his shoulder. Moreover, it was quite painful when the saber fell down. This caused the latter to scream uncontrollably. After seeing that Qin Xiong had been slashed, someone immediately rushed forward and grabbed the blade regardless of the danger. Don't pull it out. Qin Xiong realized something and quickly shouted. However, it was still too late. Whoosh! The knife was pulled out. Then, as if a water pipe was inserted into Qin Xiong's shoulder, blood spurted out directly and splattered all over the surroundings. My shoulder! Quick, stop the bleeding. However, the blood could not be stopped. If this continued, Qin Xiong's shoulder would definitely be completely destroyed. At this moment, Yan Kuin looked at the person who pulled the knife out twice. It was actually the same person. You are the traitor. Because Yan Kuin had been bleeding nonstop, his face was extremely pale. If it were not for the support of his strong Yuan force, which allowed his body to continuously produce blood, he would have already become a dried-up person. However, if this continued, he would not be able to hold on for too long. However, when Yan Kuin saw that the person who pulled the knife out twice was the same person, he could not help but be shocked. He did not expect that there would be a traitor in his own team. After the person who was identified as the traitor pulled out the knife, his face was also filled with shock. This was because he did not know what he had done. It was as if he did not even remember what happened just now. Go, capture this brat. At this moment, Qin Xiong did not care so much. Anyway, he had many people on his side. If he had the ability, he could break these thousands of knives one by one. Immediately, these people of the Jinchang guards took out their weapons and prepared to attack Li Zongjiu. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Stop! Everyone who heard this voice trembled. It was so familiar and so intimidating that people could not help but want to kneel down directly. Then, a group of soldiers in white armor appeared. Their eyes were cold and ruthless, and their aura was quite sharp. No one could stop them. The team directly knocked the Jinchang guards away. It's the White Bone Army. The White Bone Army was a personal army led by General Jiang Bai. General Jiang Bai led this White Bone Army to fight in the south and north, and all they killed was the fallen clan. It was also the army that rushed to the forefront and confronted the fallen clan head-on. Such a heroic figure would naturally be revered wherever he went. The White Bone Army had already become the symbol of the fallen clan's army. Chun Xiong of the Jinchang Guards, 1st Battalion, greets the general. When Chun Xiong saw this person enter the city and approach the crowd on a white horse, he did not care about his injuries and directly knelt in the direction of Jiang Bai. The surrounding Jinchang Guards also knelt at the same time. Today, there were two top figures in the great Yan Kingdom. One was the king of the kingdom, Chu Yan, who was in charge of internal affairs. The other was General Jiang Bai, who fought outside and made a name for himself. Chapter 1377. Although General Jiang Bai was still young, the things he had done were worthy of being passed down through the ages. Moreover, in the great Yan Kingdom, he definitely held the power of life and death. No matter how powerful a person was in the great Yan Kingdom, Jiang Bai still had the right to cut off his head with a sword. This was because Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan were said to have been chosen by the legendary person. Otherwise, Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan wouldn't have had such achievements at such a young age. Although the two of them were very outstanding, they still needed someone to control them from behind the scenes. Who would have thought that Jiang Bai would coincidentally return to the city today? Furthermore, he had made such a big joke out of himself in the middle of the street. Chun Xiong was also very nervous. If General Jiang Bai blamed him, it would be troublesome. However, Chun Xiong was also very clear in his heart. This Li Zongjio was doomed. When he saw the general, he was not willing to kneel down and salute. Just this point alone was enough to cause a crime of disrespect. After General Jiang Bai dismounted, he quickly walked over. Chun Xiong was also quite excited in his heart. At the same time, he was also extremely nervous. Could it be that General Jiang Bai was going to help him up? If he could be praised by General Jiang Bai, then he would be extremely happy. Just when Chun Xiong was feeling nervous, Jiang Bai finally walked in front of him. General, Chun Xiongdo raised his head. Although he was injured, the corner of his mouth was brimming with a smile. Just as he was about to say that his injuries were not serious, he saw Jiang Bai unsheath the sword at his waist. With a swoosh, a white light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, the expression on Chun Xiong's face suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, Chun Xiong felt that his head was floating, as if he was drunk. Sure enough, with a bang, Chun Xiong's head directly fell to the ground. Jiang Bai's sword was as fast as the aurora. Even after Chun Xiong's head fell to the ground, he could still clearly see that General Jiang Bai was kneeling down in front of Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. What the hell? Chun Xiong didn't have the time to think about the whole story. In the next moment, Chun Xiong's eyes were already stiff and completely lifeless. Greetings to Senior Evil Lord. Jiang Bai hurriedly knelt before Li Zongjio. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, if he had allowed these people to offend Evil Lord, who knew what would have happened? The White Bone Army behind Jiang Bai also knelt down in unison. Although they did not know the background of Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran in front of them, even their general had directly knelt down. What else could they say? Of course, they had to do as they were told. You can't expect the general to be kneeling on the ground while you're standing. That's how strict military discipline is. Get up. Li Zongjio glanced at Jiang Bai. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year. Jiang Bai's murderous aura had become stronger and stronger. Obviously, during this period of time, he had killed a lot of fallen people. However, after sending Fu Ding out, Jiang Bai should have known that there was always someone better than him. He believed that Jiang Bai also knew what he should do. At this moment, Yan Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground and was about to faint, suddenly widened his eyes and mouth in surprise after hearing Jiang Bai's words. What did he just hear? Senior Evil Lord. The person in front of him turned out to be the legendary Evil Lord. Evil Lord. Fuck, what's going on? I actually wanted to kill the evil dominator with one slash. The latter felt dizzy just thinking about it. Yan Kuan couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Was it because he was bleeding too much that such an illusion appeared? No, he looked at Chun Xiong's head not far away. Yan Kuan obviously knew that he was finished. He was completely finished. Just now, this little brother said that I hurt people on the street. It's up to you, Li Zongjiu said, and then glanced at Yan Kuan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. When Yan Kuan heard Li Zongjiu's words, his heart had already turned cold. Since he had already said so, there was no way to turn back. Just wait for death. Catch this person and let him die by 1,000 cuts on the street, Jiang Bai ordered. Several white-bone army soldiers stepped forward and picked Yan Kuan up as if he was a chicken. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me! Yan Kuan didn't know where he got the strength to break free from these people. The white-bone army soldiers directly punched Yan Kuan's stomach, making the latter immediately obedient and obediently hang in the hands of the white-bone army soldiers, no longer moving. Of course, one could imagine what would happen to him after he was taken away. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't care about how Yan Kuan died or how he died. Li Zongjiu wouldn't be happy because of this matter. He wasn't a pervert. Moreover, Li Zongjiu wouldn't feel emotional because of this matter. He just casually asked someone to help trample a small bug to death. It wasn't a big deal. Let them all go. The two of us will have a good stroll in the city. This time, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran came here for a casual trip. Of course, they didn't need such a big lineup. Li Zongjiu himself didn't care about these things. Jiang Bai was very clear about Li Zongjiu's temper. After all, Li Zongjiu was an existence that could get anything he wanted. With just a few words, he made the monarch of the Dao country hand over half of his territory. Therefore, peace and tranquility might be what Li Zongjiu was pursuing now. All of you disperse. As soon as Jiang Bai gave the order, his subordinates immediately scattered in all directions. The Jinchang guards also dispersed. We won't disturb evil lord, Jiang Bai said, and at the same time he also bowed to Qi Yanran. Well, we'll look for you when we're done strolling, Qi Yanran said with a smile. Perhaps Li Zongjiu still looked a little fierce, but in fact Li Zongjiu was not fierce at all. Jiang Bai quickly nodded to indicate that he had received it. Chu Yangguan also chose to be Qi Yanran's disciple. Although she didn't directly accept him as a disciple, at least she gave him a chance. Perhaps this time, when they went to the palace, Chu Yangguan might be tested again. If Chu Yangguan succeeded, he would directly become Qi Yanran's disciple. Fu Ding had jumped out before. He was the pro-disciple of Evil Lord. His strength was terrible. Even Jiang Bai had never seen such a strong willpower. Moreover, this person's goal was very clear. If Chu Yangguan could also become Qi Yanran's disciple, he would definitely soar to the sky. This would be a great opportunity. Of course, Jiang Bai had to pay attention to it. The street was suddenly cleared. Although he didn't send anyone to secretly protect Li Zongjiu and Luo Yunyang, Jiang Bai had personally informed the Jinchang guards of the arrival of these two distinguished guests. If anyone dared to offend them, they would be beheaded. Boss, how much are you selling this? After everyone withdrew, Li Zongjiu continued to talk to the stall owner about the price of the Luban lock in his hand. I don't charge you. I didn't expect you to be evil lord. I don't charge anything in my stall. The stall owner was probably the most frightened out of all of them. He didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. But at least he knew one thing, and that was that the evil lord in front of him was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even the dignified General Jiang Bai had personally come to salute the evil lord. Evil my ass. You're not from the Jianghu. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and patted the stall owner's shoulder at the same time, indicating that the latter should relax. Immediately, the stall owner's heart relaxed a little. On second thought, if he was going to die, he would have died just now. He wouldn't have waited until now. The only reason he was still alive was because of the evil lord in front of him. Since the stall owner didn't want to hand over the evil lord, then it wouldn't be wrong to call him Lord. Lord has saved my life. This Luban lock is just a small thing. I can't charge you. All right, then I won't force you. After saying that, Li Zongjio kept the Luban lock. When Qi Yanran saw this, she knew that Li Zongjio's character of wanting to take advantage of others was back. He had always been like this, and she really couldn't do anything to him. This also meant that Li Zongjio hadn't changed from the beginning to the end. This was the true character of the evil lord. Do you know how to make things? Li Zongjio asked. At that time he thought that although such a small thing seemed simple, the truth behind it wasn't that simple. Yes, of course. To be honest, the design of Jinchang City was led by my family in the past. The old man seemed to recall the peak of his family's glory days. He couldn't help but shed tears. That's even better. When the time comes, I'll ask you to make something. This is the deposit. I'll come to you at any time. Li Zongjio said. At the same time, he gave a storage ring to the stall owner. In the storage ring, there were tens of thousands of supreme-grade, primordial stones. Now, this thing had no effect on Li Zongjio. In addition, these supreme-grade primordial stones were very easy to take out in the big countries. However, the circulation of these stones among the people was very limited, not to mention tens of thousands. Even if you had hundreds of them in your hands, it would be a great thing. Oh, this can't be, this can't be. When the old man opened the ring, he was frightened. When he wanted to find Li Zongjio to return it, he found that both of them had disappeared. If it wasn't for the storage ring in his hand, he would have thought that he was dreaming. Chapter 1378. Even Li Zongjio didn't expect that he would be so lucky to find the descendant of the people who participated in the construction of Jincheng City. After the teleportation array was completed, he would summon this person back. After that, he would be able to properly transform Luoxia City. Li Zongjio naturally hoped that Luoxia City could have better conditions. If it developed normally, it might take tens of thousands of years for the Holy Martial Continent to develop to the level of the Holy Martial Realm. Now, the Holy Martial Realm had encountered an enemy like the Fallen Clan. In the future, the same enemy might appear in the Holy Martial Continent. In short, there was no way to avoid these things. The only thing he could do was to improve his strength and make sufficient preparations for battle before this. After that, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran also strolled around Jinchang City. Moreover, it was enough to buy a lot of things that were very fashionable compared to the Holy Martial Continent. These things also had very good research value. At the same time, the monarch of the Dao Kingdom also directly used the power of the whole kingdom to build a sufficient number of Tianwu ships and sent them to Li Zongjio on time. These things were enough to arm the entire Luoxia City. They would be very good things. Why do I feel like I've come to the future world? Qi Yanran was also quite surprised. She was holding something called an ice cream cone in her hand and eating it happily. This kind of food had never been seen in the Holy Martial Continent. Qi Yanran was also very business-minded. After all, she was also a proper genius in the Qi family. It was just that his cultivation talent was so strong that it overshadowed the brilliance of this level. Qi Yanran also spent a lot of money to buy the recipe and production method of this food. Many things that had never been seen in the Holy Martial Continent could be seen here. Of course, there were good and bad things. In fact, the quality of things depended on the person. At night, the two of them enjoyed the night scenery in front of a small river. Although these people had changed their nationality from the Great Wu to the Great Yan, it didn't change much for them. Instead, they were even happier because of the appearance of the Great Yan. Then, the country became even richer and stronger. Moreover, the king of Great Yan Empire had used such a bold strategy to wipe out the fallen beastmen. His mighty and majestic aura had completely intimidated the fallen clan. As a result, the situation in the sacred martial realm had become even safer. This made the people feel even more at ease. This girl has done a good job. Qi Yanran and Li Zongjio also discussed what Chu Yan had done. Obviously, Chu Yan also knew the root cause of this. Li Zongjio gave the latter a chance, but he did not rush to take revenge. Instead, he focused on fighting the fallen race. Indeed, it did not disappoint Li Zongjio. However, he still needed to carefully consider Qi Yanran's cultivation talent. If possible, he could pass down the cultivation method of Sparrow Divine Palace and spread the name of Sparrow Divine Palace in the sacred martial realm. It was also a very good choice. Not bad. Although it's impossible to say that he has everything, at least he has the potential. Li Zongjio said. The two of them wandered around Jinchang City for almost half a month before they went to the Imperial Palace to test Chu Yan's cultivation. Qi Yanran found that Chu Yan's talent was not bad, and most importantly, his character was upright. She directly passed down the cultivation method of Sparrow Divine Palace to him. At the same time, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran observed for a while and directly chose a place with strong spiritual energy in the Imperial Palace as the foundation of the teleportation formation. Chu Yan saw that he could help the two of them, so he naturally ordered Jiang Bai to send people to clean up the place without hesitation. Naturally, it would take some time to set up the teleportation formation. It needed to be studied slowly. A few days later, Chu Yan sent someone to inform them that a person called Kunpeng had come to see them. Li Zongjio and Jiang Bai were also carefully studying the layout of the teleportation formation. Huo Wushuang was also there. After all, Huo Wushuang was a true master of formations. Although Qi Yanran could provide help, it was indeed difficult for her to intervene too much in the teleportation formation. Kunpeng? This guy is so modest. Let him in. Li Zongjio said. The Kunpeng was like a guardian deity of the sacred martial realm. Previously, he was called the Heavenly Sage for a reason. However, after being criticized by Li Zongjio, he probably had no face to continue using this name. No matter what, this old guy belonged to the top of the sacred martial realm. Unexpectedly, he was so modest and even waited at the door to be notified. Li Zongjio was a little surprised. However, it was precisely because of the latter's humble attitude that Li Zongjio was willing to meet him. Otherwise, Li Zongjio wouldn't care who he was. Since the other party came with such sincerity, Li Zongjio might as well see what he wanted. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran were in front of a small wooden house. They brewed a pot of good tea under a tree in front of the courtyard and waited for the other party to come. Kunpeng Heavenly Sage had changed into more ordinary clothes. He looked like a very ordinary old man. "Haha, Lord Evil Lord, I'm here to disturb you again this time." Kunpeng Heavenly Sage smiled warmly when he saw Li Zongjio. If one didn't know, they would think that the two of them were sworn brothers. "Have a seat." Kunpeng Heavenly Sage was the only one who could really talk to Li Zongjio. Even the other absolute saints couldn't talk to Li Zongjio. They were definitely one level lower than Li Zongjio. Although Kunpeng was also an absolute saint, it was already very good that he could comprehend intent. At least, he was definitely one of the top beings among all the strong beings of the human race. However, Kunpeng was already old, so even if he learned willpower cultivation, he was destined to not be able to catch up with Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. In fact, Kunpeng was much younger than Li Zongjio in terms of age. Kunpeng's talent was also slightly higher than Li Zongjio's. However, everyone was only looking at the present. If you said that Li Zongjio had been reborn, not many people would believe it. Kunpeng Heavenly Sage was also an expert, so Li Zongjio should show some respect. "Thank you." Qi Yanran poured a cup of tea for Kunpeng, and Kunpeng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Apparently, Kunpeng had not expected Li Zongjio and his wife to be so easy to get along with. Even at Kunpeng's level, he could not help but feel nervous when facing someone stronger. "Hey, these are the pastries from Guiwen Nunnery. These are top-notch pastries. I don't even know how long it's been since I last ate them." Kunpeng couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the pastries on the table. Obviously, Even an expert like him couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the pastries that he used to love. Eat some. Li Zongjio pushed the pastries towards Kunpeng. These pastries were originally placed here to serve people. In his previous life, Li Zongjio was alone and killed everyone in the world. He didn't need any worldly wisdom, so he naturally didn't have such a habit. However, it was different in this life. Li Zongjio was more accepting of worldly wisdom. Of course, he still did things according to his own preferences. However, Li Zongjio wouldn't act like a madman when it came to major issues. At least, he still had his humanity. Why are you looking for me? The two drank some tea for a while. Li Zongjio asked. He couldn't possibly come here just to eat and drink for free. Well, I recently heard that Evil Lord is studying the teleportation array. Li Zongjio glanced at Kunpeng. Obviously, this guy was quite capable. After all, as the #1 expert in the sacred martial realm, it wasn't a big deal for him to know such news. Besides, Li Zongjio didn't try to hide this matter. That's right. That's easy. Lord Evil Lord, I'm sure you'll be interested in this scroll. Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng immediately took out an extremely ancient scroll. Some of the engravings on the scroll were also quite ancient. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran didn't say anything. Hu Wushuang's figure emerged from the unparalleled sword with a rumble. She immediately snatched the scroll from Li Zongjio's hand. Kunpeng was shocked by Hu Wushuang's appearance. When he saw Hu Wushuang snatch the scroll from Li Zongjio's hand, he was shocked. He was even more shocked. The person sitting in front of him was the dignified evil lord, Li Zongjio. This little girl who came out of nowhere dared to snatch something from evil lord, Li Zongjio's hand. However, Li Zongjio didn't seem to be angry. The unique 9 meridian scroll. Hu Wushuang blurted out when she saw the scroll in his hand. When he heard Hu Wushuang say the name of the scroll, Kunpeng couldn't sit still. Kunpeng, who had been sitting, couldn't stay calm anymore. He directly jumped up from his seat. How did you know? Chapter 1379. Hu Wushuang was surprised by the unique copy of the 9 lineages in his hand. However, Heavenly Sage Kunpeng was even more shocked that Hu Wushuang could recognize the unique copy of the 9 lineages in his hand. That was the truly terrifying part. Currently, no one in the entire sacred martial realm should know about the 9 lineages. The so-called 9 lineages actually involved an extremely vast world. Even Kuin Peng himself only knew a little about the 9 lineages. He only knew a little about the unique copy of the 9 lineages in his hand. He also knew that the things recorded in the unique copy would be helpful to Li Zongjio's teleportation formation, the so-called 9 lineages. In fact, it was equivalent to the general name of the 9 realms. However, it was replaced by lineages because, after an unknown amount of time, only the 9 lineages were passed down and formed the 9 realms. For example, the human race in the sacred martial realm belonged to the human lineage. The Yuan Beast clan was known as the demon lineage. What was recorded in the unique copy of the 9 lineages should be the matters of each lineage in the 9 realms. However, there were very few people who knew about the 9 lineages. If Heavenly Sage Kunpeng's cultivation was not strong enough, therefore, he was able to break through the current limit. In the end, he inherited the inheritance on the sacred mountain. Therefore, he knew the highest secrets of the 9 lineages and the deepest hidden existence. Only when one had a high enough level would one be able to come into contact with these things. I don't know the details of the inheritance of the 9 lineages. However, the unique copy of the 9 lineages itself is a supreme treasure that is indestructible. Hu Wushuang said. Hu Wushuang was also a demon, so he should belong to the demon lineage. Li Zongjio did not know whether the demon lineage existed or not. However, at least the demon lineage was not weak. Therefore, it was normal for it to be placed in the 9 realms. Moreover, Hu Wushuang's knowledge should have come from his own inheritance. That's right. This is only one of the 9 unique books, The Human Bloodline. What is recorded in it is the past and present life of the human race, from the beginning to the present. The book itself is a true history book. At this point, even Kupeng couldn't help but sigh. This was the only book in his hands. After reading it, he was completely shocked by the strength of the human race. Oh, there's such a thing? Who wrote such a book? Li Zongjio couldn't help but ask. It sounded a little mysterious, but if someone could write such a book, it must be quite strong. Heavenly Sage Kunping shook his head. No one can write them. These books were born from the will of the human race. Li Zongjio's eyes widened when he heard this. This thing was amazing. Listening to what he said, it seemed that this thing was born directly between heaven and earth. As long as there was a person, this thing would write itself. However, there was no reason to not believe it. Anything could happen. This was not a strange thing. What's your purpose in taking out such a precious item? Li Zongjiu glanced at the other party from the corner of his eyes. The heavenly sage, Kuin Peng, obviously had his reasons for being so attentive. Hee, what are you talking about? I heard that you want to study the teleportation formation. If you can comprehend the unique copy of the human lineage, you'll be able to easily arrange a teleportation formation. However, if you want to comprehend the true, unique copy of the human lineage, you will have to go to the sacred mountain. The heavenly sage Kunpeng rolled his eyes and casually brought up the topic of the sacred mountain. You're trying to coax me into going to the sacred mountain. What's your ulterior motive? Li Zongjio directly exposed the other party's pretense. This old thing insisted that he go to the sacred mountain. Therefore, Li Zongjio could clearly feel that there was something strange going on. Hee, don't be so direct. You'll know when you get there. I'm sure you won't regret it. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said with a smile. However, Li Zongjio did not believe this person's words. If there were really benefits, why would other people have a chance? There must be something fishy going on. All right, if I don't get any benefits, I'll tear down your mountain. Li Zongjio said faintly. For Li Zongjio, tearing down the other party's mountain was a very simple matter. He could easily destroy it without breaking a sweat. Therefore, Li Zongjio was not worried that the other party would play any tricks. This is only a part of it. Little girl, if you want to observe it, you can come along. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said slowly. Huo Wushuang seemed to be very interested in it. At the same time, he was also quite interested in Huo Wushuang. After all, not many people knew about the existence of the 9 lineages. There must be some special way to know about it. Therefore, he was very interested in Huo Wushuang. However, Huo Wushuang did not care about Heavenly Sage Kunpeng. In Huo Wushuang's heart, not everyone was worthy of her attention. Then let's take a look and see what tricks this old man is playing. Li Zongjio said as he stood up. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng saw that his trip had been effective. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Let's go, there's no time to waste. No matter how Li Zongjio looked at Heavenly Sage Kunpeng, he looked like a human trafficker. How could he be so attentive? After all, he was the Heavenly Sage Kunpeng. As they moved, Heavenly Sage Kunpeng confirmed his thoughts. Huo Wushuang was not a real person. She was a weapon spirit. As for what kind of weapon it was, he did not know. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng did not ask. The 3 of them disappeared into the sky. With a swoosh, the 3 of them flew towards the Saint Mountain. The Saint Mountain was located in the center of the 5 great nations. The 5 great nations surrounded the Saint Mountain. The Saint Mountain was very tall and dazzling. It was at least 10,000 meters high, towering into the clouds. It was difficult to see the end of it. Li Zongjio and the other 2 arrived at the legendary Saint Mountain. The height they usually flew was only 1,000 meters above the ground. As they approached the Saint Mountain, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran's eyes revealed a trace of shock. It was obviously a mountain. However, it contained an extremely powerful will. the will of the mountain. Now Li Zongjiu roughly understood why the people of the Beast God Temple didn't attack all the human territories in the sacred martial realm, even though they had the strength. First of all, the Saint Mountain was not that simple. Although Li Zongjiu was not sure what the Saint Mountain was, as long as the Saint Mountain did not fall, the human race would not be destroyed. We're here. As soon as they approached the Saint Mountain, a powerful force trapped Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng was the first to descend. What a strong will! Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were also the first to descend. They did not expect that there would be such a thing. Now, they had already reached their level. How could they be shocked by the will of a mere Saint Mountain? Even in the face of such power, they did not have any room to resist. Whoosh! The three of them descended at the same time. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran looked at the mountain with extreme shock. I didn't expect such a powerful existence to exist. Li Zongjiu could not help but be shocked. If ordinary people came before the Saint Mountain, they would only feel that the Saint Mountain was very grand and majestic. However, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran could clearly feel the will of the Saint Mountain. It is said that this is the Saint Martial Realm's paradise, the true origin place. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said with a smile. Then, as the host, he began to introduce the situation here. Li Zongjiu and the others had no choice but to walk on the mountain path. The holy mountain wasn't filled with spiritual qi. Furthermore, many people had cultivated terraced fields around the holy mountain to grow crops and the like. Why are there so many people in your Saint Mountain? Li Zongjiu thought that the Saint Mountain was sacred and inviolable. Therefore, there were not many people in the Saint Mountain. Those who were brought here should be very powerful people. However, when Li Zongjiu arrived, he found that there seemed to be many people here. There were many of them, and they were just ordinary people. The Saint Mountain is not sacred and inviolable. On the contrary, it is very approachable. Now, there are about 6,000 indigenous people in the Saint Mountain. They are just ordinary people, but they are also a part of the Saint Mountain. When Heavenly Sage Kunpeng walked on the road, not many people could recognize him. It was as if he was a completely unrelated person. However, they still greeted each other cordially if they met face to face. The outside world is in an abyss of suffering. You people here seem to be free and unfettered. It can be said that this should be the last pure land of the human race. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said, even if the outside world is destroyed, this place will definitely be the last chance for the human race. What chance? To be destroyed again? Li Zongjiu said, although many people's thinking was right, and they always wanted to keep a slim chance of survival at the last moment, in reality, there was not much meaning in doing so. If they always thought about the last chance of survival every time they did something, the last bit of leeway would be finished sooner or later. Only by giving it your all can you get what you really want. Chapter 1380. Of course, everyone's thoughts were different. Li Zongjiu couldn't expect everyone to have the same thoughts as him. The three of them walked at a brisk pace and didn't delay much on the way. They arrived at the mountainside of the sacred mountain. There were a few palaces at the mountainside, and they should have been built later. A few absolute saints came forward to greet the Kunpeng Sage Immortal when they sensed that he was here. When they saw Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, they were shocked. It turned out that the Kunpeng Sage Immortal had gone out early in the morning to invite the two of them over. It had to be said that the two of them had quite a lot of face. They were indeed capable of doing so. Don't you think it's infuriating? Go and do what you need to do. The Kunpeng Sage Immortal sent these people away. In truth, these people had nothing to do here. The five of them took their leave. Since the last battle, they had witnessed the strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, so Kunpeng Sage Immortal could do whatever he wanted. In the eyes of these absolute saints, Kunpeng Sage Immortal was the strongest. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were in the same realm as Kunpeng Sage Immortal. Therefore, They didn't need to participate in the conversation between the three of them. Do you want to take a look around? Kunping Sage Immortal asked. If you continue to fool around like this, I'll kill you first. Li Zongjio said directly, Is this old man here to waste my time? It's been half a day, and he's still taking his time. Okay. Kunping Sage Immortal said hurriedly. He brought Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran to the back of the mountain. There's a very big tree here. When they arrived, Li Zongjio saw the words Forbidden Land written on the door. Kunping Sage Immortal brought the two of them to the Forbidden Land of the Saint Mountain, but they didn't know what he wanted to do. Qi Yanran's eyes changed when she saw the tree. This place is a forbidden area of the Sage Mountain. The connections you seek are in this tree. How much you can get will depend on your own good fortune. Of course, if you accidentally obtain the recognition of the ancestral tree, you will become the protector of the sacred martial realm, the protector of the sacred mountain. Hey! Heavenly Sage Kunpeng finally spoke his mind. He actually used such a sinister move right from the start. Chosen by this tree? Li Zongjio could not help but size up the tree in front of him. Although the tree was huge and lush, Li Zongjio could guess that the tree in front of him should be the main body of the sacred mountain. However, at this level, it no longer mattered who the main body was. Anything would do. But for Li Zongjio to be chosen by such a tree, for Li Zongjio, this was not something worth praising. Moreover, Li Zongjio was not very interested in the matter of the protector. However, Li Zongjio was interested in the connections of the 9 lineages. This meant that he had to comprehend it properly under the tree. Are you the protector now? Li Zongjio asked. If it was really this guy, then he was too weak. Cough, cough. I'm not qualified yet. In fact, it's not that easy. But if I can become the protector of the sacred mountain, I will be able to use the power of the entire sacred mountain. My willpower was formed under the tempering of the sacred mountain. Heavenly Sage Kunping said embarrassedly. Li Zongjio's and Qi Yanran's wills were comprehended by themselves in the congenital condition. Li Zongjio's wills were cultivated by himself. Therefore, in comparison, the gap was bigger. It was hard to believe that the gap was so big. It was very easy for Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran to defeat Heavenly Sage Kunping. They were just short of this point. I am not qualified to be the protector, but if you can, then our sacred martial realm will be saved. With the power of the sacred martial realm's sacred mountain, we may not be no match for the beast god temple. Heavenly Sage Kunping said. In fact, Heavenly Sage Kunping really wanted to destroy the beast god temple in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if these people continued to occupy this place, they would attack sooner or later, and the decisive battle would break out sooner or later. However, taking advantage of the fact that the other party had not yet recovered, either Li Zongjio or Qi Yanran could directly use the will of the sacred mountain. In that case, there would be no suspense in this battle. Protector! Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran both looked at the tree. In the entire continent, only the 3 of them had comprehended the will. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng could not do it, but the 2 of them had a chance. At the same time, it was a good opportunity to temper their willpower. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said, as long as one could feel the will of the sacred mountain under the tree, the will of the sacred mountain would also test one's strength. When the strength was condensed to the limit, it would suppress one. Therefore, it was a good place to temper one's willpower. Since they could find such a good place, of course, they had to give it a try. Regardless of whether it works or not, it's not a bad choice to find the records of the teleportation formation in the Book of Contacts and temper our willpower. Li Zongjio said, That's right. Don't worry, I will not harm you. The Kunpeng Heavenly Sage was delighted when he saw that Li Zongjio and Li Zongfeng seemed to be tempted. He had been guarding the sacred mountain alone for so many years. It was too hard on him. The worst thing was that he wasn't the true guardian of the sacred mountain. You should at least give me some of your power. However, because Heavenly Sage Kunping was not an orthodox protector. He could only use a little of his strength near the sacred mountain. Therefore, if Heavenly Sage Kunping could not defeat the other party, he could choose to escape to the sacred mountain. At least that way, he would not be defeated by the other party. If the double-headed black demonic dragon had the guts to come to the sacred mountain, it would only end up dead. The two of them did not say much. At the same time, they sat down under the tree. When Li Zongjio sat down, he immediately felt like he was isolated from the world in front of him. Although Heavenly Sage Kunping was still standing in front of him, he had disappeared. The distance between them was getting farther and farther. Yanran. When Li Zongjio turned around to look at Qi Yanran, he found that her figure was gradually getting farther and farther away. Even though Li Zongjio forcefully tried to pull himself together and break free from the illusory power in front of him, he was powerless. When he fell deep into it, he was quickly sinking into oblivion. Wang. Li Zongjio was also trapped and could not extricate himself. When he looked around, he had turned into a world of white, as if he was sitting in a world of ice and snow. What the hell? Li Zongjio's heart was also incomparably astonished. What kind of existences were around him? Even Li Zongjio himself was shocked. This was because Li Zongjio realized that his own will had been affected. Then let me see how capable you are. Li Zongjio snorted coldly in his heart. In his life, he did not believe in heaven's will. He only believed in himself. When you can't do it, it's only because you're not strong enough. If you're strong enough, it won't be like this. A vast expanse of white, shining brightly. There was even a kind of sinking into the brilliance and being completely buried. Boom! In the snow in front of him, a big fish that was thousands of feet long suddenly jumped out. With a boom, the big fish crushed in the direction of Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio sat still in the same place. The big fish directly pressed on Li Zongjio's body and completely crushed the ground under Li Zongjio. Then Li Zongjio felt that his body seemed to be sinking into something similar to the sea. He was meditating incessantly. Boom! Boom! Li Zongjio's body was sinking continuously. What followed was a huge pressure instantly surging. Immediately, Li Zongjio pulled himself together and used his own willpower to resist the terrifying pressure. The big fish above his head was rapidly pressing down on him. Li Zongjio also tried to push the big fish above his head away. However, he found that the weight of the big fish was more terrifying than he imagined. In the process of falling, it directly turned into a mountain. Boom! Immediately, Li Zongjio's body kept sinking. Seeing that the two of them had entered the zone, Heavenly Sage Kunping breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of protecting the world was too great. It's better to let these young people with passion and dreams do it. I'll just hide in a corner and enjoy myself. After experiencing it, maybe you'll like saving the world. Hee hee. Heavenly Sage Kunping obviously had a lot of thoughts. Then his body swayed and disappeared from the forbidden area. It was absolutely safe in the forbidden area. Even if there were any changes, Heavenly Sage Kunping would be able to quickly sense them. After all, he had been in the sacred mountain for such a long time. At this moment, on the peak of a mountain in the sacred martial realm, a black figure was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Above the sky, there seemed to be dark clouds brewing. Within the dark clouds, terrifying lightning was jumping up and down, releasing a destructive aura from time to time. Chapter 1381. Tian-Yi, who was dressed in black, looked up at the lightning in the sky. With a whoosh, the blade of creation transformed into a pair of wings that protected Tian-Yi's back. Finally, this day came. Tribulation. As a member of the monster clan, she had to go through this tribulation. Only by going through this tribulation can I inherit the will of the ancestors. Ancestral tribulation. Tian-Yi wanted to collect all the treasures in order to resist this tribulation. But now, it seemed that it was impossible to resist this tribulation. Moreover, there were dangers everywhere. It was inevitable that more dangers would appear. Finally, the lightning in the sky seemed to have been brewing for too long, and it seemed to have lost its patience. So, in the free time, it directly released a thunderbolt power and fell in Tian Yi's direction. This bolt of lightning was like thousands of warhorses galloping and whistling. Such a ferocious aura came like a tidal wave, directly exploding above Tian Yi's head. Boom! The thunderbolt hit Tian Yi accurately. However, the wings on Tian Yi's back, formed by the blade of creation, also stood in front of her to protect her. After the attack of the thunderbolt power, there were also some burn marks on the blade of destiny. Clearly, they were left behind by the attack just now. This was just the first attack, but she felt that she couldn't resist it. The corners of Tian Yi's mouth lifted slightly, although it seemed that she was still smiling. In fact, only she knew the bitterness in her smile. In order to restore the glory of the heavenly monster clan, Tian Yi had almost exhausted her life strength. Even the hardships he had to endure to get to where he was today was inconceivable to anyone. Tian Yi didn't have any companions. She was alone and finally reached this level. However, the ancestral tribulation power had been recorded in the ancient books of the clan. If one couldn't collect the power of the three treasures, only death would await them. No one had ever succeeded. So Tian Yi's heart was in despair. The mountain she was sitting on had already begun to collapse. The second thunderbolt fell. Tian Yi felt as if thousands of silver needles had pierced through her body. They even pierced through her bones. The mountain she was sitting on also rumbled. In an instant it collapsed. He hadn't made any preparations. Was he going to be killed just like that? The mountain peak had already turned into countless rocks that were falling down rapidly. At this moment, the lightning above took advantage of the situation and chased down. Boom! The third thunderbolt. The wings formed by the blade of creation were sent flying. Tian Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of such an ancestral tribulation was completely unstoppable. The only outcome was to have his clone crushed. The fourth lightning bolt struck down. Boom! In Tian Yi's heart, this power should have already destroyed her, even if there was not even a trace of her remains left. However, Tian Yi felt that her body was complete. When he opened his eyes, he found a figure standing in front of him. Was he dreaming? Tian Yi herself didn't believe it. Along the way, she had only made enemies and never friends. The only people she killed were her enemies. How could someone stand up for her? Devil's suppressing ruler? Immediately, Tian Yi's gaze fell on the weapon in the other party's hand. At a glance, she recognized that it was the Devil's suppressing ruler from the Devil's suppressing tower in the St. Martial continent. Tian Yi had studied all the weapons in the world. At least, when she couldn't find all the weapons, she could at least find some substitutes. Hey, it's not easy to live until now. Why do you want to die so much? Fu Ding turned around. His skin was already torn and his flesh was exposed. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Just now, he happened to pass by and saw that someone was about to be struck to death by the lightning, so he quickly rushed out. Who knew that the power of this thing was so great? Fu Ding had almost been killed by it. If the Devil's suppressing ruler hadn't blocked it here, he would have been smashed to pieces by now. Although the injury on his face was quite unsightly, Fu Ding still showed a trace of a smile. You, be careful. When Tian Yi saw Fu Ding, she was shocked because she never thought that there would be someone who would help her in a situation where she was bound to die. Fu Ding himself also used his powerful will to directly destroy the fifth bolt of lightning. However, Fu Ding's body instantly fell to the ground under the power of this lightning bolt. Boom! He was completely buried under the ground. These angry lightning bolts didn't give them enough time to chat. Tian Yi was very anxious when she saw that Yi Shiwen was directly struck by this lightning bolt and was directly injured. However, at this moment, She couldn't be sure whether Yi Shiwen was alive or not. But if she couldn't block this lightning bolt, she would definitely die. All this time, Tian Yi only had one thought in her mind, and that was to revitalize the heavenly monster tribe. As for why she had to do this, no one told her. In her inheritance, this must be done. Otherwise, the heavenly monster tribe would cease to exist. Therefore, Tian Yi's shoulders carried the mission of the entire tribe's revival. I can't die now. Tian Yi's eyes were burning with light again. In the next moment, a strong willpower burst out from Tian Yi's body. The blade of creation, which was sent flying far away, quickly returned to its original position and returned to Tian Yi's side. The sixth lightning bolt. The seventh lightning bolt. Boom! Boom! 2 lightning bolts fell at the same time. Tian Yi resisted with the strength of her dragon sparrow body. Her pair of wings were completely torn apart. She couldn't help but smell a burning smell. Tian Yi couldn't fly. She landed on the ground and roared to the sky. In the next moment, the lightning bolts continued to fall. Boom! An incomparably vast wave of energy swept out in all directions. The mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were directly razed to the ground. All of them exploded on the spot. Along with this wave of energy, it swept out. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles fell into silence. Along with this silence, who knew how long it had been? At least 2 or 3 days. Finally, in this silent sky, a willpower was condensing again. From the countless dust clouds, a figure was rapidly rushing up to the sky. Boom! Her wings spread out, covering the clouds and the sun. It was as if he was declaring his invincible aura to the heavens. She succeeded. Even Tian Yi herself couldn't believe that she had actually broken through the ancestors' tribulation and successfully passed it. Under the 9 lightning bolts of life and death, Tian Yi also thought that she was going to die, but because of Fu Ding's appearance, at least Tian Yi didn't want to lose it so quickly. At least she could confirm Fu Ding's situation first before dying. Who knew that it was this willpower that directly brought Tian Yi back to life. At this moment, Tian Yi also directly had a strong willpower that came from the power of her ancestors. It was constantly injected into Tian Yi's body. Boom! Tian Yi showed her strength to the world. Then, she jumped down and directly plunged into the soil and gravel, grabbing a figure out. It was Fu Ding. In 3 days, Fu Ding hadn't fully recovered, but his willpower was very strong. At least until now, he hadn't given up. When Tian Yi rescued Fu Ding, her heart was completely shocked. What kind of willpower did this guy have to be able to persist until now? Since he hadn't dissipated, he could definitely be saved. Chapter 1382. Beast God Temple. The interior of the tower itself was an extremely mysterious space. Even the people of the Beast God Temple could not enter the inner space. Only 2 people could. One was the Temple Master of Beast God Temple, and the other was the Deputy Temple Master. The double-headed, black, demonic dragon's true body was more than 1,000 feet long. However, in the Beast God Temple, it looked less than a meter long. The interior of the Beast God Temple itself was a very mysterious space. Inside it was a world. The double-headed, black, demonic dragon's body was entrenched in the endless darkness. The double-headed, black, demonic dragon's vitality was greatly damaged in this battle. Although it was only a doppelganger that was released, it could be said that it had spent many years of effort to condense this doppelganger. In the end, it was mercilessly destroyed by Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. It was simply heartbreaking. Roar! The double-headed black, demonic dragon let out a low roar in the endless darkness. Mobilize the Black Court army and conquer the continent. Destroy the human race's sacred mountain. The double-headed black, demonic dragon's original strength was rapidly condensing at this moment. It seemed to have received a powerful injection of energy at this moment. Then its aura rapidly expanded. The double-headed black, demonic dragon's 4 eyes suddenly released extremely dazzling light in the dark void. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying aura condensed around its body. Not only that, but there were also hundreds of figures that appeared around it. These figures were completely black. No vitality could be felt from them. It was as if they were cold and merciless killing machines. The Black Court Army. This was the true army of the Beast God Temple that ruled the continent and dominated the world. Clearly, the Beast God Temple could not afford to wait any longer. Otherwise, they would perish along with it. They had to make the best use of their time. It was urgent. I will protect the temple for the time being. You take the elders with you. Yes, Temple Master. If the strength of the Black Court Army and the elders were not enough to conquer the entire human race, then the sacred martial realm was too strong. Moreover, this time, the Temple Master of the Beast God Temple directly taught the double-headed black demonic dragon the method to destroy the sacred mountain. 100,000 mountains. From the sky above the Beast God Temple, a ferocious and surging power was released. It rushed into the sky and immediately stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. It was as if a heaven-supporting pillar had suddenly pierced in. Then it began to stir the sky. Countless bolts of black lightning were rapidly spreading towards the sky. Rumble. As the energy spread out, one could see the figures of the Black Court Army with terrifying auras appearing and hovering in the sky. The entire 100,000 mountains began to shake violently with the appearance of this terrifying aura. Boom! The ground troops sent by the great Yan dynasty were still searching around the edge of the 100,000 mountains, looking for these lone fallen race warriors. However, after exchanging blows, he discovered that these fallen warriors were quite ferocious. Moreover, their combat strength had suddenly skyrocketed. In addition, the 100,000 mountains was shaking. Immediately, the leading general gave the order to retreat. The White Bone Army, led by General Jiang Bai, was not nearby and could not gather their forces. Therefore, they could only retreat quickly. So, most of the troops quickly retreated. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Then, a black rain started to fall. As the black rain fell, the armor on the soldiers' bodies was also corroded. When the rain fell on their faces, it directly penetrated their skin and even their internal organs. In just 5 seconds, a fully armed soldier was completely melted. Such a terrifying melting and corrosive power was extremely shocking. What was going on? In the end, the 30,000 troops who were originally guarding the 100,000 mountains were completely annihilated by the terrifying black rain. No one could escape. All of them were corroded by the black rain. Only one person was still far away. When he saw the eruption of the heaven and earth anomaly, he immediately rushed towards the direction of Jincheng City. Only the heavenly master of the Shan Kingdom could withstand such a terrifying attack. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to withstand such a natural disaster. The news of the appearance of the black rain in the 100,000 mountains immediately spread to the surrounding cities. Everyone also went to buy a large number of umbrellas, fearing that the power of the black rain would fall on their heads. Chu Yanguan and Jiang Bai also clearly knew that the situation in the 100,000 mountains was not simple. Originally, they wanted to ask Li Zongjiu and Jiang Bai for instructions, but they found that the two were not in the palace. Their figures were nowhere to be found. In the end, they could only send Donglai Shengxian and Beikong Shengxian to the sacred mountain to look for reinforcements. Sacred martial realm. In an unknown mountain range. The surroundings were in ruins. Fu Ding suddenly opened his eyes. The demon-suppressing ruler appeared beside him in an instant and took on a defensive stance. For Fu Ding, he seemed to have had a very terrifying nightmare. In this nightmare, Fu Ding dreamed that he was about to lose his sister. This was something that Fu Ding found hard to accept, and he suddenly came to his senses. When he woke up, he realized that he was in ruins. The main thing was that the surroundings were also ruins. It was dark. At this time, Fu Ding also remembered. Previously, He seemed to have blocked the thunder tribulation for someone. Fortunately, he was lucky and was not directly struck to death. Otherwise, he would have been directly sent to the afterlife. This kind of thing is too dangerous. I have to be more careful next time. Just after Fu Ding felt that his strength had recovered, he got up and looked around, but he could not find that person. For Fu Ding, this was not a big deal. He just wanted to say goodbye. However, when Fu Ding saw that in the distant sky, there seemed to be a black cloud that was rapidly rolling in the direction of Jincheng City, he could clearly see that the power of this black cloud was quite terrifying. It contained the aura of depravity. Fu Ding had never seen such a power before. Even after killing millions of fallen clan, Fu Ding had never seen a power that was more powerful than this. Oh no, something big has happened. Fu Ding immediately leaped into the air. The demon-suppressing ruler landed under his feet and directly rushed forward with Fu Ding's body. Boom! Along the way, Fu Ding increased his speed to the limit. If he did not hurry up, he did not know how many people would die in a second. Boom! Above Jincheng City, black rain fell. However, at this moment, a golden light blocked the black rain that was falling down. This was the array that Huo Wushuang had set up in Jincheng City. After all, the teleportation array's foundation was here. It had to be protected. Jiang Bai led the White Bone Army and was already waiting on the city wall. The Tianwu ship was ready to take off. Now that the Great Wu ship was like an obedient little brother, Chu Yangguan would naturally not be polite to the Great Wu ship. If there was anything that needed to be transferred, he would directly ask the Great Wu ship to provide it. If the Great Wu ship was unwilling, he would directly ask the two sage immortals to stay in the palace for 2 days. When the time came, they would naturally be willing. Even Chu Yangguan personally faced the enemy on the city wall. It was as if their enemy was just a piece of cloud. The opponent was just a piece of black cloud. How could they resist it? It was really troublesome. This array has no one to control it. It won't last long. Jiang Bai said in a deep voice. Once the array was broken, they could only fight head-on. Everyone be alert! At Jiang Bai's command, the White Bone Army immediately knocked the shields in their hands. Different weapons were used to deal with different situations. These White Bone Army soldiers were all carefully trained by Jiang Bai. Their combat strength was strong, and they were also very suitable for fighting in different situations. The black rain continued to fall. It was as if they could see that the formation had not been broken even until now. Finally, in the black cloud, dozens of figures held sickles. Their figures were like monkeys as they jumped from the sky and landed. Whoosh! The sickles in their hands slashed on the protective array. It was as if they had pierced through a transparent glass. Chi! The sickles were embedded in the array. They directly broke a small hole in the array. The rest of the people also tried their best to attack the array with their sickles. It was as if they were digging a hole. Seeing this, Jiang Bai thought that the enemy had finally revealed themselves. Then it was easy to deal with. He directly attacked and killed them. Everyone get ready. Kill! The moment before the array was broken, Jiang Bai gave the order to attack. Immediately, the White Bone Army threw the weapons in their hands forward. Long spears flew out. However, the figures of these people directly leaped and disappeared into the sky. Their speed was incomparably fast. When they landed again, the sickles in their hands were already slashing toward Jiang Bai and the others. Clang! Jiang Bai blocked in front of him with his weapon. However, he was instantly blown away by the power of the sickles. Chu Yangguan himself also shot out a terrifying, profound light. Boom! This dark light hit the opponent's body. It directly passed through the latter's body. It continued to attack with the black sickles. Boom! At this moment, the White Bone Army on the city wall also suffered heavy losses. Chapter 1383. These figures with black capes and scythes were like the incarnation of the Grim Reaper as they easily killed the White Bone Army on the city wall. As the scythes fell, heads fell to the ground. Their methods were vicious and they were powerful. Even if Chu Yangguan and Jiang Bai joined forces, they could not withstand the attacks. "Order the Tianwu ship to fire!" Jiang Bai ordered. Immediately, the Tianwu ship that was floating in the sky above the city unleashed a powerful attack. Ferocious power roared out. However, those powers were actually unable to harm the black silhouettes before them. All the attacks passed through their bodies. Protect the monarch and retreat. Jiang Bai knew that these people must be the special forces of the beast god Hull. Hence, it was not easy to defend against them. With their own strength, it was difficult to defend against the attacks. Chu Yangguan would only be courting death if he stayed here. It was better for him to retreat now. At least he could save his life. "I have no way out." Chu Yangguan refused to retreat. If he left Jincheng City and had to flee again, it would be unbearable for him. With Chu Yangguan here, he would not allow the previous tragedy to happen again. Boom! Just as the White Bone Army was about to suffer casualties, a ray of light descended from the sky and slashed towards the people in front. Boom! A figure from the Black Court Army was sent flying into the sky. Then his body exploded. "It's Fu Ding." Jiang Bai was pleasantly surprised when he saw this figure. Fu Ding's strength was much stronger than theirs. With Fu Ding present, he would definitely be able to defeat these people. Of course, he could not rely on Fu Ding alone. However, Fu Ding's appearance was equivalent to turning the situation around. As the demon suppression ruler flew, it forced the Black Court Army to retreat and killed many of them in the process. However, just as Fu Ding was about to continue his pursuit, a figure suddenly fell down from the dark clouds. A gigantic elephant leg stomped down on Fu Ding. Boom! Fu Ding, together with the bricks of the city wall beneath him, collapsed in an instant. More than half of the city wall of Jincheng City collapsed from the stomp. Fu Ding! When Jiang Bai saw that Fu Ding had been trampled to the ground, he immediately jumped up. He chased after them. Under this attack, Fu Ding would definitely be seriously injured. The demon-suppressing ruler appeared with Fu Ding, but the other party was obviously an elder of the beast god temple. The elephant leg continued to fall. He chased after Fu Ding. In just a short while, the city walls of Jincheng City were completely trampled. "He's an absolute saint." Fu Ding did not have any good ideas at this moment. When he was stepped on, he almost died on the spot. Fortunately, he had the protection of the demon-suppressing ruler. Not long ago, he was struck by lightning, which helped him refine the stronger ancient golden body arts. What Li Zongjiao imparted to him was the ancient tyrant golden body art. Beast God Temple, Elder Mammoth, it looks like you people from the Beast God Temple don't plan on returning alive. Fu Ding and the others landed in the city. However, the other party did not continue to attack because the powerhouses belonging to the human race had finally arrived, including Dong Lai and Bei Kong. There were 7 saint immortals in total. 7 absolute saints came one after another. The leader was Heavenly Saint Kunping. Heavenly Saint Kunping's will immediately covered the entire city. One could see the dark clouds in the sky in front of them were being dispersed by Heavenly Saint Kunping's will. The double-headed black demonic dragon, 17 elders of the Beast God Temple, and tens of thousands of soldiers of the Black Court Army appeared. They were dark and majestic. Just their aura alone was enough to crush the city walls. Heavenly Saint Kunping couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw so many people. This was bad. They were obviously coming out in full force. Not only these people, but some members of the assassination palace were also hiding somewhere, ready to attack at any time. If Li Zongjiao and Qi Yanran were here, things would be much easier. At least they could use their will to defeat the other party. Now that the other party had come with such a terrifying force, it was obvious that they were going to have a final battle. They didn't even inform him before coming to fight. If he had known that the other party was in such a hurry, He should have summoned Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran first. Now that things had turned out like this, wouldn't it be very embarrassing to look at them? However, even though it seemed like he couldn't win, Heavenly Saint Kunping had to hold the fort. As Heavenly Saint Kunping and the others showed up, the other party's lineup of the Beast God Temple was also shown. Of course, most of them didn't transform. The double-headed black demonic dragon appeared in the form of a human with a dragon head on his head. At the same time, the double-headed black demonic dragon was also looking around. It wasn't in a hurry to send everyone out. The powerful young man and woman from last time were nowhere to be found. This was what the dual-headed black demonic dragon feared the most. If they were to appear, the dual-headed black demonic dragon would have to go all out in order to defeat them. Kill! The double-headed black demonic dragon waved its hand. Without saying anything, it gave the order. Immediately, the people behind it rushed out. Boom! 10 of the surrounding elders of the Beast God Temple went down at once. Furthermore, they transformed into giant beasts. Heavenly Saint Kunping and the others also found their opponents and charged at them. Boom! The aura of both parties instantly spread across the area. The number of the Black Court Army would continue to increase during the massacre. Therefore, the number of the Black Court Army would continue to increase and grow at a terrifying speed. Immediately, the Black Court Army quickly clashed with the soldiers of Jincheng City again. Although Chu Yan and the others were attacked fiercely, in the next moment, the aura of hundreds of Supreme Being experts suddenly came from the horizon. The heavenly masters from the other 4 empires also came out in full force. Before they came, Heavenly Saint Kunping had already summoned these people. However, he was slightly slower. However, when the hundreds of heavenly masters from the Dao Nation gathered together, they immediately formed an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Originally, there were 5 empires. However, the Great Wu Empire was only left with 2 people after the previous massacre. This time, they didn't join in the fun. However, they sent out their own Tianwu ship. At least in such a situation, they could ensure a certain degree of suppression. Boom! In an instant, the sky changed color. When Chu Yan and Jiang Bai saw that the 5 empires were also participating in the battle, they couldn't help but nod inwardly. No matter what, this joint battle was indispensable. Although it seemed a little late to join forces, it wasn't too late as long as they could take action immediately. The dual-headed black demonic dragon lowered its head and looked at the battlefield below. Heavenly Saint Kunping was being held back by the 3 elders. The other Supreme Being experts were also being held back by the corresponding experts. The reason why there were still a few people who didn't join in the battle was to guard against Qi Yanran and Li Zongjio. Those who could destroy his doppelganger were definitely not to be underestimated. He had to be on full alert. In this way, even if Li Zongjio and the others were to do something, they would be able to detect it first. Red Spider, go and kill that brat. The dual-headed black demonic dragon frowned when it saw Fu Ding, who was killing everyone below. Although Fu Ding's cultivation wasn't strong, he had already condensed his willpower. If he continued to grow, he would be terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was quite powerful. The dual-headed black demonic dragon's subordinates were killed in a few moves. The Black Court Army couldn't even withstand one move from Fu Ding. Moreover, the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was quite powerful. It could directly disperse the origin energy of the Black Court Army. This was a rather serious matter. The Black Court Army was like a plague that could spread limitlessly. Most importantly, they had to wait until the end of the battle. They would get rid of the excess parts directly. Normally, they wouldn't need to consume anything. Such a sacred weapon would become a must-have weapon for the Beast God Temple when they were outside. They only needed 100 people at the beginning to form an army of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions in the future. However, if there was someone who could directly destroy the origin energy, they would have to kill him first. Otherwise, the origin energy of the Black Court army would also be destroyed. It would be a great loss. Yes. The red spider immediately transformed into a blood-red spider and descended from the sky with 8 legs. Boom! It landed not far away from Fu Ding. A few heavenly masters of the upper nation saw that a powerful person had arrived and immediately charged towards the red spider without hesitation. If they wanted to show their strength on the battlefield, they would have to kill an even more powerful enemy. If they could defeat the most powerful one, they would naturally become the most powerful one. However, the sovereign experts were close to them. Before they could even get close to the red spider, they were shot to death by the venom released by the red spider. Clean and efficient. No matter how many armors they wore, it was useless. Chapter 1384. Fu Ding also knew that he was the opponent's target. However, there was no escape on the battlefield. The only way to face the enemy was to face them head-on. However, the opponent was so powerful that it would only take a moment for him to kill Fu Ding. After all, the difference in their strength was many times greater. Die. Elder Red Spider leaped, and the spider leg immediately stabbed toward Lu Xian's head. Fu Ding blocked the attack with the demon's suppressing ruler in his hand. However, with a clang, the demon's suppressing ruler in his hand was sent flying into the sky. Fu Ding was also blasted to the ground by the terrifying shock wave, smashing into the deep pit. He was seriously injured and couldn't move. Red Spider didn't move from his spot. His spider leg suddenly expanded by dozens of meters and directly grabbed at Fu Ding's chest. Even a light touch was enough to poison Fu Ding to death. Fu Ding, be careful! Jiang Bai and Chu Yan Guan couldn't free themselves to save Lu Xian. They were even trapped by the surrounding enemies. Damn it! Fu Ding directly laid on the ground, thinking in his heart that he was probably done for this time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light swept over. The battlefield was constantly changing, and no one knew where this cold light had come from. Bang! Elder Red Spider's elongated spider leg was directly cut off. Bang! Elder Red Spider's face suddenly turned cold. Who was it? Just as Elder Red Spider raised his head, another cold light fell and instantly cut Elder Hong Zhu's body into 2 halves. Bang! Scarlet blood splattered everywhere. Another expert. The double-headed black demonic dragon was slightly shocked when it saw this scene from the sky. Could it be that Li Zongjiu or Qi Yanran had made a move? Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? Red Spider's strength was at least in the top 10, but he was actually killed in an instant. Such a situation was clearly a little inconceivable. Even the dual-headed black demonic dragon was a little nervous. This situation was a challenge for the dual-headed black demonic dragon. The last time the double-headed black demonic dragon faced an enemy, he didn't have much of a chance and was directly defeated by the enemy. The doppelganger that he had painstakingly refined was actually destroyed directly. For the double-headed black demonic dragon, this was a very unjust matter. This time it was its true body that was going to attack. Therefore, it had to find out the opponent's situation. However, when the dual-headed black demonic dragon saw the other party's figure, it was more or less relieved. At least it was not Qi Yanran or Li Zongjiu, but someone it had never seen before. It looked quite unfamiliar. When he saw the latter, Fu Ding was also stunned. It's you! Tian Yi's figure descended, and the blade of creation spun in her hand before finally landing in her hand. From the very beginning, Tian Yi was also nearby. After all, the battle here was so intense. Maybe some good treasures would appear. Now, Tian Yi felt a lot better. After all, she had broken through her limit and inherited the will. It directly made Tian Yi a top expert. Even if all the people in the sacred martial realm worked together, they might not be Tian Yi's opponent. This world was no longer an obstacle for Tian Yi. However, the battle here also attracted Tian Yi's attention. After all, the little guy who saved her life was also on the battlefield. For Tian-E, whether it was the human clan or the fallen clan, it didn't matter too much. Tian-E belonged to the monster clan. Therefore, Tian-E didn't care if the two sides fought to the death. However, when she saw that Fu Ding was about to be killed by the other party, Tian-E no longer hid, so she directly attacked. She stretched out her hand. Tian-E actually attracted the demon-suppressing ruler from afar, then stopped in front of Fu Ding. "Thank you." Fu Ding was now in a state of extreme shock. Just now, this girl directly killed an elder of the Beast God Temple as soon as she attacked. For Fu Ding, this was quite a shocking situation. How powerful was this person? Even if his master was here, he reckoned. Even his master might not be able to do this. Tian-E didn't say anything, but looked back at the double-headed black demonic dragon in the sky. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Tian-E asked. "Our standpoints are different." It wasn't a grudge, but his master had ordered it. In addition, both sides had different identities, so he naturally had to finish this matter. Moreover, when the other party destroyed the human clan, he would definitely be wiped out. No one could escape. If he was defeated, he would only end up as a puppet. Therefore, it could only be said that their standpoints were different. "I'll help you kill him." Tian-E nodded, then jumped and rushed straight toward the double-headed black demonic dragon. Fu Ding was a little confused. First of all, who was this girl, and then why did she help him? Was it just because he helped her when he passed by last time? Moreover, the other party's aura looked very powerful. Could he defeat the other party just by rushing up like this? Jiang Bai came in front of Fu Ding. She didn't come in time just now, but now that the ladder was free, Jiang Bai could finish off the opponent. "Who was that girl?" Jiang Bai couldn't help but ask. Looking at her posture, she seemed to be more powerful than Evil Lord. "I don't know either." The latter was also dumbfounded. However, he couldn't stop fighting with the Black Court army. Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng was entangled with the 3 elders of the Beast God Temple. However, before the double-headed black demonic dragon attacked, Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng had better not use all of his strength. Otherwise, if he exposed all of his strength, it would be very dangerous and passive. Suddenly, Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng sensed Tian-Yi's appearance. Then he saw Tian-Yi killing Elder Hongzhu with ease. Then she rushed toward the double-headed black demonic dragon's base camp. "What's going on? Where did that girl come from?" Putting everything else aside, just the courage of the latter to rush toward the double-headed black demonic dragon was not something that an ordinary person could do. Moreover, seeing how easily she killed Elder Hongzhu, her strength and courage were naturally shocking. Even Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng had to give it his all to be able to do that. However, it was impossible to make it look like it was an understatement. The double-headed black demonic dragon saw the figure rushing toward it. There was a trace of disdain in its eyes. It was just being cautious. Did these people really think that they could fight it just because they had comprehended a little bit of will? How naive. "Go!" The double-headed black demonic dragon roared. Then the last 6 elders of the Beast God Temple, who were guarding it, rushed down in unison. Boom! As their bodies moved, a strong wave of energy was set off. The 6 of them joined forces to form a huge lineup, which directly crushed the people below. Boom! Tian-E instantly accelerated and rushed out. At the same time, the blade of creation in her hand also shot out. He casually drew a few strokes in the space in front of him. Immediately, the space seemed to have been cut apart. Subsequently, the person who was rapidly approaching also seemed to have been cut by countless sharp iron wires at this moment. His body was instantly sliced into dozens of pieces. Instant kill. Everyone saw the move that Tian-E had used. At this moment, the terrifying strength that Tian-E had displayed shocked everyone present. Boom! What? How is this possible? She killed 6 people in an instant. Even the sane immortals who were fighting fiercely were in disbelief. The 6 people on the other side were obviously stronger. They had to use all their strength just to fight one of them. However, the other side had killed 6 of them in an instant. This was simply too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying existence? I didn't expect that there were still hidden experts. Where were they hiding before? Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng could not help but be surprised. Now, the morale of the humans was greatly boosted. With a flip of his hand, he began to force the people in front of him back with an even stronger force. Boom! The murderous aura was extremely strong. Roar! The double-headed black, demonic dragon directly released its true form. The reason for that was because it had actually sensed danger in that instant. It had no choice but to unleash its true strength. When the double-headed black, demonic dragon's strength erupted, it was also at this moment that the pressure of a true expert descended. The entire Jinchang city was instantly suppressed by this tyrannical force, causing it to sink even deeper into the ground. Whoosh! Tian Yi also unleashed her true body of will. Dragon sparrow body. Boom! She spread out her wings like a god of war, slaughtering the primitive world. Such a terrifying aura instantly erupted as if it could destroy heaven and earth. The aura of the two collided. They were evenly matched. They both took a step back. However, in the next moment, the blade of creation in Tian Yi's hand suddenly appeared at this moment, and it directly transformed into a pair of wings that supported her back. This made Tian Yi's strength even more powerful. Boom! After another collision, the sky suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Everyone within a radius of 100 miles was sent flying. Boom! It was as if the place was cleared. Even Fu Ding and the others were sent flying by this terrifying storm. Roar! The double-headed black, demonic dragon let out a shocking roar. Suddenly, a black Dharma treasure was thrown out from its claws. Soul-reaping bell. This Dharma treasure specialized in breaking the will. Chapter 1385. Immediately, the soul-reaping bell flew toward Tian Yi at high speed. Tian Yi seemed to have felt the power of the soul-reaping bell. She immediately turned around and flew into the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Tian Yi's figure had disappeared into the horizon. However, the soul-reaping bell was still chasing after her. It's the soul-reaping bell. Heavenly Saint Kunping's expression changed when he saw the soul-reaping bell. Back then, he was injured by the soul-reaping bell. Otherwise, his strength would have been much stronger than it was now. Therefore, when he saw the soul-reaping bell, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Tian Yi's figure seemed to be unable to dodge the attack. In the end, she threw out the blade of creation and used it to rush toward the soul-reaping bell. Boom! When the blade of creation approached the soul-reaping bell, it felt as if it had lost its power. It was easily knocked away by the soul-reaping bell. In the end, the soul-reaping bell directly enveloped the huge dragon sparrow and instantly enveloped it. Boom! Tian Yi's huge figure disappeared into the horizon. She seemed to have been severely injured. After seeing this, the double-headed black, demonic dragon sneered. That's all there is to it. Do you really think that I have no way to deal with you mortals? How dare you try to make the fallen clan your enemy? Even if you have some strength, you can't go against the heavens. Immediately, the double-headed black, demonic dragon waved its hand, trying to take back its soul-reaping bell. However, just as the soul-reaping bell flew back, something strange happened. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. Then, the dragon sparrow's huge figure rushed out of the crack and used its sharp claws to grab one of the double-headed black, demonic dragon's heads. In the next moment, the dragon sparrow easily crushed the head. Boom! Blood splattered, and the head was easily crushed just like that. The soul-reaping bell didn't destroy Tian Yi's body. It was just an afterimage created by the blade of creation. Roar! The double-headed black, demonic dragon's body suddenly rolled in the sky. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle in the sky. However, it was clear that the dragon sparrow's body was superior to the twin-headed, black, demonic dragon's body. Therefore, when the dragon sparrow's sharp claws landed on the twin-headed, black, demonic dragon's body, the wounds on the twin-headed, black, demonic dragon's body were enlarged. Such a ferocious attack directly caused the latter extreme pain. Even the dual-headed, black, demonic dragon did not expect this woman to be so terrifying. This was a terrifying strength that could almost tear people apart. The double-headed, black, demonic dragon could not believe its eyes. "You are not a human, you are a demon." The double-headed, black, demonic dragon and the dragon sparrow immediately separated. The opponent's strength was too terrifying, so the double-headed, black, demonic dragon was in great pain. However, after a series of exchanges, the dual-headed, black, demonic dragon realized that the dragon sparrow in front of it was not as simple as it was formed by its own will. Instead, it was because of the strength of the demon clan. He was a demon himself. "You're from the demon race. Why are you here to join in the fun of the human race?" Tian didn't answer his question. "What human or demon race? If I don't like you, I'll kill you. It doesn't matter what race you are. It seems that you are not only a demon, but also a demon who has gone mad." The double-headed, black, demonic dragon said in a deep voice, "I think your demon clan should have completely forgotten the pain of your clan's annihilation back then, right? The human race is an evil race. How could you help them? You're letting your ancestors down." The double-headed, black, demonic dragon's words were confusing. No one could understand what this guy was talking about. However, Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng, who had read the Book of Connections, felt his heart skip a beat. After all, everyone had different perspectives on this matter. In the eyes of other races, the human race was powerful and arrogant. Back then, they had almost annihilated all races. However, no one was able to clearly describe what had happened back then. The records of the various clans were all different. "My ancestors' matter has nothing to do with you." Tian Yi's figure was suspended high in the sky. She looked down at the people below with indifference in her eyes. The double-headed, black, demonic dragon was infuriated by the dragon sparrow. Was it really because the fallen race couldn't defeat the demon race? You asked for it. The double-headed, black, demonic dragon spat out a beam of destructive black light from its mouth. Following the appearance of this world-destroying black light, an incomparably ferocious power quickly attacked. Tian felt the force coming toward her. She flapped her wings with all her might. However, the speed and power of the destructive black light were too fast. There was no chance for her to escape. Boom! The black light directly penetrated the heavenly demon dragon sparrow's body. Tian let out a painful roar. Under the black light, Tian Yi's figure gradually changed. She returned to her human form. It's the willpower of the beast god temple. Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng also transformed into his will. His huge figure immediately sent the 3 elders of the fallen race flying. Then he quickly fell toward Tian Yi. The double-headed black, demonic dragon once again unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, smashing down on Tian Yi. Tian Yi couldn't move at all. Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng immediately grabbed Tian Yi and flew away with her. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy was set off on the ground. Rumble! A terrifying commotion swept across the place. Even Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng was hit at this moment. He rolled on the horizon for tens of thousands of miles. Then he slowly came to a stop. My old bones! The Heavenly Saint Kuin Peng howled in pain as well. He was probably severely injured as well. His body fell heavily to the ground. Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng immediately returned to his human form. His will dissipated. The opponent used the will of the beast god temple. Therefore, even Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng couldn't resist it. Tian-Yi was severely injured by the opponent. Now that she was rescued, she was in a coma. Oh no, the two experts have been defeated. There was a trace of panic in the eyes of the sage immortals. Even heavenly sage Kuan-Peng's real body couldn't resist the opponent's attack. It was obvious that he was doomed. Behind the double-headed black demonic dragon's huge body, a figure gradually emerged. When they saw the figure, the beast god temple, this huge figure belonged to the beast god temple. They didn't expect the opponent to bring the will of the beast god temple here. The beast god temple hadn't been completely teleported here. However, the opponent was able to borrow the will of the beast god temple. It was no wonder that heavenly sage Kuan-Peng was no match for him and was beaten to such a state. Is there anyone who can stop this? The sage immortal's eyes were filled with despair. Even if they put their lives on the line, they might not be able to win. Since he was going to die no matter what, he might as well sit on the ground obediently and let this death come a little more comfortably. Otherwise, who would be able to endure such an outcome even if he exhausted himself? However, these people had clearly given up on resisting. The fallen race obviously had the upper hand. At this moment, the ones who were nervous were the fallen race. The appearance of such a scene was rather unexpected. What's going on? The double-headed black demonic dragon looked up at the sky. The direction of its gaze was the direction of the sacred mountain. Roar! Suddenly, the double-headed black demonic dragon roared. All the fallen race seemed to have been summoned and quickly returned to the double-headed black demonic dragon's side. They turned around and ran. The fallen race had actually begun to flee. Chapter 1386. All the human warriors were dumbfounded by what they saw. Countless heavenly masters of the Upper Kingdom were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were at a loss of what to do. The person who was fighting fiercely with them just a moment ago was fleeing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the speed at which he fled was also very fast. He was afraid that if he was a little slower, he would be caught by the other party and be done for. Boom! Just as everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, from the direction of the sacred mountain, there were countless colorful lights that were rapidly rushing toward this place. Boom! Boom! When such power swept over, the sky seemed to be torn apart. These densely packed, 5-colored divine lights. In an instant, they rushed into the camp of the fallen clan. There was no sound of explosion. After these 5-colored divine lights broke through the body of the person in front of them, they rushed into the distance. Just one ray of light could easily penetrate hundreds of fallen clan powerhouses. Therefore, they were easily shot to death in the sky. When they saw these fallen clan members who were still fleeing in the sky, they fell from the sky in large batches. The human warriors were in an uproar. They never thought that there would be such a scene that would make their blood boil. It was as if they were using extremely powerful elemental energy cannons to shoot down birds. The fallen race, who were supposed to be invulnerable and had terrifying defensive capabilities, were now like little ants as they helplessly fell from the sky. Rumble! The double-headed black demonic dragon was also trying its best to escape. However, at this moment, a white light that seemed to cover the sky and the earth instantly bound the double-headed black demonic dragon's body. Then, with a fierce tug, the double-headed black demonic dragon's body was forcibly stopped from the sky. Roar! The double-headed black demonic dragon seemed to be extremely aggrieved and terrified. It struggled with all its might, wanting to rush out. However, there was no longer any chance for the double-headed black demonic dragon in front of it to escape. When the white figure trapped the dual-headed black demonic dragon, the dual-headed black demonic dragon was completely trapped. Once again, countless 5-colored divine lights rushed over from the distance. However, when the 5-colored divine lights rushed over this time, they were blocked by the will of the beast god temple. The silhouette of the beast god temple was gently rotating. Along with the spinning force, The surrounding space was constantly being crushed, and the five-colored divine light was also being distorted by the force. In the end, it was reflected back in the direction it came from. However, this power also disappeared not long after it charged out. So strong! Everyone was also witnessing this great battle that originated from the void. Both parties had yet to show themselves, but in this confrontation, they had displayed their respective strengths. The dual-headed black, demonic dragon had no way of withstanding this power. His body was unable to move under the control of the desolate heaven essence. If it weren't for the fact that there was a top expert behind the double-headed black, demonic dragon, controlling the will of the beast god temple to fight against the five-colored divine light, it would have been blown to pieces by the five-colored divine light. Both sides directly used their own wills to start a great battle between heaven and earth. Many people didn't know the name of the evil lord. Looking at the style of the battle, those who knew the legendary evil lord didn't think it was the evil lord who was attacking. The battle between the two sides made the world feel like it was about to collapse. It was terrifying to be able to fight to such an extent. The eyes of Heavenly Saint Kunpeng and the others were filled with excitement. The most excited person was Heavenly Saint Kunpeng. It's a success. It's definitely a success. Kunpeng, Heavenly Saint, was incomparably excited. If he could succeed, it would be a kind of relief for him. At least, it would mean that the sacred martial realm would be safe in the future, and there would be a guardian to protect it. It would be many times safer. Although this was an opportunity to become stronger, and Heavenly Saint Kunpeng hoped that he would be the one chosen, he knew that it was impossible. Otherwise, it would have been his turn. How could he be willing to give such a precious opportunity to someone else? The rarity of such an opportunity was simply unimaginable. Becoming the guardian of the continent, receiving the inheritance of the will of the sacred mountain. There were countless benefits such as this. Although from then on he would have a lot of responsibilities, but with the help of this power he would be able to peek into a more powerful world, comprehending a more powerful realm. He wouldn't be a frog at the bottom of a well forever. The power of both sides clashed between heaven and earth. Then the beast god temple took the twin-headed black, demonic dragon and flew into the distance. After all, the beast god temple hadn't fully teleported over, so the power it could exert was limited. At the same time, it needed to limit the distance it could travel. If it was too far away, it would be easy for accidents to happen. This time, the owner of the five-colored divine light didn't continue to pursue. It was just a distraction and didn't want to destroy the beast god temple directly. After all, the opponent's strength wasn't that simple. It wasn't something that could be easily destroyed. Immediately, the two powerful wills retreated in the sky. Obviously, the human race had won the battle. The so-called elders of the fallen clan and various experts had also lost their lives under the divine light rain. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It was a great victory. Everyone cheered as well. The hard-won victory made everyone's spirits rise. Being able to succeed was not an easy task in itself. After going through so many cruel battles, they finally saw the dawn of victory. Today, everyone would be cheering all night. Qi Yanran summoned the desolate heaven essence back. However, she didn't leave the sacred martial realm. Instead, she frowned and looked at Li Zongjiu, who was still meditating under the tree. The latter's situation hadn't improved yet. He was still shrouded by the sacred martial realm's will. Even Qi Yanran couldn't get close to awaken him. Qi Yanran's meditation under the sacred martial realm didn't result in her becoming a guardian. Instead, she became a qualified person like Heavenly Sage Kunpeng. Both of them had the qualifications to use the sacred martial realm's will, and obviously, Qi Yanran's qualifications were stronger than Heavenly Sage Kunpeng's. Qi Yanran happened to arrive at the scene just now. Therefore, she directly attacked from tens of thousands of miles away. She forced the other party to retreat and at the same time let the other party know how powerful she was. He wanted to use his power to annex the human race so quickly. Such an idea was very stupid, but it also showed that the other party's situation was, in fact, very urgent. Qi Yanran obviously knew something, but it wasn't good for her to say anything about it. She just waited for Li Zongjio to withdraw from the sacred martial realms before slowly discussing the matter. The people's revelry had nothing to do with Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran was still quietly waiting by Li Zongjio's side. Could it be that Zongjio is going to become a guardian? If Li Zongjio could succeed, Qi Yanran would naturally be happy for the latter. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If he succeeded, he would definitely step into a higher realm. However, Li Zongjio didn't seem to show any signs of waking up in a short period of time. Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng brought the seriously injured Tian Yi to the sacred martial realm. Qi Yanran checked on Tian Yi and found that she had been injured by the sacred martial realm's will. She only needed to erase the remnant of the will. With the help of the sacred martial realm, Qi Yanran easily erased the remnant of the will. Tian Yi's condition was also gradually improving. Originally, Qi Yanran was unwilling to do anything, but Tian Yi's actions made Qi Yanran aware. Qi Yanran naturally saw it, no matter what the reason was. Since Tian Yi stood on the side of the human clan, Qi Yanran would not let Tian Yi die like this. After all, both sides came from the same continent. Chapter 1387. However, Tian Yi's injuries this time couldn't be considered light. Even after Qi Yanran wiped out the will of the Beast God Temple, Tian Yi herself was still in such a situation and had yet to wake up. Therefore, Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng left Tian Yi in the sacred mountain to recuperate. It seemed like a hasty, decisive battle had occurred. At least, everyone was excited. They had never thought that such a scene would happen. However, the hidden experts of the human race were also very terrifying. It was a great honor for them to have such experts protecting them. It also gave them a greater sense of security. Their hearts were filled with joy. After the craziness, all that was left was joy. This battle had at least crippled the strength of the Beast God Temple. The remaining existences did not need these ordinary people to worry about. Even if they wanted to worry, it would be of no use. Chu Yan also started to reorganize the city in his own Jinchang city. He also started to clean up some of the corruption and disorder that was present. Previously, he did not have enough time and resources to clean up all of this. However, now that he was free, it was time to settle the score. Li Zongjio had been meditating in the sacred mountain for nearly 3 months. When Li Zongjio opened his eyes, the world in his eyes seemed to be filled with thousands of twists and turns. In his eyes, in the vast world, in the universe, he could feel the existence of a strong force. It was extremely terrifying. When Li Zongjio returned, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Originally, the sacred mountain wanted Li Zongjio to be its guardian. Once Li Zongjio became the protector of the sacred martial realm, he would be able to easily use the sacred mountains within the sacred martial realm. Hence, there would be no one who could match him in the sacred martial realm. Of course, Li Zongjio could not kill people at will. Instead, he had to protect the core. Powerful strength, supreme will. It was almost equivalent to an eternal life. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be eager to become the guardian of these items and establish a contract with them. However, Li Zongjio resolutely refused. He also relied on his own strength to break through the obstacles created by the sacred mountain. These things could not tempt Li Zongjio at all. Strength is not measurable. I can slowly cultivate by myself. I am not afraid of these things at all. Do I need you to give them to me? Even if I obtain the will of the sacred mountain, I may not be able to move unhindered between heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would the Beast God Temple attack? They are obviously not afraid of the power of the sacred mountain. However, Li Zongjio's own will have become more tenacious and powerful under the tempering of the sacred mountain. Boom! It was unknown when Li Zongjiu's body was covered with leaves, but at the last moment, Li Zongjiu directly shattered them. The Book of Connections. Li Zongjiu also had the opportunity to read the Book of Connections because he had obtained the recognition of the sacred mountain. He learned some things, but Li Zongjiu would not believe everything that was said. He must have his own considerations in his heart. Li Zongjiu was very clear about the morality of the human race. There were good and bad people. It was hard to believe how some bad people turned out to be in the end. There was no bottom line for human evil. This was also the reason why Li Zongjiu did not want to become some bullshit guardian. Otherwise, no matter how good or bad people were in the future, he would have to protect them together. Therefore, the so-called temptation of power was meaningless to Li Zongjiu. But this time, when he came out of seclusion, Li Zongjiu realized one thing. The Beast God Temple was now in big trouble. When Li Zongjiu appeared, Qi Yanran and Kunping, heavenly sage, quickly gathered. How is it? It's a success. Kunping, heavenly sage, naturally hoped that Li Zongjiu could succeed. If he succeeded, he could take a break from his mission. At least he would not have to work so hard every day to think of a way to resist the invasion of the Beast God Temple. Qi Yanran also looked at Li Zongjiu with anticipation. She herself did not succeed, but Li Zongjiu's chances should be higher than hers. However, no matter what Li Zongjiu chose in the end, Qi Yanran would support him. But according to Qi Yanran's understanding of Li Zongjiu, the so-called guardian position was not very attractive to Li Zongjiu. I'm not interested. Li Zongjiu said. Heavenly sage Kunpeng was stunned when he heard that. What did that mean? Not interested at all. You're not interested in becoming the strongest existence in the sacred martial realm? Are you so arrogant now? But I've already gotten what I want. Li Zongjiu said. He had already gotten what he wanted. Wasn't that the Book of Contacts? In order to obtain the Book of Contacts, one must first obtain the recognition of the sacred martial realm. Didn't this mean that Li Zongjiu directly rejected the power of the sacred martial realm? He rejected the so-called guardian's power. The latter was immediately dumbfounded. What? You can't be saying that you rejected the guardian position, right? Kunping, heavenly sage, could not believe that someone would reject such a wonderful opportunity. It was simply incomprehensible. Could it be that Li Zongjiu did not want to become stronger? You should work hard. After a few years, there will be no one left. Then you can. Li Zongjiu patted Kunping, heavenly sage's shoulder, and said encouragingly. However, how could Kunping, heavenly sage, not know that it was impossible for him to become a guardian? However, judging from the previous performance, perhaps Li Zongjiu's disciple, Fu Ding, would also have a greater chance. Perhaps this was also the reason why Li Zongjiu disdained to become a guardian, because even his disciple would have such potential in the future. What about the Beast God Temple? I will naturally solve the problem of the Beast God Temple. Li Zongjiu was also aware of the situation in the outside world at that time. After all, the sacred mountain wouldn't just stand by and watch the world be destroyed. The reason why he was able to obtain the Book of Contacts was because Li Zongjiu had made such a deal with them. Although he could not become a guardian, it was not difficult to help solve the problem of the Beast God Temple. However, judging from the current situation, the Beast God Temple was not the real problem. The biggest problem was someone else. Chapter 1388. Li Zongjiu also needed to understand the specific situation further. As for Li Zongjiu's so-called improvement in understanding, in the eyes of others, it was simply crazy. That was to go directly to the Beast God Temple. Go to the Beast God Temple? Although the Beast God Temple had suffered a crushing defeat last time, it did not mean that the Beast God Temple in front of them was completely defenseless. At least the deputy temple master of the Beast God Temple had been directly rescued, and even the real temple master had not appeared until now. Moreover, the Beast God Temple itself was unscathed. With the fallen clan's reproductive ability, it was extremely easy for them to start anew and restore their combat strength. Moreover, the beast god temple itself was hidden in the 100,000 mountains. The danger contained within was self-evident. Kunpeng, heavenly sage, originally wanted to stop Li Zhongjiu. After all, such an action did not seem very wise. However, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran obviously would not pay attention to this old man. Li Zhongjiu also went to take a look at Tian Yi's current situation. She won't die for the time being. However, this girl was actually able to survive the ancestral tribulation and obtain the will of the ancestors. She is quite lucky. Li Zhongjiu obviously also saw the difference in the latter's body. Moreover, being slightly injured by the will of the beast god temple could also help the latter to make her own will more solid. After all, this kind of will that was directly inherited was ultimately external. It was extremely good to be able to become more solid under such circumstances. It was also a good opportunity. In the future, the latter's strength would also be more consolidated. Let's go. The two directly rushed into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. The vast mountains were shrouded in fog. One could see the thick fog rising and rolling in the mountains. Even if there were tens of millions of fallen clan active in the 100,000 mountains, the appearance of the 100,000 mountains had not changed at all. This could be seen from this point. It was impossible for the fallen clan to conquer the entire sacred martial realm. They could only conquer the human race. Perhaps after a certain period of time, they would be conquered by another race, and the cycle would repeat. However, the sacred martial realm had always been the sacred martial realm. It had never changed. Boom! The figures of the two of them directly swept through the 100,000 mountains. There was not the slightest trace of concealment. They didn't even need to keep a low profile. They were already so ostentatious. With their speed, they soon saw the beast god temple. A towering pillar that reached the heavens was formed. It was majestic and mighty, and its aura could swallow the heavens. Even if it fell to the ground gently, it would be enough to split the 100,000 mountains in half. The true body of the beast god temple has 108,000 floors. Hey! Li Zhongjiu glanced around. The two of them were still hundreds of miles away from the beast god temple, but they could already see the huge black pillar that reached the heavens. Naturally, it looked more powerful than the sacred mountain of the human race. However, the beast god temple was built on the ground. What was revealed on the human race's sacred mountain was only the tip of the iceberg. The real part was buried in this boundless land. In comparison, the temperament of the human race was more reserved. It's really big. How long would it take to climb to the top of the tower? When Qi Yanran saw the beast god temple, she was also a little surprised. The current beast god temple was only 2/3 of the way through the transmission, and now it had completely stopped. Last time, most of the experts were killed by Qi Yanran. Therefore, the current beast god temple did not have too many people to maintain the transmission effect of the transmission array for the time being. If it stopped for a long time, the beast god temple might be directly cut off by the transmission array when it was shut down, or it might be sucked back again. No matter what the result was, it would be a very tragic end for the beast god temple. When the two of them were still 20 miles away from the beast god temple, the beast god temple directly released a self-defense warning. Immediately, a tyrannical wave, like a wall of air, blocked in front of Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran. I'm really giving you face. Li Zhongjiu looked at it. This mere beast god temple, whose people were all dead, dared to stop him. They overestimated themselves. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu released his own will. Immediately, the self-defense will of the beast god temple broke through. If it were Kunpeng, heavenly sage, and the others, they would be quite helpless against this force, and it would be difficult to break through. However, this level of force was a little easy in front of Li Zhongjiu. He easily broke through it. The double-headed black demonic dragon was severely injured by Qi Yanran last time, and its injuries had not yet healed. When it sensed Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's attack, it quickly showed up. If it was a little later, the beast god temple might be torn down by the two of them. Of course, it had to show up to stop them. However, when it saw the two of them again, it did not know what to say. After all, it could not be as stubborn as before. Li Zongjiu once destroyed its doppelganger, and Qi Yanran severely injured it. However, Qi Yanran had directly injured his real body. Although he had never seen Qi Yanran before, he could feel the latter's power. "What are you doing?" The double-headed black, demonic dragon appeared in its human form. However, it only had one head now. This was because when it fought with Tian-Yi of the Heavenly Demon Tribe last time, one of its heads was crushed by Tian-Yi. Therefore, at this moment, it looked a little embarrassed when it saw the two experts, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, attacking together. Obviously, it was a little panicked. "You are not qualified to talk to me. Let the biggest one come out," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. The two of them hovered in the sky. Li Zongjiu's words obviously angered the black, demonic dragon. "You are looking down on me." However, Li Zongjiu also made it clear that I am indeed looking down on you. You don't have to doubt yourself. The black, demonic dragon was also extremely unhappy. It secretly clenched its fists, but in the end it loosened them. Now, even with the help of the power of the Beast God Temple, it might not be a match for Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Otherwise, it would not have escaped with the double-headed black demonic dragon last time. Instead, it would have killed Qi Yanran directly. It was precisely because it could not defeat them that it fled. If it was only Qi Yanran who came today, it might still have the strength to fight. However, Li Zongjiu also came together. The specific situation was not easy to predict. Therefore, this was also the reason why the black demonic dragon did not dare to be arrogant. Ahem, the temple master is now in seclusion. Although you are stronger than me, the fallen clan is not only this. Don't push us too far. What can you do if you push us too far? Since your temple master does not dare to come out, then he doesn't need to come out in the future. Chapter 1389. As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, He Mo Long immediately felt an earth-shattering aura erupting from Li Zongjiu's body. Even He Mo Long had never felt such an aura before. He had only felt it once in the Beast God Temple. Could it be that Li Zongjiu's strength was comparable to the Beast God Temple's? Break! Li Zongjiu blasted his palm towards the Beast God Temple in front of him. Immediately, the Beast God Temple erupted with a powerful force. Boom! It wanted to block Li Zongjiu's power. But how could Li Zongjiu's move be so easily blocked? The moment the two wills clashed, the black demonic dragon was blasted away. Boom! He Mo Long himself was instantly sent flying into the distance, and under the impact of this wave he was seriously injured. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were naturally unscathed, but the Beast God Temple in front of them shook a little. The black demonic dragon could clearly feel the power of the Beast God Temple trembling a little. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu had hit it. Could it be that this guy really wanted to tear down the Beast God Temple? But the shaking of the Beast God Temple soon stopped. Then a white-robed figure appeared. A white-robed man who was almost 2.5 meters tall slowly appeared from the Beast God Temple. After the white-robed man appeared, there was a murderous look in his eyes. Li Zongjiu, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that I can't kill you? After hiding for so long, you finally showed yourself. Li Zongjiu looked at the white-robed man in front of him with a smile. It was as if he did not take the white-robed man seriously and looked down on him. But Qi Yanran was a little nervous. This was because Qi Yanran also felt a sense of threat from him. The desolate heaven essence gradually appeared. Your true body is a termite, right? Li Zongjiu's tone was somewhat mocking. After all, the leader of such a large race was actually a termite. You're neither a man nor a woman. I'll give you a chance now. Take your pagoda and leave the sacred martial realm. Otherwise, I'll destroy you and take your pagoda." Li Zongjiu said. It was neither male nor female. He was referring to the Beast God Temple's Hall Master. The Beast God Temple Master's true form was a termite demon queen. Their race's genes were also very powerful, and generations of them had directly become the Temple Master of the Beast God Temple. His own ability was also very strong. Furthermore, he was extremely proficient in spiritual power. At the same time, it was this guy who had snatched the talent of Fu Ding's younger sister, Fu Ling. However, he didn't know where Fu Ling was sitting, so he could only send someone to find her. When the black demon dragon, who had been sent flying in the distance, heard Li Zongjiu's words, he was almost completely stunned by Li Zongjiu's arrogant words. "How dare you mock the Hall Master like this? Kid, just wait for your death." The black demon dragon naturally knew how powerful their Hall Master was. Moreover, with their Hall Master's strength, it would be very easy for him to destroy Li Zongjiu. At least in their hearts, the Hall Master was the most powerful expert. Coupled with the Beast God Temple's own willpower, it would be even easier for him to crush Li Zongjiu and Fu Ling. The fallen army had been defeated. The Hall Master himself was very clear about it, and there was almost nothing that he didn't know. It was just that the Hall Master had been recovering his peak state all this time. The battle in the fallen world had also caused the Hall Master to be severely injured. After all, when they were in the fallen realm, they had also encountered strong resistance. Until now, he had not recovered. This time, he was angered by Li Zongjiu. Naturally, he had to show up and teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. However, the White Ant Demon Queen obviously did not expect Li Zongjiu to know so much. "You've already obtained the Human Relations book?" The White Ant Demon Queen suddenly became alert. If that was the case, then Li Zongjiu in front of her would become very dangerous. After obtaining the Human Relations book, he had obviously become the guardian of the human race. Then, with the other party's strength and the power of the sacred mountain, the Beast God Temple was now doomed. "That's not it," Li Zongjiu said frankly. He completely dispelled the other party's idea. Li Zongjiu only read it once and did not really inherit it. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have to do everything for the stability and prosperity of the human race. Li Zongjiu hated these restrictions the most. However, Li Zongjiu already knew what he wanted to know. For example, the White Ant Demon Queen in front of him. "Know yourself and know your enemy. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me without obtaining the Human Relations book?" The Termite Demon Queen felt like she was being toyed with by Li Zongjiu, and she was instantly enraged. A book appeared in the White Ant Demon Queen's hand. There was a huge figure of a black tower on the book. If one looked carefully, it was obviously the Beast God Temple in front of them. The Book of the Fallen. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. When Qi Yanran saw the book in the other party's hand, she immediately felt a sense of surprise. The 9 Meridians book. Each book had its own name. The human race's book was called the Human Relations book. The book in the White Ant Demon Queen's hand was the Book of the Fallen. It was the heavenly book of the fallen race, one of the 9 Meridians book. Each of the heavenly tomes represented supreme power. In the past, the wars between the various races were all for the 9 lineages, heavenly books. If one could gather all these heavenly books, they would be able to unify the 9 realms. There was no one who didn't want to obtain such power. However, only a heavenly book could devour a heavenly book. Li Zongjiu didn't have the Human Relations heavenly book in his hand, so there was no way he could deal with the Book of the Fallen in front of him. However, if he couldn't deal with this book, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with a mere White Ant Demon Queen. No matter which book it was, as long as you were strong enough, you would definitely be able to defeat it. It had nothing to do with whether it was a book or not. This was also something that Li Zongjiu agreed with. There must be a power above the 9 realms. Even if the power of the 9 realms combined, it wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the power above the 9 realms. Boom! Li Zongjiu's own will emerged and directly turned into a black hammer. When the hammer appeared, it smashed towards the white ant demon queen. The white ant demon queen also slapped the Book of the Fallen in her hand. Then a burst of power erupted from the Book of the Fallen and directly enveloped the two of them. Chapter 1390. Li Zongjiu was sucked into the world of the Book of the Fallen. Li Zongjiu quickly condensed his own will. A huge hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. Even in the darkness, the hammer seemed to carry a thunderous light that could split open the heavens. It suddenly swept down. Boom! Li Zongjiu's hammer directly smashed into the void. Suddenly, the world formed by the Book of the Fallen trembled on the spot. The termite demon queen felt as though Li Zongjiu's strike, which was filled with power, was a hammer blow to her heart. Immediately, the termite demon queen felt like she was going to spit out a mouthful of blood. After a long while, the termite demon queen finally stabilized her body. At the same time, in the darkness, she suddenly slapped the Book of the Fallen in her hand. Suddenly, several auras rose from the Book of the Fallen. Following the appearance of these auras, Li Zongjiu was also directly surrounded by the fallen beasts summoned by his opponent. Not only that, but there was also an unknown number of black light spots in the surroundings. These black things were flying in groups, and they looked as if they could devour the radiance of tens of thousands of feet. Flying ants. These black figures were all flying ants. The hammer that Li Zongjiu had transformed into unleashed a terrifying lightning force. Immediately, the lightning light that surged out directly devoured the ferocious flying ants in an instant. Boom! It was like a fierce burning light. Immediately, these flying ants were burned to ashes. The 4 fallen beasts surrounding Li Zongjiu also attacked at the same time. For streams of fallen qi fell toward Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's own will separated. The hammer of will flew forward and collided with the opponent's fallen power, shattering the opponent's fallen power into pieces. Li Zongjiu himself was holding the unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword was burning with raging flames. He abruptly slashed forward in the direction where the termite demon queen was hiding. Boom! Termite continued to use the Book of the Fallen in his hand to summon all of its power. The power of depravity kept pouring out of the book. Is that all you've got? Li Zongjiu slashed down with his sword. The lingering flame aura also appeared extremely terrifying. The fallen power of the other party was split into 2 halves. Li Zongjiu suddenly loosened his grip on Matchless Sword. Immediately, the Matchless Sword automatically spun around Li Zongjiu to kill the enemy. At the same time, Li Zongjiu made a set of hand seals. Pagoda Sword Qi. A surge of energy entered the unparalleled sword in front of him. Immediately, the unparalleled sword spun and burst out. Sword Qi ferociously scattered in all directions, immediately releasing an extremely terrifying aura. It shattered the power of the depraved aura in front of him. It had the power to destroy all things. Under this sword, the termite demon queen also seemed to be falling apart, unable to maintain the integrity of her power. Book of the Fallen, heed my call, black ants to the sky. Immediately, countless black flying ants were summoned from the Book of the Fallen. It seemed that the termite demon queen relied on these flying ants to establish her position. If an ordinary person with no means encountered these flying ants that could devour everything, it was indeed quite terrifying and helpless. Even if they could resist a little at the beginning, they would only end up in a sorry state in the end. When the unparalleled sword was withdrawn, it immediately released a ring of fire to protect Li Zongjiu. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. At this moment, Qi Yanran, who was still in the outside world, must have known that Li Zongjiu was fighting with the other party. Of course, she couldn't stay idle. What do you want to do? When Black Demon Dragon returned and saw that Qi Yanran seemed to be preparing to attack the Beast God Temple, he was shocked and shouted loudly. However, Qi Yanran didn't pay attention to his words. She directly blasted a 5-color divine light towards the Beast God Temple. Since the will in the Book of the Fallen came from the Beast God Temple in front of her, then destroying the Beast God Temple would certainly weaken the power of the Book of the Fallen. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the Beast God Temple itself also roared. Obviously, Qi Yanran's attack was not to be underestimated. Stop! Although Black Demon Dragon knew that he was no match for Qi Yanran, the Beast God Temple was the existence that the fallen clan believed in. How could he allow the other party to act so wantonly and arrogantly? Immediately, Black Demon Dragon transformed into his true form and angrily bit at Qi Yanran. However, the desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand also whizzed out. As it spun, it directly blasted out the 5-colored divine light hidden in the desolate heaven essence. Boom! Black Demon Dragon's body was immediately penetrated by the 5-colored divine light. Immediately, the Black Demonic Dragon fell from the sky. Bam! Black Demon Dragon crashed heavily to the ground. At the same time, the desolate heaven essence transformed into a sharp blade and easily cut Black Demon Dragon's body into pieces. Qi Yanran was not a kind and naive person. Since the two sides were in a hostile relationship, there was nothing to say. It's either you die or I live. Qi Yanran had never been merciful to her enemy. Puff! Black Demon Dragon looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qi Yanran glanced at Black Demon Dragon's corpse indifferently. Black Demon Dragon's strength was indeed not weak. But if there was anything to blame, it was Qi Yanran's own strength that was too strong. Therefore, Black Demon Dragon did not have the slightest ability to fight back. If there was a hierarchy, Black Demon Dragon's strength should be at the same level as Heavenly Saint Kunpeng at his peak. Before Qi Yanran entered the sacred mountain, her strength was already above Heavenly Saint Kunpeng's. Now, after coming from the sacred mountain, Qi Yanran's strength had reached a new level. Therefore, killing Black Demon Dragon was just a matter of raising her hand. Although Heavenly Demon Tribe's Tian Yi had comprehended the will passed down from her ancestors, but her use and understanding of the power of will was not deep enough. Therefore, her strength was at most at the same level as Heavenly Saint Kunpeng. In front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, it was obviously not enough. But this time, with a more condensed will and the Blade of Destiny, there might be some surprises. As for the Termite Demon Queen, even the current Li Zongjiu needed to use some methods to defeat her. However, with Qi Yanran assisting from the outside, it was obviously a great help to Li Zongjiu. After Qi Yanran finished off Black Demon Dragon, she directly released the Blue Bird Dao platform. Then, the aura on the Blue Bird Dao platform instantly condensed. Boom! The Blue Bird Dao platform directly transformed into a bluebird sword. Chapter 1391. The Azure Bird. Sword circled in his hand. Then, like a spiritual bird with green wings, it flapped its wings and flew out. When the latter circled around the Beast God Temple a few times, the temple itself seemed to have suffered heavy damage. From the endless windows of the Beast God Temple, countless figures were rapidly rushing out. They were all the incarnations of the fallen energy, and they madly rushed towards Qi Yanran. Immediately, the desolate heaven essence appeared again, shattering the fallen energy in front of him. The power that the desolate heaven essence could unleash was something that could only be unleashed as the user's abilities increased. The power of the Beast God Hall had been completely pinned down by Li Zongjiu, so it was extremely difficult for them to free up their hands. Li Zongjiu also clearly felt that the opponent's power was restrained. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Yanran did a good job. At this time, she restrained the enemy and greatly reduced the pressure on Li Zongjiu. TSK, it seems that your beast god temple can't be protected. Li Zongjio was in the middle of the ring of flames, and the opponent's flying ants were endless. Li Zongjio also took the opportunity to counterattack. But because of Qi Yanran's attack, the attacks piled up on the termite demon queen were clearly weaker. Reverse fire. Unparalleled sword. At this moment, it seemed that Li Zongjio and Huo Wushuang were holding the unparalleled sword in their hands. At the same time, they swung the sword out. Immediately, the burning flames covered the sky and earth. Boom! The flames were like tens of millions of galloping horses. At this moment, a terrifying movement erupted, shattering the flying ant array in front of them. The sword energy was immediately reversed. The latter was also sent flying. The termite demon queen's body was immediately wrapped in flames. Then, Li Zongjio's attack came from the darkness. The unparalleled sword displayed great power. Boom! A sword energy instantly swept over. The termite demon queen also released her own energy. Although she successfully blocked the attack in front of her, she was also sent flying. His figure instantly shot out dozens of feet. The hammer formed by Li Zongjio's will easily annihilated the 4 giant beasts. Damn it! Obviously, the termite demon queen in front of them did not have many effective means to deal with Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. Suddenly, a wave of devouring power surged out of the fallen divine book. The termite demon queen's expression changed to one of shock. Li Zongjio also noticed that something was wrong. The other party's power was fading too quickly, and it seemed to be delayed by something. The world formed by the surrounding depraved power also retreated at this moment. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran met. In fact, Li Zongjio had never left his position. At this moment, Qi Yanran also withdrew her cyan bird sword and stayed with Li Zongjio. Moreover, they were also very surprised to see the situation in the beast god temple. What's going on? Qi Yanran's heart was also shocked. In their eyes, the beast god temple in front of them was being dragged back from the transmission array little by little. Seeing such a situation, obviously, Qi Yanran also looked at Li Zongjio in astonishment. The termite demon queen seemed to have no time to care about Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. Her figure quickly merged with the beast god temple and became one with it. In such a stalemate, the termite demon queen was also rapidly gathering power. She wanted to lift the beast god temple directly. A white light wrapped around the beast god temple. They desperately tried to lift the beast god temple into the sky. Its speed was extremely fast. The remaining part of the beast god temple in front of them was also quickly swept into the sky as the ladder lifted it. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran didn't stop it. The other party's panic movements were obviously fleeing for her life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have damaged her vital essence at this time. After such a struggle, the termite demon queen's vital essence would definitely be greatly damaged. But now, the termite demon queen had no time to think. She could only speed up. Boom! At this moment, the base of the beast god temple also appeared in front of Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. Just the horizontal length of the base was easily more than 1,000 feet in length. Even Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran had to retreat a little to make way for the beast god temple. Now, the 108,000th floor of the beast god temple was completely transported. It was directly transported into the sacred martial realm in the hands of the latter. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran witnessed all of this with their own eyes. Even the termite demon queen didn't have time to feel happy. There's something else. Li Zongjio's eyes were locked on the teleportation array. Although he didn't know how far away it was, at least he could clearly feel the other party's power, and it was quickly chasing after them. Suddenly, the space around Li Zongjio immediately trembled violently. There seemed to be a terrifying power in the entire 100,000 mountains that was shaking violently. It was earth-shattering. It was as if the surrounding air had completely turned into boiling water. The extent of the trembling was enough to easily shatter anything. Boom! From the teleportation array, an incomparably huge black shadow suddenly emerged. As the black shadow appeared in front of them, some mountains had already begun to collapse. Just the aura it carried was already extremely terrifying. It's an arm. When Qi Yanran saw the black shadow clearly, she couldn't help but shout in surprise. It was indeed an arm, a hand full of black hair that looked like steel needles. The structure of the arm and palm was very similar to that of a human's, but it was definitely not a human's arm. The beast god temple seemed to have sensed the pursuers sweeping over from behind and immediately wanted to rush up into the sky. But this hand was even faster. It suddenly reached up and easily grabbed the base of the beast god temple that was hundreds of feet wide, and then pulled it back into the depths of the teleportation array. Boom! The beast god temple fell so fast that it directly caused friction with the surrounding air, and during this friction, it burned with a raging fire. The fire kept burning. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran both watched as this incomparably huge black arm forcibly pulled the beast god temple back. It was simply not on the same level. No wonder the fallen clan ran away when they encountered such an existence. Even though he had already run into the sacred martial realm, he was still discovered by others. Boom! In the end, the beast god temple was directly pulled back by this force. After the teleportation array lost its power, it automatically closed. Finally, the light disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Even Li Zongjiu secretly clenched his fists. The reason for that was because the power that had erupted earlier was truly too terrifying. Even if Li Zongjiu fought it head-on, he would only be slapped to death. That is, Qi Yanran was a little shocked and speechless. Now, she could be said to be the top existence in the sacred martial realm, and there were not many people who could be compared to her. But just now, there was an incomparably mysterious hand that directly reached out and pulled the beast god temple back. Even the white ant demon queen had no way to stop all of this from happening. It's one of the 9 clans, the ape clan. Li Zongjiu took a deep breath. It was an extremely terrifying clan. The reason why the fallen clan was so anxious to invade the sacred martial realm was that they were attacked by the ape clan. It was precisely because they could not resist that they were so anxious to find a new place. Originally, they wanted to take down the sacred martial realm, but they just happened to run into Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. He came directly from the holy martial continent and reached the peak in an extremely short period of time. Fortunately, the teleportation array was now closed. Otherwise, the appearance of the ape clan just now was enough to destroy the entire sacred martial realm. Even if Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran worked together, they would not be able to do anything. They would be easily destroyed by the other party. Chapter 1392. Ape Clan? Naturally, Qi Yanran was unfamiliar with this name. She had never heard of it and did not dare to believe it. After all, although Qi Yanran had also obtained the recognition of the sacred mountain, the human heavenly book that she could comprehend was limited. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, could be said to have read the entire contents of the human relations heavenly book from beginning to end. Therefore, he had some understanding of the ape clan in front of him. Among the 9 clans, the ape clan was undoubtedly the strongest. Once, there was an expert from the ape clan who came to the sacred martial realm by accident and easily earned the title of Stone Monkey Great Sage. Then he broke through the sky and left. It was said that he seemed to have returned to the place where his clan was. There was no way to know what happened after that. However, the name of the great sage had been well known in the sacred martial realm for a long time. Although a long time had passed, the story of the great sage was still recorded by later people. The relationship between the ancestors had long been unclear. Today, they witnessed the terrifying strength of the ape clan that easily captured the beast god temple. It should be the people of the fallen clan of the beast god temple. Why were they in such a hurry to take down the sacred martial realm? A few days ago, they suddenly sped up, resulting in such a situation. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The strength of the human clan, coupled with the attack of the ape clan, forced the beast god temple to take action. There's actually such a strong clan? Are they also thinking of invading the sacred martial realm? Qi Yanran asked worriedly. If these people also wanted to attack the sacred martial realm, it would obviously be a disaster for the sacred martial realm. They probably could not withstand 2 slaps from the other party. I don't know. Li Zongjio also shook his head. This kind of thing was difficult to know. However, if a connection could be established between them, there would definitely be a situation of mutual conquest. How could a strong clan live together with a weak clan? It would definitely be one side enslaving the other. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before this day came. The teleportation array was naturally shut down, and the surrounding array foundations had also lost their effect. However, Li Zongjio did not intend to use the teleportation array here. Instead, he planned to create a teleportation array himself. After checking the surroundings, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran disappeared hand in hand. On the Tianwu ship, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran were also strolling leisurely. It seemed that there were still some fallen race warriors left in the 100,000 mountains. However, it was already good enough that these people could survive. They could not pose much of a threat to the human race. A certain amount of danger was still necessary. Life is born of worry and calamity, and death comes from ease and happiness. The two of them played in the sky above the sacred martial realm for half a month. During this half a month, Li Zongjio had also been gradually writing down the records of the teleportation array in the human encyclopedia. He also summoned Huo Wushuang to study it together. The result of 2 top-notch array masters working together to deduce was naturally marvelous. Half a month ago, when the beast god temple was taken away, Heavenly Saint Kunping had already sensed it. Even the few absolute saint experts in the sacred martial realm had sensed it. The haze of war that had shrouded the world for so many years had finally been completely taken away today. Naturally, everyone felt very happy in their hearts. The sacred martial realm had finally regained its former peace. Although the start of the final war was a little hasty, it was fortunate that there were not many losses. If there was one thing that was most tragic in this disaster, it would belong to the great Yan dynasty. So many experts had fallen like raindrops. Now, under the support of evil Lord Li Zongjio, Chu Yingguan had grown up. Whether he could lead the new great Yan dynasty to the peak again depended on Chu Yingguan's strength. Even if Li Zongjio wanted to protect Chu Yingguan, if his own strength was not enough, there would always be unexpected situations. Even Li Zongjio could not protect Chu Yingguan for too long. There would always be times when Chu Yingguan was not around. If he really wanted to develop, he still had to rely on his own strength. Fortunately, although the former great Yan dynasty had been destroyed, there were still a large number of people who had returned to the new great Yan dynasty founded by Chu Yingguan. They belonged to the new great Yan dynasty and invested in the construction. Chu Yingguan was born in the orthodox way. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with becoming the new monarch of the great Yan dynasty. Even for the people of the great Yan dynasty, they felt a sense of belonging. Naturally, they were willing to invest in the construction of the new great Yan dynasty. Although the structure of the world had shrunk a little, the general structure still existed. The other monarchs of the big countries were still enjoying their power and status. But now they had to think carefully. Whether they knew Li Zongjio or not, they had to pay a visit to him. Otherwise, who knew when this terrifying existence called Evil Lord would descend on their palace and crush them easily? They would not even know what had happened. Therefore, it was necessary to greet Chu Yingguan. However, these people waited bitterly for half a month and did not see Li Zongjio. It was as if the two had disappeared. After another half a month, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran returned to the great Yan dynasty again. They learned that the monarchs of the 4 great kingdoms were waiting to see them, and they had waited bitterly for a month. Li Zongjio waved his hand and asked them to leave after delivering the gifts. He was not in the mood to meet these people. Just studying the teleportation formation was enough to give him a headache. After the torment of the teleportation formation, Li Zongjio was almost becoming a real-level Tenere master. Li Zongjio was still in the courtyard of the Imperial Palace, tinkering with the teleportation formation. During this period, he only met Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng once. After all, he had to make some confirmation. After getting confirmation from Li Zongjio, Heavenly Sage Kuin Peng was completely relieved and left with satisfaction. 100,000 mountains. The former teleportation formation address. About 7 to 8 miles away from the teleportation formation site. A few strands of black hair hanging on a tree after absorbing the sunlight and dew. Gradually, changes began to take place. There were hundreds of similar hairs, but in the end, only about 5 of them changed. Gee. One of the hairs was in a particularly good position, so it was the first to change. It turned into a monkey the size of a human thumb. Chapter 1393. A few thumb-sized monkeys that were just born. After cleaning their fur, a fox that was climbing a tree suddenly appeared. When the fox approached the monkeys, it immediately bared its fangs and bit at the little monkeys. Obviously, in the fox's eyes, although the monkeys were small, they were still meat and should be quite delicious. It had been a long time since it had eaten such a novel thing. However, when the fox pounced on the first thumb-sized monkey, it found that the tiny thumb-sized monkey had infinite strength. It directly smashed the fox's chin with a punch. It grabbed the monkey's skull and swung it around on the ground. It directly smashed the ferocious fox to death. Then the monkeys quickly divided up the fox and ate it. After eating the fox, the size of the thumb-sized monkeys was rapidly growing. Now, they had grown to the size of a palm. The leading monkey was covered in pitch-black hair, but there was a trace of white hair on the top of its head. He also had a natural sense of power. Just now, when he was facing this fox, he was also the first to make the first move. It pulled out the fox's teeth. It could not be digested, so it was directly used as a weapon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey made a series of sounds to the 4 monkeys behind it. Immediately, the monkeys nodded. Subsequently, the 5 figures also collected some of the unhatched black hairs, after which they quickly rushed into the depths of the forest with these black hairs. Swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, the figures of the ape tribe rapidly disappeared. It was obviously not easy to find the apes in the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, Li Zongjio and the others who were still in the Great Yen Dynasty were also trying their best to deduce the teleportation array. Now, they were waiting for the opportunity to appear. Most of the foundations of the teleportation array had been laid. Now, they just needed time to perfect the teleportation array. Li Zongjio was not clear about what happened in the 100,000 mountains. Li Zongjio was not a god, so it was naturally impossible for him to know everything in the sacred martial realm. 8 dragon-patterned stone pillars were erected out of thin air in an empty space. Qi Yanran held the ladder on the ground. Li Zongjio was holding a small carving knife and carefully carving on the dragon-patterned stone pillar. Li Zongjio could easily do it with his mental strength, but he wanted to show off his superb knife skills in front of Qi Yanran. By now, Huo Wushuang had already finished carving the other 7 pillars, and only Li Zongjio's pillar remained unfinished. Of course, Li Zongjio's speed was not slow either. Moreover, if it was carved by hand, it would appear more stable. Success! When Li Zongjio's last saber strike fell, the dragon-patterned stone pillar was finally completed. The ground was covered with top-grade primordial stones. With Chu Yanguan's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to obtain these top-grade primeval stones. The sacred martial realm was rich in resources, and the geographical differentiation was quite reasonable. Now, the various countries were constantly restoring the once glorious cities. Obviously, it would be easier to build on the original foundation. Moreover, As long as a city was built, there would be enough resources around the city to establish a hub. Whether it was to develop some resource areas or to develop the population, it would be very easy. There was an inseparable connection. Chu and Yan Guan had also expanded the territory of Great Yan once again. The territory had become even wider, and the resources they had obtained had also become even richer. Is it done? Qi Yanran's eyes were full of expectation. She had not gone back for a long time, so naturally she was very homesick. If it was successful, it would be a good thing. Let's try it, and then we'll know. Li Zongjio stood in the teleportation formation. It could be said that the teleportation formation had been prepared for almost half a year. Furthermore, such a top-notch expert had prepared for half a year before it was completed. If there was no formation master, Huo Wushuang, it was inevitable that it would take 10 times longer to reach this level. It would be difficult for Li Zongjio alone to solve the complicated program in the teleportation formation. Qi Yanran also came to Li Zongjio's side. She held Li Zongjio's hand tightly. Clearly, he wanted to test the effects of the teleportation array with Li Zongjio. I don't know if this teleportation formation will work. Just come up directly. If it is teleported to a deserted island, you will be in trouble. Li Zongjio said with a smile. However, Qi Yanran did not care. What are you afraid of? What haven't you been to? Qi Yanran did not care at all. Following Li Zongjio, she had seen all kinds of dangers. There was really nothing to be afraid of. Li Zongjio could only shrug, helplessly. Then he hugged Qi Yanran in his arms. Then he hit a stream of yuanli on the stone pillar. Yuanli poured into the stone pillar. Immediately, a surge of energy connected the 8 stone pillars together. In this way, the power was rapidly condensed and concentrated on the formation. At this moment, the formation under their feet lit up. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran could clearly feel the drastic changes in the surrounding space. Whoosh! The 2 figures suddenly disappeared from where they stood. The sky in the sacred martial realm also disappeared with a terrifying will. Whoosh! In the direction of the sacred mountain, Heavenly Saint Kuan-Pong also looked up at the sky. Heavenly Saint Kuan-Pong was surprised and did not make any more guesses. After all, the people in this direction were Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. If the 2 of them wanted to cause trouble, even Heavenly Saint Kuan-Pong could not do anything about it. However, he had been baptized by the sacred mountain. Naturally, he believed in the latter's character. It was natural for him to do something a little overboard. However, it was impossible for him to do something that could overturn the continent. He was quite confident about this. Therefore, no matter what kind of trouble the 2 of them caused, he did not care, even if the dynasties were to fight each other. For Heavenly Saint Kuan-Pong, it did not matter as long as the human race was not destroyed. The sacred mountain did not participate in these worldly battles. Instead, they completely stayed out of it. When something big happened in the sacred martial realm, they would take action immediately to ensure the integrity of the sacred martial realm. Other than that, there was basically nothing that required the sacred mountain to take action. Therefore, if it was in some peaceful times, the days in the sacred mountain were actually quite comfortable. They would occasionally recruit some disciples. Then they would collect the tributes easily. At this moment, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran once again carried out an extremely magical spatial transmission. Puff! The 2 of them seemed to have passed through a layer of thin film. They fell directly from the sky. The 2 of them adjusted their bodies in time and landed steadily on the ground. Boom! After the 2 of them landed, a wave of air immediately spread out in all directions. At the same time, they also took a breath of the surrounding air, and their eyes suddenly emitted light.